Chapter 1133. Yiglao and the old man from the main pagoda pounced towards Qin Feiyang almost at the same time as Mu Qing's words. At this moment, Qin Feiyang stood in front of the enchantment, only a few meters away from Mu Qing and the other two. For Yiglao and the other two fake gods, such a close distance, wouldn't it be easy to capture them? Yiglao and Mu Qing had full confidence that as long as Qin Feiyang didn't enter the ancient castle, they would definitely not be able to escape today. However, Mu Qing felt a sense of unease in her heart. Because Qin Feiyang's current behavior was too strange. Facing two fake gods, not only was he not nervous at all, he even crossed his arms in front of his chest with a playful expression. What exactly is wrong? Mu Qing muttered to himself and suddenly looked down at Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang was so calm, there must be a reason. Could it be that there was an ambush below? But no. At such a close distance, even if there was an ambush on the island, it would be too late to rescue Qin Feiyang. All of this was said to be slow, but the whole process only happened in an instant. Little bastard, let's see how you can run. Yiglao and Mu Qing had already rushed to the front of Qin Feiyang and the miss of Longfeng House, within reach. They laughed. Now, even if Qin Feiyang wanted to enter the ancient castle, it was already too late. However, just when the two of them thought that they would definitely be able to catch Qin Feiyang, they suddenly bumped into the void and fell down like a dog eating feces, looking extremely embarrassed. The purple gold light screen appeared. Mu Qing looked at the purple gold light screen in surprise. What was this thing? It could actually block two fake gods. Yiglao and Mu Qing got up, their faces were also full of disbelief. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to have realized something as they lowered their heads and scanned the Dragon Island below. It was fine if they didn't look, but when they looked, their old faces suddenly became gloomy. What's wrong? Mu Qing looked at the two of them in surprise. Yiglao said, I didn't notice it earlier, but now I realize that this is actually the Dragon Island, and that purplish golden radiance is the sealing enchantment that seals the inner sea. What? Mu Qing was stunned. Didn't that mean that Qin Feiyang and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had already escaped from the inland sea and entered the endless sea? Brilliant, brilliant. At this moment, Qin Feiyang clapped his hands and smiled brightly. How did you get out? Mu Qing suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang joked, this must be a secret. How can I tell you a secret? Impossible. Even we can't break the seal of the inner sea, let alone you. Yiglao and the old man from the main pagoda also looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, then I want to ask you, who set up this enchantment? Your ancestor, the Qin Emperor. The old man from the main pagoda blurted out. But after he said that, he was stunned. That's right. This sealing enchantment was set up by the Qin Emperor. As the descendant of the Qin Emperor, it was not impossible for Qin Feiyang to break this enchantment. But how did he do it? That's right, I am the descendant of the Qin Emperor. Can his sealing enchantment trap me? Qin Feiyang smiled proudly and looked at Mu Qing. It's obviously right in front of you and within reach, but you can only look at it. How is it? Is it fun? Are you deliberately playing with me? Mu Qing clenched his hands. Yes. I am deliberately playing with you. You've been chasing me for so many days. If I don't get back some face, how can I establish myself in the future? Qin Feiyang laughed. Mu Qing said, whether it's the great Qin Empire or the Forgotten Continent, there's no place for you now. That's not necessarily true. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, based on your cautious personality, after receiving my message, you should have used the all-seeing eye to predict my location, right? So what? Mu Qing said in a deep voice. Then I can rest assured. You're in the internal sea, so you can't accurately predict my location. And now, the space-time gate in your hand will only open tomorrow morning. In other words, I have one day to arrange my affairs. And one day is completely enough. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Qing was about to go crazy. He did not expect that all of this was part of Qin Feiyang's plan. This made him doubt his own ability again. Could it be that he really could not compare to this person? Suddenly, Yiglao sneered and said, "Don't forget, we still have the Real Spacetime Gate. Then you'd better do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when we leave, it will be difficult to find us again." Qin Feiyang joked. "Don't be too happy too early." Old E enunciated each and every word as his eyes were filled with rage. Qin Feiyang shrugged, looked at Mu Qing and said, "Actually, I've already seen through it. You've always wanted to compete with me, but obviously, I've won." Mu Qing was silent, only staring at Qin Feiyang. "But don't worry, we'll definitely meet again. At that time, remember to work hard. Don't lose to me again, that would be embarrassing." Qin Feiyang laughed and ignored Mu Qing and the other two. He turned to look at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and asked suspiciously, "Why isn't your mother here yet?" "I don't know either." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shook her head and then said worriedly, "Did something happen again?" Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. Time passed breath by breath. Mu Qing and the other two did not leave. Because returning from Dragon Island to God's Island, even with Yiglao and the other two false gods, would take 2 to 3 days. As for the Spacetime Gate, it would open tomorrow morning, so there was no need to do so. About 100 breaths passed. Whoosh! The mysterious lady and the middle-aged man finally appeared. "Why did you take so long? I thought something happened to you again." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was immediately dissatisfied. "How can there be so many accidents in the world? We just went to the Divine City to inquire about your teacher's situation." The mysterious lady transmitted her voice. "How is teacher?" the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion asked. The mysterious lady patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, his life is not in danger for the time being." Then, she looked at Yiglao and the other two and asked in confusion, "What's going on with them?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion glanced at Qin Feiyang and pursed her lips. "It's all because of this wicked guy. He deliberately called them over and teased them." Teased? The mysterious lady was stunned and asked curiously, "How did he tease them?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion briefly explained. After hearing this, the mysterious lady was speechless. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and shook her head. "Brat, you're really wicked." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. The mysterious lady shook her head and smiled. She glanced at Mu Qing and the other two, then turned to look at a teleportation gate. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "All right, let's go." "Who exactly are you?" Yiglao asked. "Who am I?" The mysterious lady's eyes flashed coldly. "Don't worry, you'll know who I am soon." With that, she stepped into the teleportation gate. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the middle-aged man also walked in one after another. Qin Feiyang, next time, I definitely won't lose to you again. "I'll bet everything I have," Mu Qing suddenly spoke, staring at Qin Feiyang's back, her eyes flashing with madness. "I'll be waiting." Qin Feiyang stopped and said without looking back. Then, he entered the teleportation gate. The endless sea was vast and boundless. There were countless emperor beasts and saint beasts. And in the central sea area of the endless sea, there were more than 10 islands of various sizes. The largest island was thousands of miles long, like a continent floating on the sea. And on one of the islands, there were villages everywhere. It was hard to estimate how many there were. But there were no exceptions. Outside every village, there was a stone tablet with a giant golden tiger engraved on it. At this time, it was late at night. All the villages were closed, looking extremely deserted. At the same time, 2 men and 2 women stood side by side in the sky above the island, scanning the villages below. It was Qin Feiyang's group of 4. The mysterious lady smiled faintly. "All the tribesmen of the Sky Tiger tribe are here." You can check. Are you sure they're all here? Qin Feiyang frowned. There were more than 1 million people in the Sky Tiger tribe. He couldn't check them all. Kid, am I so unworthy of your trust? The mysterious lady glared at him angrily. What do you think? Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently. With a wave of his hand, Yan Wei appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang smiled. Go. Okay. Yan Wei nodded, unable to hide the joy on his face. He scanned the villages on the island, turned into a stream of light, and flew down. In a short while, the island became lively. Lights were brightly lit and noises could be heard from all directions. Where are the divine crystals? The mysterious lady retracted her gaze and asked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, Don't worry. I'll give them to you after I leave with them. Leave with them? Are you kidding? You can't even protect yourself now. How are you going to protect them? Furthermore, the Sky Tiger tribe doesn't only have a few dozen or a few hundred people. There are more than 1 million people. How are you going to settle them? The mysterious lady, the middle-aged man, and the young mistress of the Dragon Phoenix house were all shocked by Qin Feiyang's words. I know that too. But I can't be at ease leaving them here with you. Qin Feiyang frowned. The mysterious lady said, Are you worried that I'll use them to threaten you one day? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded without hiding anything. The mysterious lady smiled helplessly and sighed. Actually, I'm not as bad as you think. Is that so? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at her suspiciously. Yes. There are some things that I can't tell you yet. But I can swear that I have no ill intentions towards you now. Furthermore, I won't threaten you to do anything anymore. The mysterious lady spoke very seriously and her attitude was very sincere. There was no trace of faking it. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Why do I feel like I've heard a joke? Brat, do you believe that I'll kill you? The mysterious lady's face darkened. Why was this little guy so stubborn? Anyway, you've harmed me a lot. This time won't make a difference. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said indifferently, It's actually very simple if you want me to believe you. Give me a reason to believe you. My head is about to explode. Chapter 1134. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at the irritated and mysterious lady, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You don't believe in Mother, but you should at least believe in me, right? After all, we can be considered friends in need. Qin Feiyang frowned. I guarantee with my personality that what you think will never happen again. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said again. Qin Feiyang glanced at the mother and daughter in front of him, his expression uncertain. Finally, he sighed deeply and looked at the two of them. Wait a moment. After he finished speaking, he entered the castle and walked towards the iron box. Fatso frowned. Boss, we risked our lives to snatch this. Are we really going to give it to them? Hey, Fatso, don't be mistaken. The divine crystal was snatched by this emperor and Qin Feiyang. What does it have to do with you? The spirit snake emperor said unhappily. Fatso said angrily, What do you mean by that? Although Fat Lord did not contribute, Fat Lord is also risking his life with you. TSK. The spirit snake emperor laughed disdainfully, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Although Fatso is very shameless, this emperor agrees with him. If we give the divine crystal to them like this, we will be at a loss. Then what do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. Last time, we agreed that if we snatched the divine crystal, you would agree to this emperor's request. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. This emperor wants the divine arts. Of course, this emperor also knows that you don't have any extra divine arts, but now is your chance. The spirit snake emperor laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. This guy's appetite was not small, to actually keep thinking about the divine arts. I understand. After looking deeply at the spirit snake emperor, Qin Feiyang stepped forward to open the iron box, took out the divine crystal, and appeared outside again. Looking at the divinity crystal in Qin Feiyang's hand, the mysterious lady's eyes lit up with desire. Qin Feiyang was even more surprised and asked, "Can you tell me what this thing is for?" The mysterious madam rolled her eyes and said, "Don't give me that. If I tell you, you definitely won't give it to me." Qin Feiyang was extremely helpless. He lowered his head and looked at the eye crystal suspiciously, then casually threw it to the mysterious madam. The mysterious madam was startled. She quickly caught the divine crystal and glared at Qin Feiyang. She said angrily, "This is a treasure, be careful." "How precious." Qin Feiyang was curious. "Don't try to trick me." The mysterious lady snorted and lowered her head to size up the divine crystal. Her eyes shone brightly. Qin Feiyang glanced at her, then lowered his head and fell into deep thought. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix House walked to his side and asked in a low voice, "Are you thinking about where to go in the future?" "Yeah. I definitely can't stay in the Forgotten Continent, and I can't go back to the Great Qin Empire." "Where should I go?" "The world is so big, is there no place for me, Qin Feiyang?" Qin Feiyang sighed. "Now you really can't stay in the Forgotten Continent, because the main tower and the Mu family will definitely not let this matter go. And although we want to protect you, facing the alliance of the main tower and the Mu family, we are powerless," the miss of the Dragon Phoenix House said. The mysterious madam put away the divine crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "I think you should return to the Great Qin Empire." "Why?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at her and asked suspiciously. "Because as long as you return to the Great Qin Empire, even if Mu Qin can predict your location, he won't dare to bring people to cause trouble. Moreover, it has been more than half a year since you last went back. Don't you want to go back and see your mother?" the mysterious madam said. "Yes. But you also know that the Emperor's decree only said that within 10 years, my mother and anyone related to me will not be harmed. It didn't say that they won't kill me. If I go back now, I will definitely be killed by them," Qin Feiyang said. "That's right. Let's not talk about the Emperor, just the Imperial Tutor will definitely not allow you to continue growing. But I believe that with your intelligence, you definitely have the ability to deal with it." The mysterious madam smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The mysterious madam said, "Of course, this is only my personal suggestion. As for what to do, it is still up to you to decide. Think about it carefully." Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and said, "No need to think about it, I will return to the Great Qin Empire immediately." "I knew you would make this choice." The mysterious madam smiled. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountain, but still heading towards it. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Qin Feiyang's way of doing things was a bit stupid, but she praised it. Because no matter what difficulties one encountered, one couldn't blindly run away. Only by bravely facing them could one become braver. What about you guys? Aren't you afraid that the Great Tower and the Mu Jia will come to trouble you? Qin Feiyang looked at the three and asked. "We are all fake gods, what is there to be afraid of? What's more, now that we have the divine crystal in hand, even if they find us here, they can't do anything to us." The mysterious madam sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a strange light. The mysterious madam's words were not difficult to understand. With the divine crystal in hand, the world is mine. It turned out that the importance of the divine crystal was beyond his imagination. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, the mysterious madam raised her eyebrows and said, "Boy, I advise you not to have any bad ideas." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, "Now that I have given you the divine crystal, shouldn't you give me some reward? You can't let me work for nothing, right? Doesn't the concealment art count? And those perfect battle techniques I gave you before, were they all blown by the wind? So young man, don't be too greedy," the mysterious madam said meaningfully. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Although I don't know what the divine crystal is used for, I can imagine that even if all the perfect battle techniques are combined, they can't be compared to the divine crystal." Qin Feiyang sneered. The mysterious madam was a little angry, but she suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Feiyang proudly and said, "Now that the divine crystal is in my hands, what can you do to me if I don't give you any reward? What can I do to you? At most, I will just curse you behind your back, saying things like burning the bridge after crossing the river, shameless things like that." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "How dare you?" The mysterious madam's veins were bulging. Qin Feiyang said, "What's there to be afraid of? I used to curse you behind your back a lot. Little bastard, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" The mysterious madam said angrily. "Who are you to me? Will I be struck by lightning if I curse you? You think too much." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The mysterious madam was so angry that her body was trembling, and her eyes were filled with anger. Seeing this scene, the young lady and the middle-aged man hid at the side and snickered, their eyes meaningful. "What about me?" Qin Feiyang looked at the mysterious madam playfully. After this period of time, he did not find any malicious intent on the mysterious madam's face, so his mentality was relaxed. "What about it? Humph. Sooner or later, you will understand how laughable your current actions are." The mysterious madam snorted and said, "Don't say that I am unreasonable. I will satisfy you once more. Tell me, what do you want this time?" "Divine art." Qin Feiyang blurted out without hesitation. "Are you deliberately looking for a beating?" "No." The mysterious madam was so angry that her teeth itched. The moment he opened his mouth, he was talking about the deity technique. Did he think that the deity technique was something that could be found on the market? Qin Feiyang said with a sneaky smile, "Stop pretending, your daughter said that you have other divine arts." The mysterious madam turned her head and glared at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion panicked and glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. She looked at the mysterious madam and smiled embarrassedly. "Mother, I was just saying it casually." "You can't even say it casually." The mysterious madam shouted, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "I don't have any divine art, but I can give you some more perfect battle arts." "Stingy." Qin Feiyang muttered. "Then do you want it or not?" The mysterious madam said angrily. "Yes. Definitely. It's a waste if you don't want it." Qin Feiyang hurriedly nodded, and brought Lu Hong and the others, as well as Wolf King and the other beasts, out of the castle. After coming out, everyone stared at the mysterious madam with burning eyes, like a group of bandits. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, the mysterious madam was extremely vigilant. She felt that in the eyes of these guys, she was like a delicious cake. "Didn't you say? Give us some perfect battle arts?" And this time, everyone has contributed to snatching the divine crystal, so naturally, everyone has to have a share. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "You," the mysterious madam gnashed her teeth. "Why was this brat such a bastard?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, "Mother, just satisfy him, or else he might really scold you behind your back." Sigh. The mysterious madam sighed helplessly, swept her gaze towards Lu Hong and the others, as well as Wolf King and the other beasts, and said, "To be honest, I really have to thank you all. Thank you all for silently following Qin Feiyang all these years, helping him and taking care of him. It was your support that allowed him to reach where he is today." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Hong and the others also looked at each other. Why did these words sound so strange? They followed Qin Feiyang, helped Qin Feiyang, and took care of Qin Feiyang. What did it have to do with this woman? On what basis did she say that she had to thank them on behalf of Qin Feiyang? The mysterious madam did not explain and continued, "I will not treat you all unfairly. Right now, I will give each of you a perfect killing battle art and a perfect support battle art. Of course, I will not give any more to those who already have a perfect battle art. Then wouldn't brother be at a disadvantage?" Wolf King was dissatisfied. Because it already had the fury of the mad god and the void escape steps, both of which were perfect battle arts. "I gave you the fury of the mad god and the void escape steps, so be content." The mysterious madam rolled her eyes at Wolf King, looked at Lu Hong and the others, and said, "What do you lack, tell me." "I lack a perfect support battle art." Fatso was the first to step forward. "Me too." Lu Hong nodded. "And this emperor." The double-winged snow eagle also hurriedly said. Whether it was the double-winged snow eagle, Fatso, or Lu Hong, their perfect killing battle arts were all given to them by the mysterious madam. The black dragon snake, phantom snake emperor, and pangolin also hurriedly ran to the mysterious madam. "It seems that we don't have a chance." Viper looked at Dan Wangkai and said with a wry smile. Dan Wangkai also had a regretful look on his face. As one of the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea, they even had forbidden arts. Naturally, they did not lack perfect battle arts, but after all, it was better to have more skills. Chapter 1135. A moment later. Fatty, Lu Hong, the two-winged snow eagle, and the other beasts all got the perfect battle art they wanted. Qin Feiyang also sent everyone to the castle. "I can see that none of the people and beasts around you are good people." The mysterious lady rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. "This is cute, isn't it?" Qin Feiyang smiled, then stretched out his hand in front of the mysterious lady and said, "What about me and Yen Wei? You still want it?" The mysterious lady was stunned. "Of course. I snatched the divine crystal from the chief pagoda master. You can't erase my credit." Qin Feiyang said. "I really don't understand. The Qin Emperor is such an upright person. How can he have such a shameless descendant? If I didn't give you the concealment art, would you be able to snatch it? You still want credit? Aren't you ashamed?" The mysterious lady was extremely annoyed. Qin Feiyang said, "But you can't deny that I snatched the divine crystal from the chief pagoda master." Okay. Don't say anything. I'm afraid of you. I'll give it to you." "What does Yen Wei lack?" the mysterious lady said. She was afraid that if she continued, she would lose her temper. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, "I gave him the Sky Demon 9 steps you gave me last time. He still lacks a perfect battle art." The mysterious lady took out 2 jade slips from her Qingquan bag and threw them to Qin Feiyang. She snorted and said, "Now don't scold me behind my back." "Of course not. You're such a good person. If I still scold you, wouldn't I be a heartless person?" Qin Feiyang grabbed the 2 jade slips and grinned. The mysterious lady rolled her eyes. Qin Feiyang chuckled mischievously and lowered his head to check the 2 jade slips. The 2 battle arts were Tiger Taming Art and Dragon Rising Art. Tiger Taming Art had a total of 4 moves. The first 3 moves all had the lethality of a perfect battle art. The power of the 4th move was even stronger than the previous 3 moves. It had already reached the peak of a perfect battle art. Qin Feiyang was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that the mysterious madam would actually give him such a powerful killing battle art. But when he carefully looked at the soaring dragon art, his eyes suddenly lit up. The Dragon Rise incantation was even more powerful than the Tiger Taming incantation. However, what made it powerful was not the lethality of the soaring dragon art, but the fact that it could raise the user's cultivation by a small realm. Moreover, it could be stacked. For example, he was now a 4-star battle saint. When he displayed the perfect battle art, he could display the battle prowess of an 8-star battle saint. However, if he activated the soaring dragon art, he could display the battle prowess of a 9-star battle saint. If it was combined with the kill character art, it would be even more terrifying. The kill character art could be superimposed by one major realm. In addition to the soaring dragon art's minor realm, when Qin Feiyang activated the kill character art, he would be able to become a 5-star combat emperor. With the cultivation of a 5-star combat emperor and all his trump cards, he could even fight against a 9-star combat emperor. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the mysterious madam gratefully. Now, his greatest weakness was that his cultivation was weak. The mysterious madam gave him this soaring dragon art. It was undoubtedly a timely help, allowing his battle prowess to soar. The mysterious madam smiled faintly and said, "It's getting late. Let's hurry up and leave." And Qin Feiyang nodded, then lowered his head to look at the island below and shouted, "Yen Wei." Whoosh! Not long later, Yen Wei soared into the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Do you want to stay here or follow me to the great Qin Empire?" Yen Wei was stunned and asked, "What about my clansmen?" Qin Feiyang said, "They will stay here." "Is it okay to stay here?" Yen Wei was shocked and glanced at the mysterious madam and the other two. Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you have a better place to settle them?" Yen Wei shook his head. The main tower and the Mu family would definitely not let him go. If his clansmen returned to the 9 regions, they would definitely be threatened by the main tower and the Mu family. Other than the 9 regions, there was only the Central Divine Kingdom in the Forgotten Continent. It was even more impossible for his clansmen to go to the Central Divine Kingdom. After thinking about it, it seemed that letting his clansmen stay here was indeed the best choice. Wait! Wasn't there still the Great Qin Empire? Yen Wei looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Can you let my clansmen move to the Great Qin Empire?" "No. After being with me for so long, don't you know my situation? My situation in the Great Qin Empire is worse than here. Moreover, even if we can find a place for your clansmen to stay in the Great Qin Empire, we won't be able to move them over in a short period of time," Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei frowned and walked to Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, "But I can't let them stay here." Qin Feiyang secretly laughed, "Even I believe them. You should also believe them." "Okay." Yen Wei nodded helplessly. Qin Feiyang said, "Then think about it carefully. Do you want to stay here? I won't force you. I respect your choice. What's there to think about? Wherever you go, I'll go." Yen Wei didn't hesitate in the slightest. Qin Feiyang patted his shoulder. He didn't need to say anything. Then, he turned to the mysterious madam and the middle-aged man and cupped his hands. "Then I'll have to trouble the 2 seniors to take care of them." The mysterious madam said, "After being together for so many years, this is the first time you've sincerely called me a senior. It's rare." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and turned to look at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. "See you again. Take care of yourself too," the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion reminded. Qin Feiyang nodded and opened a teleportation gate. In the Endless Sea, one could open a teleportation gate that led directly to the 9 regions. "Let's go," Qin Feiyang said to Yen Wei and stepped into the teleportation gate without looking back. Yen Wei lowered his head and glanced at his clansmen on the island before resolutely turning around and following in. Soon, the teleportation gate disappeared from everyone's sight. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion retracted her gaze and looked at the mysterious madam. She asked in confusion, "Mother, why didn't you leave him behind? Now that we have the divine crystals, we have the ability to protect him. You haven't been with him for long, so you don't understand him. He has a fierce spirit that refuses to admit defeat. He definitely won't hide in one place just because some strong enemies have appeared. Furthermore, I don't want him to stay here either, because this won't do him any good. Instead, it will restrict his growth. The outside world is his stage." The mysterious madam laughed. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded and said with a smile, "Back then, you tried every possible means to kill him, but now, you're thinking for him everywhere. It really is as the old saying goes, the world is unpredictable." "That's right. Back then, who would have thought that this little fellow was his descendant?" The mysterious madam raised her head and looked at the pitch-black night sky. It was unknown what past events she had recalled, but her expression was extremely melancholic. The first area. Above a glacier. Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei appeared out of thin air. Yen Wei looked around and asked suspiciously, "Where is this?" "Look below." Qin Feiyang scanned the area below. Yen Wei looked down and a lake entered his line of sight. The lake wasn't very big, and there was a thick layer of ice on the surface of the lake. White mist rose, and the cold air was oppressive. Qin Feiyang said, "Right now, we are in the first area, and the teleportation altar that leads to the Great Qin Empire is under this ice lake." Yan Wei's eyes suddenly revealed a strange light. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, asking, "Wasn't the Heavenly Spiral Tribe also sent here? Why don't we go look for them?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, shook his head and smiled. "If you didn't remind me, I would have really forgotten about them." Schwa. Finished. With a wave of his hand, Fatso appeared and said, "The fate of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe is completely up to you. Do as you see fit. Back then, the leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe almost killed you. We definitely can't let it go just like that." Fatso's eyes flashed with killing intent. "I understand. Yan Wei, accompany him. Remember, you must be careful," Qin Feiyang reminded. Although Mu Qing was trapped in the inland sea and could only come out in the early hours of the morning, he could still predict his approximate location. The most important thing was that the white-robed old man didn't enter the inland sea. This was what worried him. When Mu Qing predicted his approximate location, he would definitely let the white-robed old man chase after him. Although the white-robed old man was in the Central Divine Kingdom and couldn't directly open the portal to the first area, don't forget that the Mu family still had a real space-time portal. So, he couldn't let his guard down now. Fatso naturally thought of this and nodded to Qin Feiyang, turned around and flew away with Yan Wei. Boom! But at this moment, a terrifying aura descended above the three of them. Qin Feiyang was startled and quickly raised his head to look. Fatso and Qin Feiyang also hurriedly braked and stopped in the void, looking up at the sky. Immediately, the three of them changed color. They saw an old man appear out of thin air in the sky. He had white hair and wore a long robe. His aura was unfathomable. Who else could it be but the white-robed old man? How did he catch up so quickly? He even knows our exact location. Could it be that Mu Qing has already left the inland sea? Fatso and Yan Wei were bewildered. No. Mu Qing must have predicted our approximate location and sensed our purpose. Therefore, he asked him to come here directly to intercept us. This bastard, I really don't dare to be careless for a moment. Let's go. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. He turned into a stream of light and plunged into the ice lake below. Fatso and Qin Feiyang didn't dare to hesitate and immediately dived into the ice lake. Sure enough, he's here. The white-robed old man smiled coldly. Terrifying divine power poured down and pounced on Qin Feiyang and the other two. Boom! The entire ice lake instantly exploded. It's over. Feeling the surging divine power, Yan Wei and Fatso's hearts sank. If they were imprisoned by this divine power, they wouldn't be able to break out even if they opened the door of potential. However, Qin Feiyang was very calm. He stared at the bottom of the lake, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, he grabbed Fatso and Qin Feiyang and instantly disappeared without a trace. Inside the ancient castle. What are we doing in the ancient castle? If we're trapped here, won't we be doomed? Yan Wei looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Fatso was also suspicious. However, as if he suddenly thought of something, his eyes flashed. He looked at Yan Wei and smiled. Don't worry, let's wait for a good show. Qin Feiyang was also full of smiles. A good show? Chapter 1136. At the same time. Outside, the ice lake. After Qin Feiyang and the other two entered the castle, the white-robed old man's divine might went straight to the bottom of the lake. Who dares to disturb my meditation? Immediately, a pleasant voice sounded from the bottom of the lake, but it was filled with a bone-piercing chill. Following closely, a mighty divine might rushed out from the bottom of the lake, like a torrent of beasts, rolling up monstrous waves and pouncing towards the white-robed old man standing in the air. The white-robed old man was surprised. Not good. Suddenly. He seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he retreated like lightning. However, the speed of the divine might was even more terrifying, instantly imprisoning him in the air. Dong! At the same time, a huge snow python rushed out from the ice lake and floated in front of the white-robed old man. Its eyes seemed to be condensed from ice, emitting a great pressure. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. When the white-robed old man saw the snow python, his body and mind trembled, and he quickly apologized. If you didn't mean it, then you did it on purpose. The snow python looked at him playfully. I didn't mean it, the white-robed old man shook his head, his eyes filled with fear. Since you didn't do it on purpose or on purpose, did you come here to court death? If that's the case, then I'll fulfill your wish. The snow python's eyes turned cold, raised its huge tail, and slapped the white-robed old man's body. Ah, the white-robed old man screamed, his body cracked on the spot, and blood stained the sky. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the glacier below. The snow python's strength was too strong. In front of her, even the white-robed old man who was only one step away from becoming a war god had no power to fight back. At the same time, on the surface of the ice lake, two heads popped out. It was Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei. Who is she? How can she be so strong? Yan Wei secretly asked, looking at the snow python above. His eyes were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang said, she is the guardian of the teleportation altar. According to my guess, she should be a real god. A real god. Yan Wei's eyes trembled. No wonder Qin Feiyang and Fatso said that there would be a good show to watch. What was the difference between a fake god meeting a real god and seeking death? Don't bother about them, let's go. Qin Feiyang called out and rushed to the bottom of the lake. This was not the first time he had come here, so he easily found the entrance and entered the cave below the ice lake. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the first district. Looking at the grotto and the teleportation altar, Yan Wei's face was filled with hope. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and pointed his index finger in the air. Battle chi surged out and gushed towards the teleportation altar. Wang! Very soon, the teleportation altar was activated. Whoosh! But at the same time, the snow python transformed into a meter long and appeared in the cave. Greetings, senior. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly bowed. Yan Wei was also respectful, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The snow python glanced at Yan Wei, then looked at Qin Feiyang and jokingly said, do you think that you can slip away from under my nose? This, Qin Feiyang looked a little embarrassed. Suddenly, the snow python glanced at Yan Wei and said to Qin Feiyang, you can go, but he can't. Why? Qin Feiyang wondered. The snow python said, because he's not from the great Qin Empire, he can't set foot in that place. There's such a rule. What about the Mu family? They also went to the great Qin Empire a lot, why don't you care? Qin Feiyang frowned. The snow python said, that's because I didn't see it. If I saw it, I wouldn't allow them to go to the great Qin Empire. You didn't see it? Qin Feiyang was stunned and immediately smiled. That's easy. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Yan Wei to the castle, then said, Senior, you can't see it like this. The veins on the snow python's forehead jumped. Does this kid think I'm a monkey? Just when she was about to go crazy, Qin Feiyang spoke first. Senior, there's a problem that has puzzled this junior for a long time. What's the problem? The snow python asked. Qin Feiyang suspiciously asked. Why do the state preceptor and the Black Iron Army have a time limit to enter the Forgotten Continent, but I don't? What do you think? The snow python asked. Qin Feiyang said. This junior has seriously thought about this problem. This junior thinks that senior should be protecting this junior. Protecting you? The snow python was stunned and sneered. Boy, you're too self-righteous. Qin Feiyang frowned. Then Senior, why don't you tell me why? Because of your ancestor. Only your family's ancestor has that much face, not you. Do you understand? The snow python said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It's actually because of his ancestor again. The forefathers plant trees, the descendants enjoy the shade. This sentence is really not wrong. Because of his ancestor, Gong Sunbei let him go. Because of his ancestor, he and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House escaped from the hands of the Chief Tower. Because of his ancestor, they escaped from the inland sea. Also, because of the ancestor, the snow python turned a blind eye to it. Although he has never seen his ancestor, he doesn't know how much kindness he has received from his ancestor over the years. It's hard to repay. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang remembered the old man in the white robe and asked. Senior, where's the old man of the Mu family? He's kneeling outside. The snow python said lightly. Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. Making a fake god kneel outside, I'm afraid that in the world, only this guy in front of him can do it. No matter what the reason is, I have to thank Senior for taking care of me all these years. If there's a chance in the future, Junior will definitely repay Senior. Qin Feiyang bowed and stepped on the teleportation altar, quickly disappearing. Repay, the snow python muttered to herself. But in the next moment, she couldn't help but be annoyed. Originally, she came to stop Yen Wei, but in the end, Qin Feiyang repeatedly changed the topic, and she forgot about this matter. Little guy, you dare to play tricks with me, just you wait, next time you won't be able to finish your meal. She snorted coldly, flew out of the cave, and landed on the ice lake. She saw the old man in the white robe, kneeling on the snow. The snow python looked down at him condescendingly and said, I just heard Qin Feiyang say that your Mu family often goes to the great Qin Empire. The old man in the white robe tensed up. This is slander. Slander? The snow python sneered. Do you still remember the promise you made to me when you came to the Forgotten Continent? I remember. The old man in the white robe nodded. The snow python said. Then tell me. The old man in the white robe said. At that time, we promised that we would stay in the Forgotten Continent forever, and never set foot in the great Qin Empire again. That's right. At that time, I couldn't bear it, so I allowed you to stay in the Forgotten Continent, but what about you? It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you also went against me behind my back. Now tell me, how should I resolve this matter? The snow python said lightly. Although her tone was calm, it was filled with a great pressure. The old man in the white robe's face changed. He hurriedly said. Master, we really didn't go there, it's Qin Feiyang who is slandering us, please investigate. Still quibbling. You've disappointed me too much. Originally, if you were willing to admit your mistakes and repent, I would be merciful and let your Mu family live. But now, the snow python's eyes flashed coldly. Hand over the gate of time and space. What? The old man in the white robe's eyes trembled. The gate of time and space is the Mu family's biggest reliance. It can even be said that the gate of time and space is related to the Mu family's lifeline. Now that they want him to hand over the gate of time and space, isn't this putting the Mu family to death? The snow python said. You can choose not to hand it over, but your Mu family will be destroyed today. The old man in the white robe's face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly said. I'll hand it over immediately. As he spoke, he took out the gate of time and space. This is the Real Gate of Time and Space. Vast and mighty. The snow python looked at the gate of time and space, then looked at the old man in the white robe. This is your last chance, take care of yourself. After saying that, she flashed and landed in front of the old man in the white robe. She rolled up the gate of time and space and entered the ice lake without looking back. The surface of the lake gradually calmed down, and a thin layer of ice slowly condensed. The old man in the white robe powerlessly collapsed on the snow. His old face was full of pain and despair. This time, he came out with full confidence to snatch the divine crystal. However, in the end, not only did he fail to snatch the divine crystal, but he also lost the 9-star War Emperor. Now, even the gate of time and space is gone. This loss is too great. It can't even be described as disastrous. He regretted it in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. At the same time, the hatred in his heart towards Qin Feiyang had already risen to an unprecedented level. Because all of this was caused by Qin Feiyang. Great Qin Empire. Butterfly Valley. The old man is long gone. Now, the people guarding this place are the invincible Black Army of the imperial capital. In the valley, the invincible Black Army stood straight with halberds in their hands. In a blink of an eye, there are more than 100 of them. Furthermore, these people were all battle saints. The strongest person is a deputy commander of the invincible Black Army, who is a 9-star war saint. A 9-star war saint is definitely the strongest existence in the 9 states of the Great Qin Empire. Because the strongest prefecture master in the history of the 9 states is not stronger than a 9-star war saint. For example, the ugly old woman Zhu Yu was only a 9-star war saint. Therefore, in the years that the invincible Black Army has been stationed in the spirit state, the spirit state has never been peaceful. Of course. With the invincible Black Army, Wang Hong, the current prefecture master, is only in name. Swoosh. In the sky above Butterfly Valley, a white figure appeared out of thin air. It is Qin Feiyang. Who is it? Qin Feiyang didn't hide his aura at all. Therefore, the invincible Black Army stationed in the Butterfly Valley discovered him immediately. 14th Prince. However, when they saw Qin Feiyang's real face, they all changed color. Clang. Following that, one by one, they waved their halberds and rushed into the sky, surrounding Qin Feiyang. The void here was instantly filled with a murderous aura. They really think highly of me. They sent so many people to guard here. Chapter 1137. Qin Feiyang, you shouldn't have come back. Along with a loud shout, a burly man flew up to the sky. His eyes were as cold as a blade. Greetings, Deputy Commander. The invincible Black Army bowed. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the burly man and said indifferently, a 9-star battle saint is able to become the deputy commander of the invincible Black Army. It seems like the Great Qin Empire has exhausted its talents. How dare you? How dare you talk to me like this with your cultivation base? The burly man shouted. If it was in the past, he could only endure such undisguised contempt. This was because the person in front of him was the son of the Supreme Emperor. But now, this person was just a pitiful worm that everyone wanted to beat up. Even if he was killed here, no one would care. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, my cultivation base is not strong, but it is still easy for me to kill you. How arrogant. The burly man was furious. He looked at the invincible Black Army and shouted, what are you waiting for? Have you forgotten the Emperor's order? Kill anyone who sees this thief. Boom. The invincible Black Army that surrounded Qin Feiyang suddenly unleashed their aura and attacked together. The halberds in their hands emitted a monstrous light. Kill him, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. If he had heard this in the past, he would have been sad and pained. But now, he felt nothing. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. But he had not really let it go. He was in despair. He no longer had any hope. Without any extravagant hopes, naturally, there wouldn't be so much disappointment and emotions. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang moved his mind and Yan Wei appeared out of thin air. Leave no one alive. Qin Feiyang said calmly. Understood. Yan Wei glanced at the invincible Black Army that was charging at him. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom. The Emperor's aura exploded and shocked everyone. Everyone present was instantly imprisoned in the void. Including the burly man. It's a combat emperor. Why is there a battle emperor by his side? The group of people turned pale with fright, their hearts filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "The last time I came back, I brought a group of fake gods with me. This time, I brought a battle god back. Is it that strange?" Everyone's heart trembled. That's right. Even a false god could be invited, let alone a mere battled arch. The burly man's face turned pale as he begged, "Your Highness, I was wrong. Please have mercy on me. Don't kill me," begging for mercy so soon. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Originally, he thought that as the deputy commander of the invincible Black Army, he should have some backbone, but he didn't expect that he would be scared before the battle even started. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He said to Yan Wei, "Keep him." "All right." Yan Wei nodded. The formless emperor's aura was like a sharp blade. In the blink of an eye, it sliced through the throats of more than 100 invincible Black Army soldiers. The void here suddenly bled like a waterfall. Except for the burly man, no one was spared. All of them died on the spot. Seeing this scene, the burly man panicked even more. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Qin Feiyang turned to look at him and said indifferently, "I can spare your life. You betrayed the emperor and joined me." "Yes, yes," the burly man didn't hesitate at all and nodded repeatedly. "Such a spineless person deserves to be killed." Yan Wei snorted coldly. "You're right, but he still has value." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "What value?" Yan Wei frowned. Qin Feiyang said to himself, "I have to ask him to take me to the imperial capital and cripple his cultivation." "Understood." Yan Wei's eyes flashed. He pointed his index finger in the air and a stream of battle qi entered the burly man's lower abdomen like lightning. "Ah!" The burly man immediately held his lower abdomen and howled miserably. At the same time, Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. A slave seal appeared and rushed into the burly man's head. "Why did you come back?" But at this moment, an angry voice sounded. A middle-aged man in white appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. He had a square face, a rough face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a black eye patch on his left eye. The aura he emitted was quite powerful. He was Wang Hong. Looking at Qin Feiyang, his eyes were filled with blame and worry. Qin Feiyang laughed, "Long time no see." Still smiling mischievously, Wang Hong slightly raised his eyebrows, and said, "Do you know how dangerous your current situation is?" "Does it matter?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Of course it matters. You were fine and forgotten continent, why did you come back to die?" Wang Hong said angrily. "Die? I never thought that I was sending myself to death." Qin Feiyang said. "You," looking at Qin Feiyang's innocent expression, Wang Hong was so angry that he glared. At this moment, the burly man shouted, "Wang Hong, I'm ordering you to take him down." Wang Hong glanced at the burly man, then looked at Qin Feiyang, his expression uncertain. Qin Feiyang sighed, "Actually, you shouldn't have come out." If he didn't come out, Wang Hong could pretend that he didn't see him. But since he came out, as the Spirit State's mansion master, he couldn't sit idly by. "But I came out," Wang Hong said. Qin Feiyang said, "You and the old man are really alike, but you are both blindly loyal, do you know that?" Wang Hong said, "Blindly loyal or stupid, I am a subject, so I must do my duty." Sigh. I really never thought that one day we would become enemies. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. I also never thought that there would be such a day. Wang Hong shook his head. Then make your move, I will also do my best to show my respect for you. Qin Feiyang said. Boom. The aura of a 4-star battle saint exploded. What? 4-star battle saint. The burly man's gaze trembled. How long had it been since Qin Feiyang caused havoc in the imperial city? He had already stepped into the realm of a 4-star battle saint. Wang Hong was even more incredulous. Thinking back, when this kid first entered the state capital, he was only a battle king. In just a few years, he had climbed to such a height, leaving others in the dust. However, Yan Wei frowned and sent a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. I can see that the relationship between the two of you was very good in the past. Is it really okay for you to attack without holding back like this? He could see through Wang Hong's cultivation at a glance. He was only a battle master. Facing the current Qin Feiyang, he was no match for him. I know Wang Hong's character very well. Hiding one's strength and giving in to him is the greatest disrespect to him. Qin Feiyang said to himself. So that's how it is. Yan Wei suddenly understood. Boom! Wang Hong's body shook and his aura surged out. Even though I know that I'm no longer your opponent, I still want to try. I want to see how much you've grown. Wang Hong took a step forward and threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. Then feel it carefully. Qin Feiyang struck out with his palm. In an instant, the fist and palm collided. Boom! With a loud sound, Wang Hong's arm was torn into pieces on the spot. Blood splattered across the sky. Immediately after, like a meteorite, he smashed into the butterfly valley below. Dust and smoke rose in all directions and a deep pit appeared. Then, he never got up again. He lay at the bottom of the deep pit, his life and death unknown. However, there was a faint gratified smile on his blood-stained face. Qin Feiyang also smiled. Immediately, he turned to look at the burly man and said, "You'd better not try anything because after being controlled by the slave seal, I can clearly peek into your inner thoughts and can even erase your soul in an instant." What? The burly man's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang said, "Quickly take the spiritual sea pill and then take us to the imperial capital." Yes. The burly man quickly nodded and took out a spiritual sea pill and put it into his mouth. Qin Feiyang didn't look at Wang Hong anymore. He landed in front of a dead soldier of the invincible Black Army. He took off the armor and put it on. Then, he swallowed an illusion pill and changed into an unfamiliar face. Time passed by breath. After the burly man repaired his sea of qi and wiped the blood off his body, he took Qin Feiyang to the secret chamber below the Butterfly Valley. As for Yan Wei, Qin Feiyang sent him to the castle. As for Wang Hong, Qin Feiyang of course would not really kill him. He just made him faint. After a while, Qin Feiyang and the burly man entered the secret chamber and came to the teleportation altar. Qin Feiyang looked at the burly man and said, "You should have family in the imperial capital, right? What do you want to do?" The burly man was surprised. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I just want to tell you, don't play any tricks. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family will also be implicated." He was worried that this person was not afraid of death and appeared in the pagoda, exposing his identity in front of Old Man Qin. One had to know. Old Man Qin was not only a false god, but the pagoda was also located in the back mountain of the imperial palace. If his identity was exposed, he would not be able to escape even if he had a pair of wings. That was why he threatened this person so that he would completely give up. "You're a demon," the burly man shouted. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "Since you know I'm a demon, why do you still want to provoke me?" The burly man held his breath and then sighed helplessly. Battle chi surged and the teleportation altar quickly recovered. Pagoda. 9 blood-red altars were neatly arranged on the ground, emitting an ancient and cold aura. Next to each altar, there was a stone tablet with different words engraved on it. Ling state, Yun state, He state, Yu state, Feng state, etc. The 9 altars were dim. Suddenly, the teleportation altar of Ling state suddenly shone with a resplendent blood light. 2 figures appeared on the altar out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and the burly man. At the same time as the altar recovered, the pagoda's door opened rapidly. Outside the door, an old man with white hair and a white beard stood. His white robes were spotless and his aura was otherworldly. He was the guardian of the pagoda, Old Man Qin. "Greetings, Old Man Qin." Qin Feiyang jumped down from the altar and followed behind the burly man. He walked quickly to Old Man Qin and bowed. Old Man Qin glanced at Qin Feiyang and then at the burly man, asking, "Do you have news of Qin Feiyang?" "No." The burly man shook his head. Old Man Qin frowned and shouted, "Then why did you come back? Don't you know that leaving your post without permission will result in death?" "Spare me, Old Man Qin." The burly man knelt on the ground hurriedly and said, "I have something important to do and have to return home." "Old Man Qin, please make an exception. I promise that it won't take more than 3 days." Old Man Qin frowned and said, 3 days is too long. 1 day at most. You have to return to Butterfly Valley tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you, Old Man Qin. The burly man was grateful. With that said, he stood up and opened the teleportation gate, bringing Qin Feiyang in. Wait. But suddenly. Chapter 1138. Have we been discovered? Qin Feiyang and Old Man Qin's body stiffened. They stopped, looked at each other, braced themselves and turned to look at Old Man Qin. The burly man asked, "Old Man Qin, what can I do for you?" He was extremely nervous. Old Man Qin said, "I heard that the Invincible Black Army and the Kirin Army are very close to the Imperial Preceptor." Qin Feiyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Old Man Qin's question aroused his interest. At the same time, in the face of Old Man Qin's sudden question, the burly man was also a little unprepared. Old Man Qin looked at the burly man and said, "I don't want to hear any lies. I don't dare." The burly man quickly lowered his head and said fearfully, "Then say it." Old Man Qin said. The burly man hesitated for a moment, looked up at Old Man Qin and said, "To be honest, it's not that we are very close to the Imperial Preceptor. It's because the Imperial Preceptor has a high status and we dare not disobey his orders." Old Man Qin said, "Then what do you think of the Imperial Preceptor?" After that, Old Man Qin looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You can also tell me your opinion." Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly shook his head, "I don't dare to talk nonsense. It doesn't matter. There's no one here except me. And what you're going to say next, I won't mention it to anyone." Old Man Qin said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the burly man. The burly man also looked very embarrassed and didn't speak for a long time. Looking at the expressions of the two, Old Man Qin frowned and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You say it." Qin Feiyang said in fear, "Old Man Qin, I'm just an ordinary soldier in the Invincible Black Army. How dare I evaluate the Imperial Preceptor? Just say it. Why are you talking nonsense? Moreover, because you're an ordinary soldier in the Invincible Black Army, I want to hear your opinion the most. After all, the people who are in contact with the Imperial Preceptor the most are some commanders. It's hard to guarantee that they won't be soft-mouthed." Old Man Qin glanced at the burly man as he spoke. The burly man's eyes trembled. Old Qin's words could be said to have a profound meaning. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and said, "Then I will speak frankly." "Yes." Old Man Qin nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "This lowly one thinks that Imperial Preceptor is deceiving his superiors and concealing the truth with one hand." Old Qin's eyes instantly emitted a fierce light when he heard this, and he seemed to be overbearing. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How do you know?" Although the Grand Preceptor always says that he is thinking for His Majesty, many people know that he has a hidden agenda. Qin Feiyang said. "Continue." Old Qin said. "I won't mention those trivial matters. Let's just talk about Qin Feiyang." Back then, the Imperial tutor guessed that Qin Feiyang might be in the Forgotten Continent. Logically speaking, he should have reported such an important matter to His Majesty as soon as possible. But he didn't. He directly sent the Great Commander to the Forgotten Continent to kill Qin Feiyang. This is enough to show that his motive for killing Qin Feiyang is not simple. There is one more thing. This lowly one heard that the Imperial Preceptor once went to the Forgotten Continent alone. Qin Feiyang said. Old Qin's eyes flashed. He was silent. Qin Feiyang also did not say anything. Because he believed that with old Qin's intelligence, he would definitely be able to hear something from his words. For him, this could be considered a piece of good news. Because old Qin definitely did not ask this on a whim. He definitely already suspected the Imperial Preceptor. A moment later, old Qin waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can leave. This lowly one will take his leave." Qin Feiyang and the burly man bowed and saluted. Then, they opened another teleportation gate and walked in one after another. Inner City. In a luxurious mansion, in front of a hall, Qin Feiyang and the burly man appeared out of thin air. "Sir." Outside the main hall, 4 guards were standing straight. Seeing the burly man suddenly appear, the 4 were stunned. "Sir, aren't you in the spirit state? Why did you suddenly come back? Could it be that you already know Qin Feiyang's whereabouts?" When they came back to their senses, the 4 hurriedly went up and asked. "There is still no news of Qin Feiyang. This time, I came back to take care of something. You guys guard outside. Without my order, no one is allowed to come in." The burly man glanced at the 4 and ordered. Then, he led Qin Feiyang straight into the hall. After closing the door, the burly man turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "I have brought you into the imperial capital. Now, shouldn't you also remove the slave seal? Do you think I am stupid? If I remove the slave seal now, you will immediately inform the imperial preceptor and the emperor. Then, won't I become a turtle in a jar?" Qin Feiyang sneered. The burly man's eyes darkened as he asked, "Then, when will you be willing to remove the slave seal? Don't be hasty. When I am safe, I will naturally set you free." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The burly man said in a deep voice, "This time, you came back to see the Empress. But now, the Empress is imprisoned in the Violet Light Palace and is guarded by the Kirin army. Without my help, you can't enter at all." Violet Light Palace. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He glanced at the burly man and sneered, "If you want to use this to threaten me, then you are gravely mistaken." With that, he took out the image crystal. Buzz. A moment later, a middle-aged man appeared in the void. He was thin but as straight as a pine tree. He wore a purple armor, and his hair was mottled with white hair. He exuded an aura of vicissitudes. And on his battle armor, there was an eye-catching Qilin pattern. That's right. He was the commander of the Kirin army. "You are?" Looking at Qin Feiyang, the commander of the Kirin army had a trace of suspicion on his face. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "We haven't seen each other for half a year. Have you already forgotten me? Haven't seen each other for half a year?" The commander of the Kirin army was even more confused. "Looks like I need to remind you." Qin Feiyang smiled. With a slight thought, he activated the slave seal. The commander of the Kirin army immediately held his head and cried out in pain. Qin Feiyang stopped activating the slave seal and smiled. "Now, do you know who I am? It's you. You dare to come back?" The commander of the Kirin army looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Ever since he was controlled by Qin Feiyang, he had been trying to find a way to break the slave seal, but no matter what he did, he could not break it. So, when he felt the familiar pain, he immediately knew who the person in front of him was. "Come to my place right now. I'm at the mansion of the deputy commander of the Invincible Black Army." Qin Feiyang then gave the commander of the Kirin army a set of coordinates. In less than 3 breaths, the commander of the Kirin army landed in the Grand Hall and looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He asked, "You've reached the 4-star Battle Saint realm?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Good job." The commander of the Kirin army gave him a thumbs up. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "How's my mother?" The commander of the Kirin army didn't answer. Instead, he glanced at the burly man. Qin Feiyang thought to himself, "Don't worry. When this is over, I'll make him disappear from the spiritual state." The commander of the Kirin army narrowed his eyes and sighed. Can you stop messing around? This won't do you any good. Do you think there's any room for improvement in my relationship with the emperor? Qin Feiyang sneered. Why not? As long as you lower your head and apologize, I'm sure the emperor will forgive you. The commander of the Kirin army said. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I lower my head and apologize to him? He's the one who should apologize. Qin Feiyang said. Alas. The commander of the Kirin army sighed deeply and said with a smile, although Her Majesty was sent to the Violet Light Palace, she's been doing well since she saw you last time. Her complexion is much better than before. Qin Feiyang asked, has he visited my mother? Of course, he was referring to the emperor. No. The commander of the Kirin army shook his head and said, are you disappointed? I've never expected anything. Why would I be disappointed? Qin Feiyang sneered and said, I want to see my mother. The commander of the Kirin army looked troubled. You don't have a choice. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The commander of the Kirin army nodded and took out a set of Kirin army armor and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took off the invincible Black Army's armor and quickly put it on. Then he looked at the commander of the Qilin army and said, last time, you betrayed me in the divine penitentiary and almost caused me to lose my life. Until now, I still remember it. If you dare to play any tricks this time, I will definitely not show mercy. The commander of the Kirin army smiled bitterly and opened a portal. He turned around and walked in. Wait for me here. Qin Feiyang instructed the tall and sturdy man. Then, he turned around and followed in. The Violet Light Palace. It was located in the outskirts of the palace. It was very remote and only the unfavored concubines would be sent here. In other words, it was equivalent to the cold palace. Once the concubines were sent here, their lives were basically hopeless. This was why Qin Feiyang was so angry when he heard about the Violet Light Palace. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and the burly man appeared in front of a hall. Greetings, Commander. Outside the main hall, the Qilin army was on guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 7 steps. They were extremely vigilant. The commander of the Kirin army asked, where is Her Majesty? One of them said respectfully, Her Majesty is inside. Open the door. The commander of the Kirin army said. Yes. The man turned around and walked to the door of the hall and pushed it open. The commander of the Kirin army strode in with Qin Feiyang. The decoration in the hall was very simple. Except for a table and a few stools, there was nothing else. It looked empty and cold. The only tables and stools in the room were also very old and shabby. But it was very clean and spotless. However, Qin Feiyang didn't see his mother in the hall. The commander of the Kirin army said, Her Majesty should be on the 2nd floor. Go up quickly. I'll wait for you downstairs. However, Qin Feiyang didn't move. He looked at the commander of the Kirin army with a cold light in his eyes. The commander of the Kirin army sighed and said, Don't worry. I won't inform His Majesty and the state preceptor this time. You'd better. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He took off the armor on his body, and took out a pure white robe from his chinkuan bag. He put it on neatly, and then took a facial restoration pill. After that, he recovered his true appearance, and walked towards the 2nd floor. At this moment, a woman in white was sitting at a wooden table in the hall on the 2nd floor. Although her clothes were a bit old, it didn't affect her temperament. Chapter 1139. On the table. There was water, flour, and sugar. The woman sat in front of the table with a rosy face, making all kinds of exquisite pastries. 2 maids sat beside her to help. One of the maids said with a smile, Your Highness, if His Highness knows that you make so many pastries for him every day, he will be so touched. Really? The woman in white asked with a smile. Of course. I just don't know when His Highness will come back. The 2 female attendants spoke, and there was a trace of disappointment on their faces. The woman in white looked up outside the window and said with a smile, "He will come back sooner or later." Ta-da! Before she finished speaking, there was a sound of footsteps. Someone is coming? Who would come here? It can't be His Majesty, can it? The two maids heard the footsteps and immediately looked up at the stairs outside with a trace of suspicion on their faces. "Let's go and see." The woman in white smiled. "Okay." The two maids put down what they were doing and got up to walk to the stairs. But after taking 2 steps, they were stunned. At the entrance of the staircase, a familiar figure slowly walked up. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" The two maids looked at each other for a long time. Their faces were full of disbelief. When they rubbed their eyes and looked again, they saw that the familiar figure was already standing outside the hall. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. He stood outside the door and looked at his mother's back. His eyes couldn't help but warm up. At the same time, the woman in white also noticed the reaction of the two maids. She looked at the two of them in confusion and asked with a smile, "Who is it that made you so surprised?" "It's..." The two maids pointed at Qin Feiyang outside the door and stammered, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. The more the woman in white looked, the more curious she became, so she turned to look outside the door. Immediately, the smile on her face froze. "Mother," Qin Feiyang called softly, tears flowing down uncontrollably. Hearing this familiar call, the woman in white trembled and slowly got up. She looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze, feeling as if she was dreaming. "Mother, I'm back." Qin Feiyang muttered softly as he walked towards his mother. Even when Qin Feiyang walked in front of her, the white-clothed woman still hadn't come back to her senses. "Wait." Suddenly, the two maids seemed to have thought of something. They stepped in front of the white-clothed woman and looked at Qin Feiyang vigilantly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did he mean? The white-clothed woman finally regained her senses and looked at the two of them in confusion. "Your Majesty, His Majesty went to the Forgotten Continent. He shouldn't have returned so quickly. Furthermore, even if Your Highness returns, the invincible Black Army guarding the Butterfly Valley will definitely stop Your Highness and immediately report it to Her Majesty. But now, there's no movement from the Imperial Palace at all. So we suspect that he's an imposter." Qin Feiyang was quite surprised by the two maids' logical analysis. He didn't expect that the two maids by his mother's side were so smart. Of course, he definitely wouldn't be angry because of this. Because the reason why these two maids were so vigilant was for his mother's safety. In other words, these two maids were sincere and loyal to his mother's side. After listening to the two maids' words, the white-clothed woman's eyebrows also had a trace of vigilance. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He directly took out the Heaven's Eye Stone and held it in his hand. Time passed breath by breath. The Heaven's Eye Stone didn't react at all. Qin Feiyang's appearance also didn't change at all. "It's really you, Feiyang." The white-clothed woman looked at the Heaven's Eye Stone and looked at Qin Feiyang's face. Her eyes couldn't help but become misty. "Mother." Qin Feiyang put away the Heaven's Eye Stone and was about to dive into his mother's arms to enjoy the long-lost motherly love. But at this moment, one of the maids stretched out her hand and stopped Qin Feiyang. "What else do you want?" Qin Feiyang was a little annoyed. The maid took out another Heaven's Eye Stone from her Qingquan bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang, saying, "I can't help but suspect that your Heaven's Eye Stone has been tampered with. So, I have to try again with my Heaven's Eye Stone." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. The joy of reuniting after a long time disappeared in an instant. He grabbed the Heaven's Eye Stone. A moment later, the Heaven's Eye Stone and his face still didn't change at all. Qin Feiyang looked at the two maids and said, "Sisters, do you believe me now?" The two women looked at each other. Ecstasy crawled up their faces in an instant. They hurriedly knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Highness." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, his face full of helplessness. The white-clothed woman smiled and said, Feiyang, don't blame them. They have good intentions. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the two maids and said with a smile, both of you, get up. I'm no longer your highness. Don't be so courteous to me. No. In our eyes, you've always been our 14th highness. The two maids got up and looked at Qin Feiyang with resolute eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at his mother's face. Indeed, as the commander of the Kirin army said, his mother's condition was much better than before. She looked full of energy. Come, let mother see if you've changed. The white-clothed woman grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and sat by the wooden table. She carefully looked at Qin Feiyang from head to toe. Qin Feiyang remained silent with a smile on his face. A moment later, the white-clothed woman smiled and said, You've changed. You've become more mature, more steady, and more charming. There should be many girls who like you. Mother, Qin Feiyang's face turned red. The two maids looked at each other and couldn't help but snicker. You're still laughing? Qin Feiyang stared at them. He had a lot of things to say to his mother, but he didn't know what to say after these two girls made fun of him. The two girls had been with the white-clothed woman for many years. They were loyal and devoted. When they saw Qin Feiyang staring at them, not only were they not afraid, they even stuck out their tongues at Qin Feiyang. They looked quite cute. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Your Highness, when did you come back? Why is there no movement at all? Yeah, isn't it strange? Did your Highness bribe the invincible Black Army in Butterfly Valley? The two girls asked curiously. Yeah, Feiyang, what's going on? The white-clothed woman also thought of this and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, How can I bribe them? However, I can still kill them. Kill them? I heard that the invincible Black Army isn't the only one guarding Butterfly Valley. There's also a deputy commander of the invincible Black Army. He is a 9-star battle saint. The two maids were bewildered. So what if he's a 9-star battle saint? Qin Feiyang sneered. The two maids held their breaths. Aren't these words too domineering? The white-clothed woman was slightly taken aback. Then, she carefully sized up Qin Feiyang's cultivation. Her eyes suddenly lit up and said, You've broken through to 4-star battle saint? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. So fast? Your Highness is indeed the #1 monstrous genius of the great Qin Empire. The two maids were shocked and their eyes were filled with admiration. However, one of the maids quickly said, That's not right. Even if your Highness is a 4-star battle saint, it's impossible for you to kill a 9-star battle saint. I say, why do you have so many questions? Can't you let me get along with my mother? Qin Feiyang was angry. Aren't we just happy? Since your Highness is impatient, we won't ask any more. The two maids smiled embarrassedly and retreated behind the white-clothed woman. Then, they kept quiet. Qin Feiyang was extremely helpless. He looked at the white-clothed woman and asked in confusion, Mother, isn't it forbidden to bring maids into the Amethyst Palace? Why are they here? We have to thank the commander of the Kirin army for this. Yes, he's a good person. The two maids spoke again. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. When Her Highness was sent to the Amethyst Palace, we also wanted to come with her. After all, Her Highness has treated us like family all these years. We couldn't bear to part with her. But His Majesty didn't allow it. He said that the people of the Cold Palace didn't need maids to serve them. Later, the commander of the Kirin army came to visit Her Highness. Seeing that Her Highness was too lonely and bored here, he went to His Majesty to plead for Her Highness. After several pleas, His Majesty finally agreed to let us come over to accompany Her Highness. The two maids sighed. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists. As the saying goes, a day together as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Was there a need to go so far? Not even 2 maidservants? All right, it's all in the past. Don't mention it again. The white-clothed woman waved her hand and smiled. Looking at Qin Feiyang, she said, "Tell me, what have you been doing in the Forgotten Continent for the past half a year?" Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he recounted his experiences during this period without holding back. The white-clothed woman was shocked to hear it. Her heart ached and she was proud. Her heart ached because in just a few months, he had experienced so many hardships. Her pride was because Qin Feiyang was able to survive under the pursuit of so many powerhouses. Just this ability alone was enough to leave anyone in the dust. It's all Mother's fault for not being able to give you a peaceful environment, causing you to encounter so many setbacks at such a young age. She blamed herself. No. I have never blamed Mother, nor do I have the right to blame Mother. On the contrary, I hate myself. Why am I so weak that I have to get permission from others to stay by my mother's side? Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his hands tightly clenched together. Looking at Qin Feiyang's pained expression, the 2 maids' hearts ached and tears flowed down. The white-clothed woman couldn't help but feel sad. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the 3 of them. Releasing his hands, he smiled and said, "It's not easy to meet Mother. Let's not talk about these unhappy things." Yes, let's not talk about it. The white-clothed woman nodded, then looked at the 2 maids, pointed at the pastries on the table, and said with a smile, "Go steam these pastries and let Feiyang have a taste." Pastries? At this time, Qin Feiyang noticed that there were all kinds of pastries on the table. He asked suspiciously, "Mother, you're the only one here. Why did you make so many pastries?" One of the maids said, "Her Majesty made these especially for you." For me? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, "Mother knew that I would come back today?" No. The white-clothed woman shook her head. Qin Feiyang was stunned and even more puzzled. She didn't know, but she made so many? Your Highness, you don't know, but ever since you left, Her Majesty has been making these pastries every day. Because Her Majesty didn't know when you would come back. She just hoped that you could eat the pastries she made the moment you came back so that you could feel the warmth of home. Chapter 1140. Every day, Qin Feiyang trembled both physically and mentally as he looked at the woman in white. The woman in white smiled and said, "Now that you've grown up, there's nothing I can do for you. I can only do these for you. These are enough." Qin Feiyang nodded hard. His voice was sobbing as he tried to control the emotions that were about to collapse in his heart. Although this was just a small matter. Anyone could do it once in a while. But day after day, year after year, he believed that no one in the world could do it except his great mother. Every single one of these pastries represented her longing and motherly love. Glancing at Qin Feiyang, the 2 maids didn't say anything. They silently cleaned up the pastries on the table, feeling sad. Qin Feiyang and the woman in white were also silent. The atmosphere in the hall seemed a little heavy. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and looked at the woman in white, saying, "Mother, come with me." The woman in white was stunned. She shook her head and was about to speak. Qin Feiyang said again, "I know Mother has her difficulties and can't leave the capital, but it's okay to leave for a while, right? I just want to live with Mother alone for a while, even if it's only for a month or even half a month." The woman in white lowered her head and didn't say anything. Alas. At this time, a sigh sounded. Then, the commander of the Kirin army walked into the hall and looked at the woman in white, saying, "Your Majesty, if you just leave for a month or so, it shouldn't be a problem." Qin Feiyang, the woman in white, and the 2 maids immediately looked up at the commander of the Kirin army. The commander of the Kirin army said, "His Majesty and the state preceptor won't come here unless something important happens. So as long as we don't say anything, no one will know that you've left. I'll try my best to hold them back and not let them come here while you're away. But what if they find out? Not only you will be implicated, but they will also be held accountable." The woman in white said, "Your Majesty, we're not afraid. the two maids immediately said in unison. The commander of the Kirin army smiled and said, I'm not afraid. At worst, I'll be dismissed. The woman in white shook her head. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Feiyang, I also want to go out with you and have a look. However, I have already killed Qin Zhong and Qin Yi. I can't implicate them anymore. Can you understand? Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and nodded painfully, I understand. Empress, the two maids still wanted to say something. However, the white-clothed woman frowned and shouted, Don't forget who you are. The two maids turned pale and didn't dare to persuade him again. They took the pastries and left. Although the white-clothed woman was very amiable right now, once she got angry, let alone these maids, even the civil and military officials would be afraid. The Qilin army commander sighed deeply and didn't say anything more. He turned around and left silently. The woman in white looked at Qin Feiyang guiltily and said with a smile, Child, can you forgive your mother? Mother, you're too serious. Qin Feiyang squeezed out a stiff smile and asked, By the way, how is the little prince now? The woman in white smiled and said, Your father cares about him and takes care of him. Of course, he's very good. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and said angrily, He's not my father. The woman in white smile froze. Qin Feiyang immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, mother. I shouldn't be angry at you, it's okay. The woman in white waved her hand, but her eyes were a little sad. When would the grudge between this father and son be resolved? After a while. The two maids returned with 2 plates of piping hot pastries. The woman in white grabbed a piece of pastry and handed it to Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said, Eat some. Qin Feiyang nodded and took a bite. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with tears. It still tasted the same as when he was young. Eat more if you like it. The woman in white smiled. Okay, Qin Feiyang held back his collapsing emotions. He picked up the jade plate and stuffed the pastries into his mouth one by one. His mouth couldn't hold them all. He didn't know what to say. But he knew that he had to finish these pastries. Because these were made for him by his mother. It was his mother's love for him. When the two maids saw this scene, they silently shed tears. They felt injustice for Qin Feiyang. He was such a good prince. Why did the emperor treat him so ruthlessly? He didn't want much. He just wanted to be with his mother. And in the world, which child didn't want to be with his mother? However, the emperor wanted to deprive her of even this. She had to meet him secretly. That was too cruel. The 2 plates of pastries were wolfed down by Qin Feiyang just like that. He put down the jade plate, wiped the tears on his face, got up, looked at the woman in white and said, Mother, I'm leaving. So soon. The woman in white was a little caught off guard. I have something important to do. Qin Feiyang said. The woman in white got up and said, Well, you have to take good care of yourself outside. Don't tire yourself out. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned to the 2 maids, bowed, and said, I'll have to trouble you 2 to take good care of my mother in the future. We will. The 2 maids nodded. Qin Feiyang knelt on the ground. After kowtowing to his mother 3 times, he got up resolutely and quickly disappeared from the sight of the 3. His Highness doesn't have anything important to do. He doesn't want to stay any longer. One of the maids sighed. Yes. His Highness's love for Her Highness is deep in his bones. He's afraid that the longer he stays, the more reluctant he will be to leave Her Highness. The other maid sighed in a low voice. Hearing the 2 maids' words, the woman in white trembled and murmured, Feiyang, I'm sorry, back to Qin Feiyang. He walked down the stairs silently. Just as the 2 maids said, he didn't want to stay any longer. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be reluctant to leave his mother. Now, as long as he knew that his mother was well, he could rest assured. Why did you come down so quickly? The commander of the Kirin army stood in the center of the hall and asked Qin Feiyang. But when he saw the tears on Qin Feiyang's face, he regretted asking that. Qin Feiyang didn't answer him. He said, "Help me keep an eye out. I don't want my mother to be hurt again." After saying that, he opened a teleportation door. The commander of the Kirin army nodded and asked, "What's your next plan?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. His eyes were full of confusion. Then, he walked into the portal without looking back. The next moment, he appeared beside the burly man, put on the armor of the invincible Black Army, and changed his appearance. Then, he said lightly, "Let's go." "Okay." The burly man nodded. About 100 breaths later, the two of them arrived in the sky above the Butterfly Valley again. Qin Feiyang took off his armor and looked down. The corpses of the invincible Black Army soldiers who died in the hands of Yan Wei were still there. However, Wang Hong was nowhere to be seen. He should have returned to the city. "Can you help me remove the slave seal now?" The burly man looked at Qin Feiyang's back and asked anxiously. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. With a thought, he erased the burly man's soul. The burly man didn't even have the chance to scream before he fell down. The world is so big. Where should I go now? Qin Feiyang looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Then, he stepped into the air and gradually disappeared into the vast sky. Now, he was completely lost. He didn't know what to do. He even doubted whether everything he had done and persevered for all these years had any meaning. Next, he was just like a walking corpse, walking aimlessly. He went to the city. He saw Luo Qinxue, Mermaid Princess, Lu Yun, Lin Yi, Yan Nanshan, Yin Yuanming. He visited everyone who was related to him one by one. He even visited his former opponents or some people who were not close to him, such as Huang San, who was a passerby in his life. However, he didn't show up, nor did he greet them. He hid his cultivation and disguised himself as a stranger. He stood in the crowd and looked at them from afar. He didn't know why he did this. He just felt empty in his heart. What did he want to fill? Next, he went to Yen's city and Black Bear City. There were many acquaintances in these two places, such as Elder One of the Martial Arts Hall, the beautiful woman Ji Shui, and Li Ji. There was also the Ling family, which was Ling Yunfei's clansman. There was also the Jiang family, which was Jiang Zhengyi's clansman. He also went to see Luo Qingzhu's cousin, Jiang Wei. This person was an out-and-out playboy back then. However, after being taught a lesson by him, he restrained himself. After all these years, Jiang Wei's previous bad habits had been completely changed. He had become a good young man that everyone praised. His cultivation had also improved a lot. He was now a 9-star battle monarch. 9-star battle monarch was naturally incomparable to Qin Feiyang. However, in the entire Yan County, he was considered one of the best among the younger generation. However, Qin Feiyang still didn't greet anyone. He walked silently on the street like a loner. Finally, he returned to Iron Ox Town. Inside a simple and crude tea house, Qin Feiyang was wearing a set of shabby linen clothes. He was sitting by a window, drinking bitter tea while scanning the streets outside. Iron Ox Town hadn't changed much over the years. Most people were still very simple and amiable. However, due to Lin Chang's death, the former Lin family had long since fallen from grace and had declined significantly. The Zhao family was still there. The Zhao family was Zhao Shuang's family. However, the Zhao family wasn't like the Lin family. Under the leadership of Zhao Shuang's grandfather, the current Zhao family was several times stronger than before. Excluding the Martial Arts Hall and Dan Hall, it was already the strongest overlord of Iron Ox Town. Zhao family, Zhao Shuang, if Zhao Shuang, didn't die, perhaps the Zhao family today would be even stronger. Qin Feiyang whispered. Back then in the Swallow Pan mountain range, the scene of Feng Ling Air, Zhao Shuang, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and Jiang Zhengyi being killed by Zuoan and the others was still vivid in his mind. If everyone didn't die, aside from Jiang Zhengyi, with the talent of Luo Qingzhu and the others, they would probably be the same as Lin Yi, the pride of the state capital. Sigh, Qin Feiyang sighed, took out a few gold coins, put them on the table, got up, and left Iron Ox Town. In the end, he returned to the place where he had lived with Uncle Yuan for 5 years. Over the years, this place had already changed beyond recognition. Even the burned wooden building had been covered by vegetation. However, although everything no longer existed, and Uncle Yuan had left without a trace, Qin Feiyang's heart calmed down as soon as he came here. Although I was born in the imperial capital and my mother is also in the imperial capital, this is my home. Chapter 1141. After that, Qin Feiyang did not go anywhere else. It took him 3 days to build a courtyard. He also built an artificial lake in front of the courtyard. From then on, Qin Feiyang stayed here. During the day, he fished by the lake. At night, he cultivated in the courtyard. He had 3 meals a day, rain or shine. His empty heart became more and more full with each passing day as he lived such a peaceful life. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Boom! That night, his cultivation level broke through to a 5-star battle saint. However, the breakthrough did not disturb his peaceful life. Everything was still the same as before. He was like a hermit who lived in seclusion in the forest. He did not pay attention to the outside world and lived an ordinary life. One day, in the morning, a burly man in golden armor landed in the sky above Butterfly Valley. Where is he? Looking at the dead silent Butterfly Valley, the burly man in golden armor could not help but frown. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a certain spot below. There were hundreds of corpses lying on the ground and there were signs of decomposition. What happened? The burly man in golden armor was in disbelief. Where is Wang Hong? Suddenly, he raised his head and roared. His voice was as loud as a bell and pierced through the clouds. Swish! Soon, Wang Hong appeared in the sky above Butterfly Valley. Looking at the corpses below, his expression changed. The burly man in golden armor looked at Wang Hong and asked gloomily, "What happened?" "I don't know." Wang Hong shook his head. Hundreds of invincible Black Army soldiers were killed, including a deputy commander. "You tell me that you don't know?" The burly man in golden armor was furious. Wang Hong's body trembled. He quickly said, "I really don't know. I have been in the city all this time and have never been to Butterfly Valley." The burly man in golden armor looked at Wang Hong carefully. Seeing that Wang Hong was not lying, he asked, "You didn't hear anything?" "No." Wang Hong shook his head again. In fact, he happened to be in Butterfly Valley at that time. If he denied it now, it was obvious that he was protecting Qin Feiyang. This is strange. Who has the ability to kill these invincible Black Army soldiers silently? The golden-armored man furrowed his brows. Wang Hong nodded and said, "It is indeed very strange. The deputy commander is a 9-star battle saint. To be able to kill him silently, this person's strength should be, speaking of which." Both of their eyes trembled as they exclaimed in unison, "Battled Arch." The golden-armored man's face darkened as he asked in surprise, "Could it be that Qin Feiyang has returned?" "Qin Feiyang?" Wang Hong was startled, then shook his head. "I don't think it's him, because he's a very smart person. It's impossible for him to come back and die. Furthermore, with his cultivation, it's impossible for him to break through to the War King so quickly." "That makes sense. But it's too strange for someone to die in Butterfly Valley. I'll return to the imperial capital immediately and report this matter. You should bring some people to investigate as well. See if there are any suspicious people in the city recently. If there is, no matter who it is, act first and report later." A cold light flashed in the golden-armored man's eyes, and then he rushed toward the teleportation altar in the secret chamber below. "Farewell, milord." Wang Hong bowed to see him off. After the golden-armored man disappeared, Wang Hong looked up at the sky and murmured, "It seems that the spiritual state is about to change." Then, he opened a portal and left. Noon. The golden-armored man descended on the Butterfly Valley again. But this time, he wasn't alone. He was followed by a large group of invincible Black Army soldiers. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. Each of them was emitting a murderous aura. The golden-armored man yelled, "Divide into 10 teams of 100 people each. Start from the imperial capital and start a thorough search. Bring back all the people and beasts above the war saint level." Understood. The invincible Black Army soldiers roared and scattered, disappearing in all directions like lightning. Meanwhile, in the godly palace of the imperial capital, in a certain alchemy room, a white-clothed young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating. Dong! Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The white-clothed young man opened his eyes and looked at the stone door. "Come in." The stone door opened, and a red-haired man in his 20s walked into the cultivation room. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, master." "What's the matter?" the white-clothed young man asked. The red-haired man said, "I just received news that the invincible Black Army soldiers guarding the Butterfly Valley were all killed, including the deputy commander." "What?" The white-clothed young man stood up with shock in his eyes. The red-haired man said, "Master, do you think he came back?" "You mean Qin Feiyang?" the white-clothed young man asked. "Those invincible Black Army soldiers are very powerful. No one in the spiritual state can kill them. Besides, who doesn't know the name of the invincible Black Army in the Empire of Great Qin? Ordinary people don't dare to touch them. Most importantly, this happened in the Butterfly Valley. So, only Qin Feiyang could do it." The red-haired man said. "That makes sense." The white-clothed young man nodded. "I also found out that the dead vice commander made a trip back to the imperial capital 3 months ago. Soon after, he left again." The red-haired man said. "He went back to the imperial capital." The white-clothed young man's eyes flashed as he asked, "How long has it been since the invincible Black Army soldiers died in the Butterfly Valley?" The red-haired man said, "I'm not sure. But I heard that the corpses were rotten. If I remember correctly, the weakest invincible Black Army soldiers guarding the Butterfly Valley was a 1-star battle saint. It would take at least 2 to 3 months for the corpses to rot. Based on this, the deputy commander should have died not long after he returned to the Butterfly Valley. It seems that the murderer is most likely Qin Feiyang." The white-clothed young man's eyes flashed. "What should we do now?" the red-haired man asked. The white-clothed young man waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about this. I will arrange it. You just need to investigate the movements of the Emperor and the others." "Yes. Then, I will take my leave." The red-haired man bowed to the white-clothed young man and turned to leave the alchemy room. "Qin Feiyang, ever since your bloodline power reverted to its ancestral state, I have been waiting for you to come back. Now, you have finally come back. I really want to know what kind of expression you will have when you find out my other identity," the white-clothed young man murmured. Before he could finish his sentence, he disappeared without a trace. 1 day. 3 days. 5 days. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Thousands of invincible Black Army soldiers had entered the Yan and Pan counties. Because these 2 counties were under the jurisdiction of the spiritual state. The arrival of the invincible Black Army caused the people of these 2 counties to be in a constant state of panic. In the past, they didn't know what the invincible Black Army was. But over the years, the invincible Black Army had been stationed in the imperial capital. 1 person told 10, and 10 told 100, and everyone knew about it. Therefore, when a large number of invincible Black Army soldiers appeared, everyone was in danger. However, Qin Feiyang didn't know about all this, and he didn't want to know. But it didn't mean that he didn't expect it. In fact, he had expected all of this. Because even if Wang Hong didn't report it to the imperial capital, the people in the imperial capital would find out sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. However, even if he expected it, he wasn't worried at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. Some things couldn't be avoided even if you wanted to. The most important thing was that he didn't want to think about these problems now. He just wanted to settle down quietly for a while. Another few days passed. In the morning, as usual, Qin Feiyang woke up from his cultivation early in the morning and sat by the lake to fish quietly. The sun rose, and the golden sunlight spread over the lake. A gentle breeze blew from the mountain stream in the distance, and the lake sparkled. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang sensed from afar that dozens of powerful auras appeared in the sky above the Iron Bowl town. Each of these auras contained a terrifying saint aura. "They're here," he muttered to himself without any expression on his face. He didn't even look up in the direction of the Iron Bowl town. He kept looking at the floating on the lake. In fact, there were no fish in this lake at all. Because when he built this artificial lake, he didn't put any fish in. And he sat by the lake every day fishing, not really fishing, but cultivating his body and mind. In other words, he wasn't fishing for fish, but for mind. But he knew that he didn't have much time here. Because everyone in the Iron Bowl town knew that he used to live here, and the invincible Black Army would definitely not forget to search here. "You're really here?" Suddenly, a hearty laugh sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang frowned and looked up. He saw a young man in white appear out of thin air above the lake. Qin Feiyang couldn't be more familiar with that face. It was Lu Xingqian. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" "Why can't I be here?" Lu Xingqian asked back. He took a step forward and landed beside Qin Feiyang. "No. I mean, how did you get out of the Imperial City?" Qin Feiyang said. "One had to know. From the Imperial City to the spiritual state, one had to pass through the pagoda. And the pagoda was guarded by Elder Qin. Very few people in the world could sneak into the pagoda in front of Elder Qin." Lu Xingqian laughed. "Have you forgotten? My space divine item can move." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Needless to say, he had really overlooked this point. Indeed, with a space divine item that could move, entering the pagoda was a very simple matter. "Then why are you looking for me? How do you know I'm here?" Qin Feiyang said. "Of course I'm here because I miss you, an old friend. As for why I know you're here, it's actually very easy to judge because you have nowhere else to go in the great Qin Empire." Lu Xingqian smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, and asked again, "Then how do you know I'm back?" "Speculation. But obviously, I guessed right," Lu Xingqian said. Qin Feiyang said, "What about the state preceptor and the others? Do they know I'm back?" Chapter 1142. Can you be more shameless? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. This was the first time he saw someone praise himself for being smart. Lu Xingqian chuckled and asked, "Did you kill the invincible Black Army in Butterfly Valley?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "You've been to the capital?" Lu Xingqian asked again. Qin Feiyang nodded again. Lu Xingqian said angrily, "Then why didn't you come to me? Do you still think of me as a friend? When I came back this time, I didn't see anyone except my mother." Qin Feiyang shook his head and then said, "Besides, I want to make it clear that I've never thought of you as my friend." "I'm sad to hear you say that." Lu Xingqian's face darkened. He knew very well about his relationship with Qin Feiyang, but there was no need to be so straightforward. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "I don't believe that you came all the way here just to see me. You don't have such good intentions. Let's not beat around the bush." "You bastard. Well, I did come to see you because I have a few things to tell you. First of all, do you remember Ling Yu, Zhao Yu, Feng Ran, and Luo Dan?" Lu Xingqian asked. "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. "They're missing," Lu Xingqian said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at him in surprise. "When you came back last time, they were still there, but when you left, they disappeared with you." I even went to Fengzhou and Yuzhou to investigate them. Do you know what I found? Lu Xingchen said mysteriously. What's the result? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen said, according to my investigation, although these 4 people came from Yuzhou and Fengzhou, there is no information about them in Yuzhou or Fengzhou. Impossible. Qin Feiyang said resolutely. Yuzhou and Fengzhou were the birthplaces of the 4 of them. Moreover, the 4 of them were such monstrous geniuses. How could they not have any information about them? I also felt that this matter was very inconceivable. Thus, I carefully investigated it. In the end, I discovered that they did not have any relatives in Yu Province and Feng Province. Many people don't even know of their existence. After that, I went to Yu Province and Feng Province to investigate. Guess what? They actually entered the sacred palace the day before the 9 underworlds Yellow Springs opened. As for their identities and origins, the Holy Sanctum's records are blank. Lu Xingchen said. So, these 4 people are really mysterious? Qin Feiyang mumbled. Lu Xingchen said, secondly, I think I saw Zhang Jin in Imperial Capital. Zhang Jin? Qin Feiyang frowned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Don't you remember? He is Zhang Ren's younger brother. He is somewhat related to you. Lu Xingchen said. So it's him. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. After being reminded by Lu Xingchen, he remembered that Zhang Jin used to work in the resource hall of the Holy Sanctum. His aptitude was mediocre, but his character was not bad. Later. Because of Zhang Ren's death, Zhang Jin was thoroughly disappointed in the Holy Sanctum. He carried Zhang Ren's corpse and left the Holy Sanctum. Thinking of Zhang Jin, Qin Feiyang also recalled some past events. He turned to Lu Xingchen and sneered, Do you have any thoughts about Zhang Ren's death? Lu Xingchen smiled bitterly. I still remember that during the temple's great gathering, Zhang Ren had already admitted defeat, but your family member, Lu Ziyuan, still killed him. And you, the representative of the inner sanctum at that time, a proud son of heaven, not only did not deal with it impartially, you even shielded Lu Ziyuan. If not for Zhang Ren's death, Zhang Jin would not have left the Holy Sanctum in a fit of anger. Qin Feiyang mocked. It's all because of the frivolity of the past. Can you not mention it again? I'm also very ashamed and regretful now. Lu Xingchen said bitterly. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it back then? Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, Now that you see Zhang Jin appear in the imperial capital, do you feel a little flustered? To be honest, I do feel a little. But for him to appear in the imperial capital, there is clearly a problem. After all, whether it is cultivation or talent, he is not qualified to step into the imperial capital. Lu Xingchen said. There is indeed a problem. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Let's talk about other things. Lu Xingchen nodded and was about to speak. Rumble. Crack. A loud noise suddenly came from Iron Ox Town. The 2 hurriedly raised their heads and looked in the direction of Iron Ox Town. Their eyes were filled with surprise. The loud noise was incessant, followed by a strong wave of battle. Lu Xingchen said in a low voice, Do you feel it? It's the holy aura. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, It should be the invincible Black Army that is in trouble. But in this small Iron Ox town, is there anyone who can fight against the invincible Black Army? Let's go and take a look. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He decisively put down the fishing rod and rushed to the sky, flying towards Iron Ox Town. Lu Xingchen followed closely behind. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Xingchen. He did not notice before, but now he realized that Lu Xingchen's aura also carried a holy aura. 5-star battle saint. Finally. He saw Lu Xingchen's cultivation clearly, but even his jaw almost dropped. How did this person do it? One had to know. He had opened the door of potential and received the inheritance of his ancestor, causing his bloodline to revert to its ancestral state. That was why he could break through to 5-star battle saint so quickly. But Lu Xingchen actually caught up to him? This was too inconceivable. Lu Xingchen seemed to have noticed Qin Feiyang's surprise. He revealed his white teeth and smiled. Didn't I tell you before? I was once a god of war. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Lu Xingchen had indeed said this before, but he did not take it to heart at that time. He thought that Lu Xingchen was just joking. But now, hearing this sentence again, he could not help but hesitate. Could it be true? Lu Xingchen pointed to the sky in front of them and said, "Don't think about it. Look at the sky above Iron Ox Town. It's very interesting." Qin Feiyang looked up suspiciously, and his eyes suddenly widened. Above Iron Ox Town, a white-clothed youth was crazily slaughtering a group of invincible black army soldiers. He was extremely powerful. But this was not the main point. The main point was that white-clothed youth looked exactly like him. He was practically another Qin Feiyang. Lu Xingchen asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, is he an imposter or are you an imposter? Or are you the one who arranged this?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said in a deep voice, "How could I arrange for someone to impersonate me? Who is this person? What's his purpose for impersonating me? That's amazing." The cultivation of those invincible black army soldiers were between 1-star and 4-star battle saints, but he could easily destroy them. And I can't see through his cultivation. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, "Judging from his aura, he should be a 6-star battle saint." There's actually a 6-star battle saint hidden in the spiritual state? Lu Xingchen was shocked. Not good. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression changed. After such a terrifying battle, Iron Ox Town below would have been destroyed. He quickly looked down at Iron Ox Town. As expected, Iron Ox Town had long disappeared, leaving behind only ruins. And there was not a single living person in the ruins. Corpses were everywhere, and blood stained the ground. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed silently, and his speed suddenly increased. After a few breaths, he entered Iron Ox Town, landed on the broken streets, and walked all the way. Everywhere he passed, there were broken corpses and broken limbs, and the smell of blood was pungent. Why did they hurt these innocent people? Qin Feiyang gradually clenched his fists. Although he had only lived in Iron Ox Town for 5 years, he already had deep feelings for the people and things here. Moreover, most of the people living in Iron Ox Town were mortals who had no strength to truss a chicken. It was too much to not even let mortals go. In the end, he stopped in front of a dilapidated house. This was Zhao Shuanger's home. When he passed by this place on his way back, he took a few glances. Everyone had a simple smile on their faces. But now, everything was gone, and only ruins were left. Why? He walked in slowly, and corpses could be seen everywhere. Fresh blood flowed on the ground, still steaming. It was like hell, and it was a ghastly sight. Suddenly, he quickened his pace and walked to the front of an old man. The old man had white hair and was lying in a pool of blood. His body was pressed against a beam, and he was already dead. "Grandpa Zhao, I'm sorry, I'm late." Qin Feiyang squatted beside the old man, his face full of self-blame and guilt. The old man was Zhao Shuanger's grandfather. Ever since Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, Zhao Shuanger, and Feng Ling died, he did not take care of their families. For example, Ling Yunfei's mother, Lu Ji. For example, Luo Qingzhu's mother, Luo Qinxue, and Feng Ling grandfather. Although Feng Ling grandfather had died, he still remembered him in his heart. Only this old man, he had almost forgotten about him. In the past, he did not think much of it. But at this moment, when he looked at the old man's eyes and the bloody corpse, he could not help but feel regret in his heart. Why did he not think of this before? He only felt regret after losing it. Qin Feiyang slowly reached out his hand, closed the old man's eyes, and raised his head to look at the man in white and the invincible black army. "Today, none of you can leave." He suddenly roared and rushed to the sky with the billowing holy aura. Why is there Qin Feiyang here? The invincible Black Army, who was fighting with the man in white, had a trace of surprise in their eyes. At the same time, the man in white also looked at Qin Feiyang. He was not surprised at all. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, he turned around and flew away with lightning speed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a red sword energy surged out. 40 sword energies soared into the sky, and the few remaining invincible Black Army were wiped out. Blood dyed the sky. Boom! Then, he pointed his index finger in the air, and a beam of battle energy blasted into the Iron Ox town below. With a loud rumble, the entire Iron Ox town collapsed into the ground and turned into a giant tomb. I will bring his head back and bury it with you. Rest in peace. Qin Feiyang whispered. Then, he used the phantom steps and chased after the man in white. Wait for me. Chapter 1143. In the void. The man in white took a mysterious step, moving as fast as lightning. Although he seemed to be running for his life, if one looked carefully, they would find that there was not the slightest bit of panic on his face. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind. Lu Xingchen whispered, Brother Qin, he is a 6-star battle saint. His cultivation is 1 realm higher than ours, and he has mastered a perfect auxiliary battle art. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him. So what if he's 1 realm higher? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, activated the concealment art, and disappeared without a trace. Lu Xingchen was surprised. What was this guy doing in the castle? Could it be that the castle could also move? He did not know that Qin Feiyang had already mastered a battle art that could make him invisible. He only thought that Qin Feiyang had gone to the castle. At the same time, sensing that Qin Feiyang's aura had disappeared, the man in white also stopped and turned his head to look behind him suspiciously. But just as he turned his head, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen. He suddenly looked down and his expression changed. He saw a battle aura, like a sharp arrow, entering his lower abdomen at lightning speed. Blood immediately flowed out. What's going on? The man in white was bewildered. Lu Xingchen was bewildered. It was also at this moment that Qin Feiyang appeared and stood right in front of the white-clothed man. He was very close to him. Impossible. Your castle can't be moved at all. How did you do it? The man in white was shocked and angry. Qin Feiyang did not answer. He grabbed the man in white's neck and sneered, I want to see who exactly you are. How dare you pretend to be me, Qin Feiyang? After saying that, Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and stuffed it into the man in white's mouth. The man in white's face was suddenly filled with panic. Boom! But at this moment, in the forest below, a terrifying emperor aura emerged and instantly enveloped Qin Feiyang. At the same time that Qin Feiyang was imprisoned, a white light flashed out from the forest below and landed in front of Qin Feiyang like lightning. He grabbed the man in white and retreated. There's still someone else. And it's a war king. Qin Feiyang's eyebrows raised. His aura. His black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He forcibly broke through the emperor pressure that was imprisoning him. Then, he looked at the white off her face, but Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. He felt like he had seen this pair of eyes before, but he couldn't remember where. The woman in white spoke. Her voice was bone-chilling and emotionless. She was like a god of death. Then, she took Zhang Jin and left without looking back. Even the voice is familiar. Qin Feiyang muttered. With a thought, Yan Wei appeared out of thin air and said in a deep voice, take them down. Yes. Yan Wei responded with a respectful tone, as a powerful battle chi burst out from his body and sprang toward the white-shirted woman and her companion like a surging tide. There is indeed a war king hiding beside me. The woman in white's pupils shrank. She raised her slender arm and waved it in the air. Battle chi emerged and turned into a huge wave that swept across the sky. Boom! The two waves of battle chi collided. Puff! Yen Wei's body trembled and he retreated. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The woman in white's body was also trembling slightly. A mere one-star war king dares to behave atrociously in front of us. You really don't know what's good for you. Yen Wei's eyes turned cold. He executed the heavenly demon's 9 steps and charged towards the woman in white. The heavenly demon's 9 steps was not only a perfect support skill, it was also a perfect killing skill. In other words, this was a skill that was both offensive and defensive. With every step he took, his aura would increase tremendously. Even the air was trembling. At this moment, he was like a demon god descending to the world. His aura was extremely powerful. When he took the 4th step, both his speed and his aura had reached an unprecedented level. Boom! When he took the 5th step, he was like a god descending to the mortal world. He stepped on the woman in white's head. Immediately, a terrifying murderous aura enveloped the woman in white. Perfect battle skill. The woman in white's heart trembled. No matter what kind of battle skill it was a peak perfect battle skill. Boom! Whoosh! The woman in white waved her hand. Battle chi emerged and turned into a huge wave that surged forward. This battle skill. Qin Feiyang, who was not far away, looked at the huge wave that covered the sky and the earth. His brows were tightly knitted together. The battle skill that the woman in white used was only a superior battle skill. However, it gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Boom! Yen Wei's aura shook the heavens and the earth. Looking at the huge wave, his eyes were extremely sharp. Immediately, he took the 6th step. Accompanied by a deafening loud sound, the huge wave instantly disintegrated. He was unstoppable. Puff! The woman in white spat out a mouthful of blood. However, her eyes became colder and colder. Water-long sky. She let go of the man in white and roared. Her long hair danced wildly in the air. It was as if a female demon had appeared. Her murderous aura was monstrous. Boom! Battle chi poured out like a waterfall. Huge waves that covered the sky surged in the void above. It was as if this place had turned into a vast ocean. The destructive aura swept in all directions. Water-long sky. This is the 2nd move of the sunflower water art. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. The memories that had been sealed in his mind for a long time gushed out uncontrollably. How is this possible? It's actually her. His face was filled with disbelief. Humph. At the same time, Yen Wei snorted coldly. He simply and violently stomped his foot. This was the 7th step. Boom! This stomp was earth-shattering. The void distorted crazily as if it was about to crack. Several huge peaks nearby collapsed in an instant. Dust and smoke billowed and the rumbling was deafening. As for the huge wave, it was like a broken mirror. It cracked bit by bit until it finally disintegrated and dissipated between heaven and earth. Puff! The woman in white was sent flying. Blood gushed out of her mouth. Yen Wei also retreated a few steps. However, he only suffered a slight injury. After stabilizing his body, he immediately charged towards the woman in white. His aura was surging. Lu Xingqian's pupils contracted as he landed beside Qin Feiyang in a single step and said in a low voice, "This subordinate of yours is very strong." Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. His gaze was fixed on the woman in white. He said to Yen Wei, "I want her alive." Alive? Yen Wei was stunned. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, he wondered if this woman was an enemy of Qin Feiyang's in the past. Understood. He nodded slightly. His hand reached out and his battle chi turned into a huge wave that surged into the sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a huge hand that covered the sky appeared and grabbed towards the woman in white. "You're too naive if you want to capture me like this." the woman in white sneered. She waved her hands and waves of battle chi surged into the sky. Roar! In the blink of an eye, a water dragon that was hundreds of feet long appeared. Its ferocity was unparalleled. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly. He mumbled, "This is the third move of the sunflower water art, water dragon breaking the sky." Sunflower water art? Lu Xingqian was stunned. His face was filled with surprise. He stared at the woman in white and mumbled, "The sunflower water art is not her battle art." Could she be? That's right. If it's not a coincidence, then she must be the woman we know. Qin Feiyang said. The water dragon roared in the sky and pounced towards the huge hand. The huge hand that Yan Wei condensed was just a normal attack. The water dragon breaking the sky that the woman in white used was a superior battle art. Yan Wei was naturally no match for her. With a boom, the huge hand was destroyed on the spot. However, at the same time that the huge hand was destroyed, Yan Wei took the 8th step of the 9 steps of the heavenly demon. His aura was close to that of a 5-star combat emperor. The water dragon immediately shattered into pieces and turned into bubbles. Stop struggling. When I take the 9th step, you will definitely die. Yan Wei looked down at the woman in white like a king. His divine aura was inviolable. Then come and try. The woman in white placed her hands in front of her chest and quickly formed a seal. A destructive aura spread out. Stubborn. Yan Wei's gaze turned cold and he suddenly took the 9th step. His aura broke through the barrier and charged towards a 5-star combat emperor. The power of the 9 steps of the heavenly demon had been unleashed to the extreme. However, just as the woman in white was about to lose her life under his feet, she suddenly raised her head and a strong murderous intent burst out from her eyes. At the same time, a palm-sized mystic ice seal appeared between her hands and cold air billowed. The first style of the frost arts, ice seal. Although she shouted, the mystic ice seal broke through the air and swept into Yan Wei's feet. Yan Wei's expression changed immediately. He could clearly feel that when the mystic ice seal entered his feet, a shocking cold current suddenly swept through his entire body. His limbs began to stiffen. White snowflakes quickly appeared on his clothes, skin, and even his hair. These snowflakes emitted a terrifying cold air. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice formed on his body and he became a human ice sculpture. Frost arts, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yan Wei and the woman in white had the same cultivation, but she was able to seal Yan Wei in ice. This was enough to prove that this so-called frost arts was also a perfect battle art, and it was also a peak perfect battle art. The woman in white looked at Yan Wei with disdain and turned to Qin Feiyang, saying, "I believe you have already guessed who I am." Dong Qin. Qin Feiyang said. The woman in white sneered, "That's right, it's me." Are you surprised? Qin Feiyang was silent. Lu Xingqian looked at Qin Feiyang and asked Dong Qin, "Where have you been all these years?" Hee, Dong Qin laughed crazily. She took off her mask and revealed a face as beautiful as a flower. Dong Qin was once the pride of the inner palace. Her appearance was not bad, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was peerless. But right now, her face was filled with hostility and hatred. She looked at Lu Xingqian and said, "I went to hell, but I was not satisfied, so I came back from hell." Chapter 1144. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Back then, he wasn't afraid of Dong Qin, and now, he was even more afraid. However, Dong Qin's current cultivation made it hard for him to accept. He clearly remembered that Dong Qin had only broken through to the 6-star War Emperor when they fought in the temple's great gathering. At that time, his cultivation had also broken through to the 3-star War Emperor. All these years, he relied on the Gate of Potential and the purple gold dragon blood to barely break through to the 5-star War Saint. But Dong Qin had already stepped into the 1-star War Emperor realm. He wouldn't believe that Dong Qin's talent was better than his. Because he knew how Dong Qin's talent was. But how did she do it? Even if she opened all the gates of potential, it couldn't be so fast. Lu Xingqian's breakthrough to the 5-star war saint had already shocked him, but now Dong Qing's cultivation was even more unbelievable. You're no longer the Qin Feiyang from back then, and I'm no longer the Dong Qing from back then. It's still hard to say who will win now. Get ready to pay your debt. Dong Qing smiled coldly and her hands began to form seals again. A destructive aura rolled out from between her hands. Boom! However, at this time, an even more terrifying aura erupted. Qin Feiyang, Lu Xingqian, and the white-clothed woman all turned to look at Yan Wei. The aura came from Yan Wei, who was trapped in the ice sculpture. What's going on? The white-clothed woman was bewildered. Rumble. Yan Wei's aura became stronger and stronger, surging in all directions with earth-shattering momentum. The void and earth here began to tremble. Boom! Suddenly, the aura that erupted from Yan Wei actually broke through the shackles of the 1-star War Master and climbed to the 2-star War Master. He actually broke through at this time? The white-clothed woman and her companion were dumbfounded. Gotcha! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ice sculpture. As soon as this crack appeared, a chain reaction occurred, and tear marks continued to appear. In less than 3 breaths, the entire ice sculpture was full of cracks, as if it was covered with a layer of spider web. Not good. The white-clothed woman's expression changed. She turned around and dived in front of the white-clothed man. She grabbed the white-clothed man, opened a teleportation door, and entered it without looking back. Qin Feiyang, if you want to know why we're pretending to be you, then come to the ruins. The portal quickly disappeared. Dong Qing's voice echoed in the air for a long time. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang didn't try to stop Dong Qing because he couldn't stop her now. Land of Ruins, his eyes flashed slightly, and then he looked at Yan Wei again. Crack. Finally. Yan Wei broke out of the ice, his aura shaking the clouds. Congratulations. Qin Feiyang smiled. The stronger Yan Wei was, the more help it would be to him. Yan Wei rubbed his head and smiled innocently. He said apologetically, I'm sorry. I was too careless and couldn't make them stay. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and his eyes flickered. Lu Xingqian frowned. Brother Qin, why did Dong Qing ask you to go to the ruins? What kind of place is the ruins? Yan Wei didn't understand. Qin Feiyang said, the ruins is a place where not even a blade of grass grows. It's also a place of no return. A place of no return. Yan Wei's eyes trembled, and he said in surprise, isn't that a place of death? Qin Feiyang nodded. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a place of death, but it's not a problem for me. I've been there twice, but I can't figure out why they want to lead me to the ruins. Lu Xingqian asked in surprise, could it be that there are still secrets hidden in the ruins? Secret, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. No matter what the secret is, I have to go and see it. No. Dong Qing and the others clearly came prepared. If you go now, won't you fall into their trap? I think it's better to take the long view. Lu Xingqian advised. We can't guess what their purpose is. Only by going to the ruins can we find out the truth. As for you, there's no need to take the risk with me. Go back to the imperial capital to avoid being discovered and arousing suspicion. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingqian and said. Lu Xingqian pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile. Well, take care of yourself. When you come to the imperial capital next time, remember to come and find me. Let's go to the fragrant moon brothel for a few drinks. Qin Feiyang nodded. Goodbye. Lu Xingqian cupped his hands and said. Then he nodded and smiled at Yan Wei. He opened the portal and walked in. After Lu Xingqian left, Yan Wei whispered. This Lu Xingqian is not simple. You'd better be careful. Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked curiously. How is he not simple? Yan Wei shook his head. I can't say. It's just a feeling. Every time I look at him, I always feel like he's covered with a veil. He's unfathomable. You're right. Although I've known him for many years, I still can't see through him. Moreover, he's related to the Mu family of the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang said. What? Yan Wei was stunned. What kind of existence is the Mu family? They're actually related to the Mu family? After a few months of recuperation, it's time to stretch my muscles. The ruins, I'd like to see what's waiting for me. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He opened a portal and stepped into it. Yan Wei took a deep breath and followed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ruins. In the canyon, the wind was still howling, and the black tornado was roaring wantonly. The iron chain bridge above the canyon was rusty and swaying in the wind. No one knew how long it had been there. Whoosh! As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, he glanced at the iron chain bridge. He saw a man and a woman standing on the opposite side of the iron chain bridge. It was Dong Qing. They've already gone over. Yan Wei whispered. He looked at the storm in the canyon and frowned. That black storm actually gave him a great sense of danger. Go down. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and landed on the bridge. Then, without any hesitation, he stepped on the iron chain bridge. Yan Wei followed closely behind him, not daring to be the least bit distracted. The wind was howling, and the iron chain bridge kept swaying. It was like the sound of the Grim Reaper. Yan Wei looked down and frowned. What's under the canyon? Everything. People, beasts, jungles, glaciers, deserts, seas of fire, and so on. It's like an underground world. Qin Feiyang said. Yan Wei was surprised. It can't be. Even I don't dare to touch these black tornadoes. How did they survive? Qin Feiyang said, there's no storm under the canyon. I see. Yan Wei nodded. After a while, the two walked to the middle of the iron chain bridge. Standing there, they could clearly see Dong Qing and Yan Wei. The two stood side by side on the opposite side, looking at Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei with cold eyes. Suddenly, Dong Qing waved her hand, and a red sword appeared out of thin air. Yan Wei was stunned and quickly shouted, what do you want to do? Send you to hell. Dong Qing smiled coldly. She grabbed the red sword and slashed at the iron chain. Damn it. Yan Wei's face changed greatly. Don't panic. Although this iron chain bridge is rusty, it's very strong. Not to mention ordinary sharp weapons, I'm afraid even a sacred weapon may not be able to cut it. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Yan Wei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But as soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qing's sword slashed at the iron chain, and a loud clanging sound rang out. Sparks flew in all directions, and the iron chain was actually cut apart. What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. What level of sword was that? It was so sharp. But there was no time to look carefully. The iron chain broke, and the iron chain bridge shook violently. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei, who were standing on the bridge, suddenly lost their balance. However, the two of them were quick with their hands and quickly grabbed the other side of the iron chain to stabilize their bodies. How is it? Are you desperate now? Dong Qing grabbed the sword and looked at Qin Feiyang with sarcasm in her eyes. Desperate? Even if you cut off all the iron chains, you won't be a threat to me. Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. Then let's have a try. Dong Qing's eyes flashed. She raised the sword in her hand and slashed down with all her strength. Clang! In a burst of fire, all the iron chains were broken in an instant. The iron chain bridge immediately descended towards the canyon below, and the gravity that permeated the air above the canyon immediately surged towards the two of them. His life was hanging by a thread. Yan Wei couldn't help but panic. Grab me! Qin Feiyang shouted without looking back. He was calm and steady. Yan Wei quivered and immediately reached out to grab Qin Feiyang's shoulder. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and a rib appeared. When the originally dim rib bone came into contact with the surging gravity, it immediately blossomed with resplendent divine light. In an instant, the gravity disappeared. The black hurricane was also isolated by the divine light. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei stood in the sky above the canyon. The divine bone shone brightly like a full moon, shining in all directions. Dong Qing frowned. But suddenly, she smiled again and gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up from afar. She said, "Impressive. It seems like this is what you rely on to enter the ruins repeatedly. However, the real show is yet to come. If you have the ability, continue to chase after me." After that, she waved her hand and took the man in white to the depths of the ruins like lightning. The real show? Don't let me down. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and shouted, "Let's go." Yan Wei nodded and swept up Qin Feiyang. They turned into a ray of light and flew to the other side. This woman must be brewing some conspiracy. We must be careful. In front of absolute strength, no matter what conspiracy, it is like withered branches and withered leaves. It will be annihilated with a snap of the fingers. Qin Feiyang said. Yan Wei had already broken through to a 2-star combat emperor. In addition, he had 2 perfect battle arts. It was more than enough to deal with Dong Qing. As for the red battle sword in Dong Qing's hand, even if it was a divine weapon, he was not afraid. Because he also had a divine weapon. This divine weapon was Chang Shui. Chapter 1145. Entering the ruins, Qin Feiyang put away the ribs and looked back at the canyon. Without the iron chain bridge, the ruins would become a real cage in the future. No one would be able to enter, and no one would be able to leave. However, since Dong Qing dared to cut off the iron chain bridge, she should have some confidence. But what was her confidence? Was it the battle sword in her hand? Whoosh! The two moved as fast as lightning. Soon, Qin Feiyang saw a village. Qin Feiyang had a deep impression of this village. Because when he first entered the ruins, he came here and gave the villagers a lot of food. One of the children, in order to thank him, gave him a bamboo tube. However, the water in the bamboo tube was poisonous. But at that time, Qin Feiyang did not pursue it. Because he couldn't bear it. But at this moment, corpses were everywhere. Blood flowed on the ground, soaking the mountains and rivers. What's going on? Yan Wei was surprised. Qin Feiyang walked to a corpse, looked at it seriously, and said in a deep voice, "It died not long ago. It should be killed by Dong Qing. Why did they do that? What's the benefit of killing these innocent people?" Yan Wei said angrily. "I don't know. However, for these people, death may be the best relief." Qin Feiyang sighed. At that time, if it weren't for the old man's permission, he would have destroyed this place full of darkness and cruelty. Yan Wei glanced at the desolate land and fell silent. Indeed, it was better to die than to live in such a place. "Let's go," Qin Feiyang said. Yan Wei calmed down, looked ahead and frowned. "They have disappeared. How can we catch up?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and called out, "Wolf King, lead the way." Wolf King sniffed hard and said, "Straight ahead." Yan Wei immediately rushed forward with a man and a wolf. "Stop." But not long after, Wolf King suddenly shouted again. What happened? Yan Wei stopped in the void of space and looked at it suspiciously. Wolf King said, "Something's wrong. There's the smell of blood in the air on both the left and right." "It can't be." Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei looked at each other in bewilderment. "Absolutely," Wolf King said with certainty. Yan Wei asked, "Did they split up?" "Something's wrong. Their scent is indeed heading straight ahead," Wolf King said. Yan Wei said, "If they went straight ahead, then where did the bloody smell on the left and right come from? I don't understand either." Wolf King shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Yan Wei and said, "Let's split up and take a look. We'll meet here later." "Okay." Yan Wei nodded, turned around, and quickly disappeared to the left. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King rushed to the right. 100 breaths later, another village came into the sight of a man and a wolf, but the ground was also full of floating corpses, and the ground was dyed dark red. The strong smell of blood was nauseating. Wolf King ran to a corpse, only to see a fatal wound on the throat of the corpse. But the blood had solidified. Obviously, the corpse had been dead for a long time. It looked up at the other corpses and found that the time of death and the fatal wound were exactly the same as the corpse in front of it. How could this be? Wolf King muttered to himself and returned to Qin Feiyang's side, saying, "These people's faces are twisted and ferocious, and there's still fear in their eyes before they died. They should have seen something terrible when they were alive, and have been dead for a long time. It shouldn't be Dong Qing's doing. If it's not Dong Qing, who could it be?" Qin Feiyang's brows were tightly knitted. "I've carefully smelled the residual smell here, but the smell of blood here is too strong, and I can't catch the scent of the murderer. But there's still a smell of blood in the air ahead," Wolf King said in a deep voice. "Lead the way," Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King immediately ran forward. After a while, they saw another village, with hundreds of corpses lying on the ground. There was a fatal wound on the throat, and the blood had solidified and seeped into the ground. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, turned to look at Wolf King, and asked, "Still can't catch the scent of the murderer?" Wolf King shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and with a wave of his hand, the ground was suddenly torn apart, and the whole village was buried under the ground. Then he said, "Let's go and meet up with Yan Wei." After a while, Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei met up. Qin Feiyang asked, "How's the situation?" "I found a total of 6 villages, but all the people in the villages are dead, and no one is alive. I suspect that the people here should have been killed," Yan Wei said. The Wolf King asked, "Then do they all have a fatal wound on their throats?" "That's right. According to my observation, they all died from blood loss." Yan Wei nodded. Wolf King said, "How long have they been dead?" Yan Wei thought for a moment, and said, "The blood has solidified, it should be 2 or 3 days ago." Wolf King said, "We saw the same situation as you." "Damn bastard, who is so cruel?" Yan Wei was furious. Generally speaking, people with the cultivation of him and Qin Feiyang, even if all the people in the ruins were killed, they would not blink an eye. It was not that they were indifferent, but that they had long been used to it. Moreover, their hands were stained with blood, so they were not qualified to scold others. But the people here were all bleeding to death because their throats were cut. This was obviously intentional. For an ordinary person, death was not terrible. After all, they only had a short lifespan of a few decades. But such a way of dying was torture. If this person is not crazy, then there must be some purpose. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Yan Wei said with hatred, "What purpose can there be? He must have gone crazy." Qin Feiyang said, "We can't judge too early. Let's continue to track." Yan Wei nodded, and led Wolf King and Qin Feiyang, turned into a stream of light, and exposed themselves in front. On the way, they did not encounter many villages, but without exception, all of them had suffered misfortune. Along the way, they did not find a single survivor. Time passed breath by breath. Half an hour later, a dilapidated ancient city in the distance entered the sight of 2 people and 1 wolf. On the city gate, there were 3 ancient words engraved. "Wohu's City." Wolf King said, "We're back again." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. When they first came to the ruins, they also came to Wohu's City and made a big scene in the city. But now Wohu's City was even more dilapidated than before. As far as the eye could see, the city walls were full of holes. The buildings in the city were also dilapidated. Coupled with the dim sky, from afar, it looked like a gloomy ghost city. There was no one guarding the city gate, and it looked incomparably deserted. I really didn't expect that such a backward place would exist in the prosperous and glorious Great Qin Empire. Yan Wei took a deep look, turned to Qin Feiyang, and asked, "How long has this place existed?" According to the ancient records, the ruins already existed at the beginning of the Great Qin Empire. So the ruins should be left behind by the previous dynasty, Heavenly Sun Empire. It has been at least 10,000 years since then. Qin Feiyang said. So long? Yan Wei frowned, and said, "The people living here are really pitiful." Not necessarily. Many people here used to be subjects of the 9 states and 18 counties, but because they committed many evil deeds, they were hunted down and had nowhere to go, so they fled here. Only those who were born here are really pitiful. Wolf King said. Yan Wei looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "I really don't understand why the emperors of the Great Qin Empire would allow such a place to exist for so many years. I used to be very puzzled, but when I met a person, I realized that there were many powerful saint beasts sealed here. Unless it was a last resort, the ruins should not be destroyed." Qin Feiyang said. This person was naturally referring to Renduxing. "Who is it?" Yan Wei said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "It's a long story. We might meet him this time. When we meet, I'll introduce him to you." "Okay." Yan Wei nodded. While talking, the 2 men and 1 wolf were getting closer and closer to Wohu City. Suddenly, Wolf King's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "There's the smell of blood." The smell of blood. Could it be that the people of Wohu City have also met with misfortune? Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei looked at each other and immediately sped up. What a strong smell of blood. The closer they got, the heavier Wolf King's gaze became. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei also smelled the smell of blood. More than 10 breaths later, they finally landed on the city wall and scanned the scene in the city. Their eyes were filled with shock. The entire Wohu City was littered with corpses. There was not a single person. Blood flowed on the ground like a stream. The bloody scene was like an Azura hell. It was terrifying. Yan Wei said, "The blood hasn't coagulated yet. It should be Dong Qing's doing." "Why? Why would she do that?" Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly together. Wolf King's eyes suddenly trembled, and he said in surprise, "No, didn't you notice a very serious problem?" "What problem?" The 2 looked at her in surprise. Old Yen is now a 2-star battle ancestor, 1 small realm higher than Dong Qing. And although Dong Qing has mastered a perfect auxiliary battle art, Old Yen is also using the demon 9 steps to bring us along. Moreover, it will take her time to kill these people. Logically speaking, we should have caught up with her long ago. But until now, we haven't even seen her shadow. Wolf King said. That's right. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei suddenly came to a realization. What was going on? Yan Wei seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled slightly, and he said, "Could it be that she has mastered a divine art?" Divine art. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King's eyes narrowed. Wolf King shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. The divine art is not a cabbage. How could she have it? I would rather believe that she had hidden her cultivation before. It seems that we can't underestimate this woman." Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. Chapter 1146. Let's go. Wolf King shouted. Today, no matter what, they must find Dong Qing and get rid of her. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. On the following journey, the 2 men and 1 wolf did not delay at all. Even if they encountered towns and villages that were massacred, they did not stop at all. At noon, they finally arrived at the royal city in the land of ruins. However, the originally bustling royal city was dead silent at this moment. Millions of corpses were lying in the city. Blood dyed the land within a radius of hundreds of miles. In the void, a bloody mist filled the air, and the smell of blood was pungent. And the way they died was the same as the people in other places, their throats were cut. Those pairs of eyes were wide open, full of fear and despair. "You animals, get out of here!" Yen Wei roared. There were many people who had died in his hands, but he had never tortured anyone like Dong Qing. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. They stood at a commanding height and had a panoramic view of the entire royal city, but except for the corpses on the ground, they did not see anyone else. There was no trace of Dong Qing and the man in white. Qin Feiyang looked down at Wolf King and asked, "Are you sure they came to the royal city?" "I'm sure." Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang glanced at the royal city and said gloomily, "Then they must be hiding somewhere." While speaking, with a thought, Lu Hong and the others appeared one after another. Looking at the bloody purgatory-like scene in front of them, everyone's face could not help but turn pale. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Find them, even if you turn the land of ruins upside down, find them for me." "Understood." Lu Hong nodded. Everyone immediately scattered in all directions. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Wait." "What?" Everyone stopped and looked back at him suspiciously. "Dong Qing hates me to the bone. If she is really hiding in the dark, she will definitely not let you go. Viper and Dan Wangkai stay here, the rest go to the castle." Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Lu Hong, Fatso, and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other and returned to Qin Feiyang helplessly. Although they all wanted to help, they had no choice. Qin Feiyang was telling the truth. Once they split up and were ambushed by Dong Qing, given their cultivation bases, they would be dead for sure. Death was not a big deal. What worried him the most was that Dong Qing would use them to threaten Qin Feiyang instead of killing them. In this way, they wouldn't be helping Qin Feiyang, they would be dragging him down. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent everyone to the castle. Then, he looked at Yen Wei, Dan Wangkai, and Viper and reminded them, "Be careful." Then, he raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. Battle chi gushed out and condensed into Dong Qing's illusory figure. Because Dan Wangkai and Viper had been in the castle, they did not know what Dong Qing looked like. After remembering Dong Qing's appearance, Dan Wangkai and Viper and Yen Wei turned around and each went in a direction, starting a carpet search. Yen Wei did not say anything. A 2-star combat emperor was enough to protect himself. Dan Wangkai was now a 1-star combat emperor, so protecting himself was not a problem. As for Viper, although he was still a 9-star combat saint, he had mastered all kinds of perfect occupation and forbidden techniques. It was no exaggeration to say that he had the ability to kill a 1-star combat emperor. So, even if Dong Qing hit her cultivation base or mastered a divine art, it would not be a problem to delay for a while. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at Wolf King, frowning. "Can you smell them now?" "There is no other way." Wolf King shook his head. This place was full of the smell of blood. Even if Dong Qing stood behind it, it would not be able to smell Dong Qing. "Let's go look for them too," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Time passed by bit. About an hour later, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King returned to the center of Monarch City. But Yen Wei and the other two had not returned yet. They waited quietly. Another hour passed. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, the three of them returned one after another. "How is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I didn't find anything." Yen Wei shook his head. "Me too." Dan Wangkai said. "Same." Viper followed. Wolf King immediately flew into a rage and roared, "I don't believe that they will disappear from the face of the earth." Qin Feiyang glanced at it, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his face was full of surprise as he looked at Wolf King and said, "Did they go to the canyon below?" Wolf King said, "There are storms all around the canyon, how did they go down?" Qin Feiyang thought, since Dong Qing dared to cut off the iron chain bridge, it means that she must have something to rely on, suddenly. A firm light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Let's go to the canyon to take a look." "Feiyang? Why are you here?" However, just as Qin Feiyang and the others were about to leave for the canyon, a strange voice sounded in the sky. "Who is it?" Yan Wei and the other two immediately looked up, looking extremely vigilant. This voice, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were stunned, and a trace of joy climbed up their faces as they quickly looked up. Immediately, they saw a middle-aged man standing in the sky. The middle-aged man was about 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, wearing a black robe, and his face was weather-beaten. White hair could be clearly seen on his temples, full of vicissitudes of life. And the most eye-catching thing was between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. There was a crescent-shaped mark between his eyebrows. "Uncle Ren," Qin Feiyang affectionately called out. "That's right. This man was Ren Wushuang's father, Ren Duxing." Swish. Ren Duxing glanced at Yan Wei and the other two, and with a flash, landed in front of Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, and said with a smile, "Long time no see." Wolf King laughed, "It has been a long time, how is it? Did you miss us?" "Of course." Ren Duxing rubbed Wolf King's head lovingly. "Young master, he is?" At this time, Viper and the other two walked over and looked at Ren Duxing suspiciously. "Young master?" Hearing how Viper addressed Qin Feiyang, Ren Duxing was also quite surprised. Qin Feiyang waved at Viper and the other two and smiled. Come, let me introduce you. This is Ren Duxing, a very amazing person." Viper and the other two were stunned, and the curiosity in their eyes was even stronger. They all knew what kind of person Qin Feiyang was. Ordinary people could not enter his eyes at all. However, at this moment, he actually said that the person in front of them was a very amazing person, and his words were full of respect, which was a bit unbelievable. At the same time, hearing Qin Feiyang's introduction, Ren Duxing smiled helplessly, looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. "What amazing person, it's not as exaggerated as you said." "Exaggerated? I have never admired anyone in my life, except for Uncle Ren," Qin Feiyang said. "The more you say, the more ridiculous it is." Ren Duxing rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't you going to introduce them?" Qin Feiyang patted his head and smiled. "Look at my brain, I forgot when I was happy. Uncle Ren, they are all friends I made in Forgotten Continent. Nice to meet you three." Ren Duxing cupped his hands and smiled. "Nice to meet you." Viper and the other two also cupped their hands and returned the greeting with smiles on their faces. However, what made them so happy was not because they got to know Ren Duxing. It was because when Qin Feiyang introduced them to Ren Duxing, he called them friends. Although it was just a title, they felt very comfortable in their hearts. Because this meant that Qin Feiyang did not treat them as subordinates. After a simple greeting, Ren Duxing frowned and glanced at the corpses in Royal City. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Feiyang, Uncle Ren knows that you have long had the idea of destroying the ruins, but isn't it too cruel for you to do this?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. "Wait. You don't think that we killed these people, do you?" Wolf King said. "Who else here besides you?" Ren Duxing asked. Faced with Ren Duxing's question, Wolf King was speechless for a moment. Because if it was him, he would also have the same suspicion. After all, they were the only ones here. Qin Feiyang sighed. "Uncle Ren, these people were not killed by us." "No?" Ren Duxing frowned and said, "Then who was it?" "Dong Qin." Qin Feiyang said. "Dong Qin?" Ren Duxing was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "Are you talking about the little girl of the Dong family?" "That's her." Qin Feiyang nodded. "How is this possible? Although I left the city a long time ago, I have seen her when she was a child. With my understanding of her, it should be impossible for her to do such a thing." Ren Duxing found it a little hard to accept. People change. In short, now she has lost her mind. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not show any sign of lying, Ren Duxing's face darkened slightly and asked, "What the hell is going on? Quick, tell me the details." Qin Feiyang nodded. He told her everything that had happened in Iron Bull Town and the ruins. After listening, Ren Duxing sighed incessantly. He shook his head and sighed. I really didn't expect that the innocent and lively little girl back then would actually turn into such a person. It's really as the saying goes, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. After saying that, Ren Duxing asked again, what about the old man and Schwanger? Are they all right now? Qin Feiyang hesitated and said, the old man also went to the imperial capital. Everything is fine for now. For now? Ren Duxing was stunned. He frowned and asked, did something happen? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and hesitated. Ren Duxing said with a smile, you don't have to worry about anything, tell me the truth. All right. Actually, I am the son of the current emperor. Because of me, the old man and my sister were somewhat implicated, but it has been solved now. Qin Feiyang said truthfully, his face full of self-blame. The son of the current emperor? Ren Duxing looked at Qin Feiyang with a dumbfounded expression. Qin Feiyang nodded, then smiled bitterly and said, but for some reason, not only have I broken away from the relationship of father and son, but also to the point where you die and I die. In short, since I entered the imperial capital, a lot of things have happened, and I can't finish it in a short time. Ren Duxing patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, although I don't know what you have experienced all these years, I firmly believe that there is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. I believe it too. Chapter 1147. Ren Duxing smiled and said, so this time you entered the ruins mainly to chase after Dong Qing and the person who impersonated you? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked suspiciously, why did Uncle Ren come to Torta City? I also smelled the blood, so I came up to have a look. But I didn't expect that such a cruel thing would happen. Ren Duxing said. He hated evil as if it were his enemy. Yen Wei said, it's the first time I've seen such a cruel person in my life. But I don't know where they are hiding now. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something. He looked at Ren Duxing and asked, Uncle Ren, have you been in the canyon below all the time? Yes. Ren Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then did you see them enter the canyon? No. Ren Duxing shook his head and said, but with the source of power, should be able to sense their aura. You can sense it? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and then overjoyed. Wait a moment. Ren Duxing said and closed his eyes. Qin Feiyang and the others could clearly sense that an obscure force, with Ren Duxing as the center, was spreading in all directions. Time passed breath by breath. About 100 breaths. Ren Duxing opened his eyes and there was a trace of confusion between his eyebrows. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Ren Duxing said, I did sense two strange auras in the canyon below, but, speaking of this. Ren Duxing frowned. But what? They looked at him in surprise. Ren Duxing said, it seems that something is blocking my search and I can't sense their location. This, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Wolf King suddenly said, is it because of Dong Qing's sword? It's possible. That sword can even cut through the iron chain bridge. It's definitely not an ordinary sword. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. This was even more troublesome. He had been to the canyon below with Lu Xingchen before, so he knew how big it was. If he couldn't pinpoint Dong Qing's current location, then finding them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked at Ren Duxing and said, Uncle Ren, take us to the canyon. No. Ren Duxing shook his head. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. Ren Duxing said, do you still remember that I told you before that the 4 great sacred beasts are sealed below? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I was the one who released the sacred monkey. What I want to talk about is the sacred monkey. In the past, when it was first released, it was only a battle saint, but now, it's already a battle emperor. Ren Duxing said. So fast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not fast at all. That's because it was originally a demigod vicious beast. It was only because it had sealed itself all these years that its cultivation fell to Battle Saint. And for an existence like it that sealed itself, when it breaks out, it doesn't need to start from scratch. As long as it absorbs enough essence, its cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Ren Duxing said. A demigod beast, Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. This was too shocking. Ren Duxing said, the 4 great sacred beasts of the Grand Canyon used to be Mu Tianyang's 4 great sacred beasts. Each of them has unparalleled combat strength, and they're not something you can deal with now. Qin Feiyang asked, what about the other 3 great sacred beasts? Ren Duxing said, the other 3 great sacred beasts are the sacred python, sacred eagle, and sacred lion. They're still sealed. Qin Feiyang said, in other words, they're only battle saints now. Yes. Ren Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then let's do it this way. Before they wake up, let's get rid of them first. That's what I think too. There's also that sacred monkey. If we don't think of a way to get rid of it now, we'll have no chance when its cultivation gets stronger. Wolf King said. Ren Duxing was stunned and said in surprise, are you confident in getting rid of the sacred monkey? Qin Feiyang asked, what's the sacred monkey's cultivation level now? Ren Duxing shook his head and said, I'm not sure. In short, it's very strong. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and sneered, although it's no longer the sacred monkey of the past, I'm no longer the Qin Feiyang of the past. As long as its cultivation hasn't recovered to its peak state, I'm confident in getting rid of it. That's good. These 4 great sacred beasts have always been a big problem for me. In the past, I've thought of getting rid of them while they're sealing themselves, but those 4 great sacred beast emperors are protecting them at all times with countless fierce beasts. Although my strength is getting stronger day by day, they're also getting stronger. I can't find a chance at all. In the end, it's still because my cultivation is too weak and too incompetent. If it weren't for the fact that I've obtained Mu Tianyang's inheritance, I'm afraid I would have died in their hands. Ren Duxing sighed. Qin Feiyang secretly let out a long sigh. Frankly speaking, Ren Duxing suffered more than anyone else in the world, but he was also more noble than anyone else. In order to protect the thousands of creatures in the spiritual state, he had been guarding this place. He couldn't even visit his biological daughter and father. Who could compare to this kind of responsibility and breadth of mind? The Wolf King asked, after we eliminate the 4 great sacred beasts, will you be able to leave the ruins? Yes. After eliminating them, I can destroy the source of power and leave this place. But not only do we have to eliminate the 4 great sacred beasts, but we also have to kill the 4 great sacred beasts guarding them and the other fierce beasts in the Grand Canyon. Ren Duxing said. Qin Feiyang nodded. He had experienced the 4 great sacred beast emperors and other fierce beasts before, and they were ferocious by nature. If they were allowed to escape, the spiritual state would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. No. Not only the spiritual state, but the 18 counties in the 9 states would probably face a life and death catastrophe. This is no small matter. Are you really confident? Ren Duxing asked again. Qin Feiyang nodded heavily. Ren Duxing gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll take you to the Grand Canyon now, but don't alert the sacred monkey first. Let's get rid of the sacred eagle and the others without anyone knowing. No problem. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to Wolf King and Viper, saying, you guys go to the castle first and be prepared for battle at any time. Understood. The 2 men and 1 wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the 2 men and 1 wolf to the castle. Then, he looked at Ren Duxing and said, we can move now. Ren Duxing took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, let's go to the sacred lion's nest first. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept up Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei and rushed towards the Grand Canyon. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang said, Uncle Ren, there's a question that I can't figure out. Since the sacred monkey has already broken out of the seal, why didn't it help the other 3 sacred beasts break out of the seal? Renduxing shook his head. I'm not sure either, maybe it's not the right time. At this time, Yen Wei said again, I also have a question in my heart. Please speak. Renduxing said. Yen Wei said, what exactly is the source of power that you're talking about? It's very complicated. I'll explain it to you simply. The storm in the canyon, as well as the gravity, all come from the source of power. In other words, the source of power is equivalent to a control mechanism. Renduxing laughed. Yen Wei said, so you're saying that if you control the source of power, you can control those storms and gravity? Yes. Renduxing nodded. That's strange. Yen Wei frowned. What's strange? Renduxing did not understand. Qin Feiyang also looked at him suspiciously. Since you can control those storms and gravity, why don't you just use those storms and gravity to kill them? Even I am afraid of the destructive power of the storm and gravity. It should be very easy to get rid of them. Yen Wei said. Qin Feiyang was startled for a moment, then suddenly said, that's right, Uncle Ren, why don't you do that? If I could do that, I would have done it a long time ago. Renduxing laughed bitterly. What's the reason? Qin Feiyang and Renduxing did not understand. Renduxing said, cultivation. Cultivation? Qin Feiyang and Renduxing looked at Renduxing suspiciously. If they didn't look, they wouldn't know. However, what scared them wasn't how high Renduxing's cultivation was. On the contrary, Renduxing's cultivation was lower than they had imagined. He was only a mere 5-star war master. Renduxing laughed. Feiyang, are you very disappointed? Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't disappointed. He remembered that when he saw Renduxing in the past, the impression that Renduxing gave him was that other than being great, he was also unfathomable. But he didn't expect him to be so weak. Renduxing shook his head and laughed. It's not that I'm too weak, it's that you've grown too quickly. If you were still the War Emperor, I would still be unfathomable in front of you. Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly. This was the truth. Let's get back to the main topic. Although I have control of the source of power, due to my cultivation, I am unable to truly control the gravity and storm. I can only travel through the gravity and storm at will. Renduxing said. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. But then, he suddenly frowned and said, that's not right. When my sister and I left the ruins, you seemed to have controlled the storm to intercept us? Yes. But that wasn't actually control. I used my battle chi to push those storms in front of you. Renduxing laughed. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Yen Wei said, since this source of power is so terrifying, can we not destroy it? That's right. If we can take it away, it will definitely become a great killing weapon. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. You're too greedy. There are some things that we can't get just because we want them. Furthermore, I'm not interested in anything else right now. I just want to leave this place and reunite with Shuang, and the old man. Renduxing said. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said in a low voice, believe me, I will, and it won't be long. Of course I believe you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you down. Renduxing laughed. During the conversation, the 3 of them had arrived at the top of the canyon. Without a moment's delay, Renduxing took Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and turned into a stream of light, directly entering the storm in the canyon. The storm full of destructive aura whistled around them, but it didn't cause them any harm. How magical. Yen Wei's eyes lit up. Chapter 1148. With Renduxing around, there was no danger in the storm. Very smoothly, the 3 of them passed through the storm and descended into the canyon below. A sea of fire entered their line of sight. Looking around, as far as the eye could see, it was all raging flames. This place was like a big furnace. Even Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei could feel the burning sensation. It's really an underground world. Yan Wei looked at all this with a dumbfounded expression, feeling as if he was dreaming. That's not right. However, Ren Duxing scanned the sea of fire, his eyes full of surprise. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Ren Duxing said, there were originally many fire dragon lions here, but why can't I see even one now? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and hurriedly lowered his head to look at the sea of fire. He was not unfamiliar with this place, because he and Lu Xingchen had been here before. Indeed, as Ren Duxing said, there were many fire dragon lions here. But now, looking around, other than the burning flames, there was not even a ghost. It was dead silent. I have an ominous premonition. Come with me quickly. Ren Duxing's face was as calm as water, turning into a stream of light and rushing forward. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Very quickly, a mountain peak entered the sight of the three. The mountain was not high, about 100 feet, but in the flat sea of fire, it was extremely eye-catching. The mountain peak was crimson red, surrounded by flames. From afar, it looked like it was made of magma. Whoosh! Ren Duxing led Qin Feiyang and the other two and landed directly on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was as flat as a mirror, as if it was cut by an axe, and in the middle of the mountain peak, there was a tunnel entrance. Ren Duxing walked quickly to the entrance of the tunnel, and said in a deep voice, that Saint Lion is sealed below, but, speaking of which. Ren Duxing raised his head and scanned the mountain peak, the uneasiness on his face growing stronger. But what? Qin Feiyang frowned. The Lion King of the Guardian Sacred Lions usually guards this entrance. But now, not only have the other fire dragon lions disappeared, even the Lion King is gone. I can't help but suspect that something might have happened while I was away. Ren Duxing said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, you mean, before you went to Royal City, everything was normal here? Yes. Ren Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he shouted, quickly go down and take a look. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yan Wei swept up the two of them and rushed into the tunnel like lightning. Inside the tunnel, heat waves surged. Not long after, Qin Feiyang and the other two were sweating profusely. But as they went deeper, the heat waves gradually disappeared and were replaced by a trace of coolness. However, gradually, the coolness turned into coldness, and the temperature underground became lower and lower. After going down for an unknown number of meters, the three of them finally arrived in front of an ice cave. Inside the ice cave, cold air lingered, and the cold current was bone-chilling. The three of them stepped into the ice cave and were immediately dumbfounded, only to see that there was nothing in the huge ice cave. But in the middle of the ice cave, there was a pile of broken ice. Looking at the pile of ice, Ren Duxing's face instantly became gloomy to the extreme, and said, sure enough, something happened, the Saint Lion has been unsealed. So the Saint Lion was frozen here. And those broken pieces of ice were the ice that sealed it. It must be Dong Qing. Yan Wei said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Ren Duxing and said, quickly sense if there are any changes in the other areas. Okay. Ren Duxing nodded and closed his eyes. Yan Wei glanced at Ren Duxing, walked to Qin Feiyang's side, and asked in a low voice, how many areas are there here? 4. Forest, sea of fire, glacier, desert. The fierce beast in the forest is the black stone ape. The fierce beast in the sea of fire is the fire dragon lion. The fierce beast in the glacier is the snow eagle. And the fierce beast in the desert is the flying sand python. Qin Feiyang said. Yan Wei was stunned, and asked puzzledly, these fierce beasts are not rare, but why are you all so surprised? It's indeed nothing in the Forgotten Continent, but in the Great Qin Empire, it's very rare. Maybe it's because of the battle that year, these fierce beasts went extinct. Qin Feiyang guessed. Which battle? Yan Wei was curious. Qin Feiyang said, the battle between my ancestor and the previous emperor Mu Tianyang, although I have not seen it with my own eyes, and there are no clear records in the history books, but I can imagine how terrifying the battle between the two gods of war is. Moreover, to overthrow an empire, it's inevitable that people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Yen Wei nodded his head in realization. Not good. At this time, Ren Duxing opened his eyes, and his eyebrows were full of worry. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ren Duxing said, I can't sense the situation in the canyon now. What is blocking all of this? Don't worry. With the storm and gravity, even if Dong Qing wants to take them out of the canyon, it will take a long time. Let's quickly go to other areas. Qin Feiyang comforted. Okay. Ren Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang shouted, Yen Wei. Yen Wei understood and slapped upward. The battle chi was like a dragon, roaring in all directions. With a loud bang, the whole mountain was instantly turned into ashes. Whoosh! The three of them immediately rushed to the next area. There was no one in the glacier. The snow eagles living in the glacier had all disappeared. In the ice cave where the sacred eagle was sealed, there was no trace of the sacred eagle, only a pile of broken ice. Then they went to the desert again. It was the same here. There was not a single ghost. It was like a land of death where not even a blade of grass grew. Qin Feiyang said, they are not in the three major areas, so they must be in the area of the sacred monkey. Jungle? Yen Wei murmured. Sure enough. When the three of them flew to the edge of the desert, they immediately saw groups of beasts gathering in the sky above the jungle. Fire dragon lion. Black stone ape. Flying sand python. Snow eagle. They were all here. They filled the entire void, and there were countless of them. As for their strength, there were weak martial masters and strong battle saints. The leaders were the four beast emperors. The Monkey King had 5 heads, each as big as a wash basin. 5 pairs of eyes, like copper bells, emitted a terrifying murderous light. The last time I was here, the Monkey King only had 4 heads. Qin Feiyang stood above the edge of the desert and looked at the Monkey King. The 4-headed Monkey King had the cultivation of a battle master, and the 5-headed Monkey King was a battle saint. And he also had a deep impression of this Monkey King. At that time, he and Lu Xingchen almost died in the hands of this Monkey King. He looked at the Sand Python King, Eagle King, and Lion King. He was no stranger to these 3 beast emperors. Although they are not strong, if they escape from the ruins and enter the spiritual state, there will definitely be rivers of blood. Yen Wei said. Ren Duxing said, yes, we must keep them all. Qin Feiyang nodded. But suddenly, he frowned. Although the 4 beast emperors and the beasts of the 4 major regions were here, he didn't find Dong Qing and Lu Xingchen, nor the 4 saint beasts among these beasts. Strange, where did they go? Qin Feiyang murmured. Ren Duxing also quickly noticed this, and his face was full of surprise. Gradually, the 3 of them found a very strange situation. They were above the edge of the desert without any concealment, but those beasts didn't seem to notice them, and they were all looking at the opposite cliff. Including the 4 beast emperors. What's the situation? The 3 of them looked at each other. One must know. They didn't hide their aura. These beasts should have noticed them before they got close, but why didn't they react at all? They are all looking over there, is there a deeper meaning? Qin Feiyang followed the gaze of those beasts. However, except for the cliffs, bushes, and weeds, he didn't see anything. No. Ren Duxing's eyes suddenly trembled. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ren Duxing pointed to a place halfway up the mountain and said, look over there, isn't there a cave entrance? Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei looked over, and there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. On the cliff, there was indeed a cave entrance. It was dark inside, but the cave entrance was very small, and there was a bush in front of it, so they didn't notice it before. Furthermore, the marks on the cave entrance were new. It was obvious that it had just been excavated. Not good. Suddenly, Ren Duxing's face changed. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were shocked. Ren Duxing said, I know where Dong Qing and Lu Xingchen and the 4 saint beasts went. Where? The two of them quickly asked. Follow me. Ren Duxing shouted. It's too late to find out now. However, at this moment, the Monkey King and the other beast emperors suddenly turned their heads and stared at Qin Feiyang and the other two. The other ferocious beasts also looked at the three of them in unison, their eyes filled with ferocity. Ren Duxing's eyes trembled, looking at the 4 beast emperors, and said in a deep voice, They really went in? Yes. The source of power has trapped us for so long, of course we have to destroy it before we leave. The Monkey King smiled coldly. What? They want to destroy the source of power? Qin Feiyang was shocked and quickly looked at the cave entrance and asked, Uncle Ren, is the source of power not with you? No. Ren Duxing shook his head. Qin Feiyang was shocked, haven't you already mastered it? Why don't you carry it with you? Him. The Monkey King smiled disdainfully and said, What kind of divine object is the source of power? With his strength, even if he has mastered it, he can't take it away. He can only destroy it. I won't let you succeed. Ren Duxing was furious. Is that so? Now that we are all gathered here, a mouthful of saliva from each of us is enough to drown you. How are you going to fight us? The Monkey King said contemptuously. So what if there are more of us? Yen Wei took a step forward, and a terrifying emperor's aura poured out from his body like a volcanic eruption. The Monkey King grinned and said, I know you're a combat emperor, but it's useless. Clang. Before his voice faded away. A shocking sword chi swept out from the desert below, rolling up yellow sand and slashing toward Qin Feiyang and the other two. Be careful. Yen Wei shouted. He pushed Qin Feiyang and the other two away with a palm and then used the Sky Demon 9 steps. In an instant, he took 9 steps. His aura soared to that of a 6-star combat emperor. Chapter 1149. However, not only was the sword chi not destroyed, but Yen Wei's leg and thigh were also torn into pieces by the sword chi. Fresh blood flowed out. Hiss. That heart-wrenching pain made Yen Wei suck in a breath of cold air. His face also showed a look of panic. The destructive power of this sword chi was several times more terrifying than he had imagined. If this continued, even his body would be torn into pieces by the sword chi. In the nick of time, he hurriedly flashed to the side and dodged the fatal blow. It can't be. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and Ren Duxing, who were not far away, were dumbfounded. A 2-star combat emperor's cultivation with the perfect 9 steps of the heavenly demon couldn't block a sword chi? Who exactly was it? So terrifying. You're really lucky. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice sounded from the desert below. Boom. Following closely, a white-clothed woman rushed out from the ground, causing a sandstorm to fill the sky. She landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two. It's you. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. That's right. This person was Dong Qing. He originally thought that Dong Qing had followed the 4 sacred beasts to destroy the source of power. He didn't expect her to be hiding here. Yen Wei consumed a healing pill and a regeneration pill. He stood in front of Qin Feiyang and shouted, You two go and stop the 4 sacred beasts. I'll stay here and delay her. You? No. Dong Qing raised her arm and shook her index finger. Her face was full of contempt. In her other hand, she was holding a crimson sword, which was extremely sharp. Yen Wei glanced at the red battle sword and said coldly, No matter what level of weapon you have in your hand, don't think of getting past me. You're overestimating yourself. Dong Qing smiled disdainfully and took a step towards Yen Wei. Her red battle sword buzzed and emitted a terrifying sword light. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He took out a rib and threw it to Yen Wei. Don't go all out. Just delay her. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and swept up Renduxing before flashing towards the entrance of the cave. Is he really okay? Renduxing was bewildered. Don't worry, Qin Feiyang said. Even if there was a problem, they could only let Yan Wei stay. After all, only Yan Wei had the ability to contend with Dong Qing. At the same time, Yan Wei grabbed his ribs and rushed towards Dong Qing without hesitation. In an instant, the rib bone and the red sword collided in the air. Clang! A metallic sound exploded, resounding through the heavens and earth. A destructive aura spread out in all directions with the two as the center. The Monkey King and the other Beast Emperor's pupils shrank. They hurriedly led their subjects and fled without looking back. But even so, many beasts were still affected and died. Their blood splashed across the sky. For a moment, the place was filled with thunderous roars. At the same time, after the collision, Yan Wei and Dong Qing retreated several feet, their faces pale. Dong Qing immediately raised her eyebrows. This rib bone could compete with the battle sword in her hand? Yan Wei also lowered his head to look at his ribs. However, there was only a white mark on his ribs. Suddenly, his confidence skyrocketed. Swish! He looked up at Dong Qing and said, "The real battle begins now." He took the 9 steps of the heavenly demon again. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his aura pierced through the sky. He was like a god of war descending to the world. Dong Qing looked up at Qin Feiyang and Renduxing. Seeing that the two had rushed into the cave, she immediately frowned. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." She suddenly withdrew her gaze and stared at Yan Wei. Her cold eyes were like a poisonous snake, making one's scalp tingle. Clang! Crack! Rumble! A fierce battle began immediately. The two fought in the desert and the jungle. The sky was dark and the earth was dark, and the wind was strong. At the same time, using the phantom steps, Qin Feiyang brought Ren Duxing into a dark and gloomy passageway at lightning speed. Renduxing said anxiously, "Feiyang, before we get rid of them, we can't let them destroy the source of power." "I understand." Qin Feiyang's eyes were hazy. He asked, "How far is the source of power from here?" Renduxing said, "Not far. With your current speed, you'll arrive soon." Boom! But as soon as he finished speaking, a deafening sound came from the depths of the passage. The ground suddenly trembled violently. "Oh no, they've already started." Renduxing's expression changed. Qin Feiyang was also anxious. Suddenly, a cold light burst out from his eyes. With a thought, Viper and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. He shouted, "Go out immediately and kill all those descendants." As long as they killed those descendants outside, even if the source of power was destroyed by the 4 sacred beasts, it wouldn't affect them much. Understood. Wolf King and Viper looked at each other. Murderous aura immediately surrounded them as they turned and rushed out. Qin Feiyang also led Renduxing and continued to fly into the depths. "Little poisonous snake, your brother's blood is already boiling. Don't fight with your brother later." The Wolf King's domineering voice reverberated through the tunnel. "Don't worry, Brother Wolf. I'll support you with all my strength. I guarantee that you'll have fun killing. But don't forget to take care of your little brother in the future." Viper's flattering voice also sounded. "You're quite sensible. Your brother likes it." Wolf King laughed and warned again, "But later, you have to be careful of the winged sand python's venom. Little Qin Zi almost died under that venom." "Is that so? Then I'll give it a try." Viper's tone was full of disdain. "Say, who do you think is stronger between the two of them? Is there a need to say? It's definitely Dong Qing. Hee, when Dong Qing kills him, Qin Feiyang will no longer have an expert to protect him. At that time, this emperor will definitely torture him. Yes. He must pay back the debt he owed in the past 100 times. Monkey King and the other 3 sacred beast emperors stood in the distance. Looking at the battle between Dong Qing and Yan Wei, they sneered again and again. They didn't realize that the god of death had arrived. "Huh, ants, your brother is here. Quickly kneel down and worship." Suddenly, a wild laughter resounded through the sky. Wolf King rushed out of the passage like a bolt of lightning. After glancing at Yan Wei and Dong Qing, he rushed toward Monkey King and the other 3 sacred beast emperors. Viper followed closely beside him. His skin, long hair, and even his eyes had turned green. He was like an evil spirit with poisonous gas soaring into the sky. Seeing a man and a wolf, Monkey King and the other 3 sacred beast emperors' fierce eyes were also filled with an astonishing murderous light. At the same time, in the distance, Dong Qing also looked at Wolf King and Viper. Her face suddenly changed and she angrily shouted, "You idiots, that man is a 9-star battle saint. Why are you still not running?" She also couldn't figure out why Qin Feiyang had so many experts hiding around him. Although a 9-star battle saint was vulnerable in front of her, for Monkey King and the other sacred beasts, it was undoubtedly a disaster. What? 9-star battle saint? Hearing Dong Qing's voice, Monkey King and the other 3 sacred beast emperors trembled. "Run!" Monkey King roared. The group of beasts gathered at the back were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They covered their heads and fled. "Run?" Viper laughed and used a perfect auxiliary technique. In a few breaths, he was above the group of beasts. Boom! That astonishing poisonous gas poured down like a waterfall. In a flash, a huge poisonous gas boundary was formed and trapped all the beasts inside, including Monkey King and the other 3 sacred beast emperors. "It's poisonous." Sand Python King's face changed. Viper glanced at the 4 sacred beast emperors and fixed his eyes on Sand Python King. He said, "I heard that even young master was almost killed by your venom. I'm really curious how poisonous your venom is. Then I'll show you." Sand Python King raised his head and roared. A terrifying wave of venom flooded the sky and rushed toward Viper. He had full confidence in his venom. Splash! Viper didn't dodge and was drowned by the venom. "You didn't dodge. You're courting death." Sand Python King sneered. In his view, Viper was already a dead man. But suddenly, Viper raised his arm and wiped the venom on his face. He looked down at Sand Python King contemptuously and shook his head. "Your venom is nothing but disgusting. How is this possible?" Sand Python King glared. Monkey King, Eagle King, and Lion King were also in disbelief. They knew better than anyone how terrible the venom of flying sand python was. Even a 9-star battle saint couldn't be unscathed. However, this human was covered in venom but still acted as if nothing had happened. "I can't do it. Kill him for me." Sand Python King shook his head crazily and roared. Boom! Splash! In a flash, all the flying sand pythons in the poisonous gas boundary opened their bloody mouths and spat venom. There were more than 100,000 flying sand pythons here. What kind of scene would it be if they spat venom together? It was hard to imagine. In short, at this moment, the void was full of venom. It was like a huge wave that covered the sky and rushed toward Viper. The contempt on Viper's face became stronger. Suddenly, his pores opened, and the poisonous gas of the venom was sucked into his body. At this moment, all the ferocious beasts stared at Viper in disbelief. Their eyeballs almost fell out. He actually took the initiative to absorb the poisonous gas of flying sand pythons. Is this guy still human? Comfortable. Then now, I'll let you have a taste of my poisonous gas. Viper's face was full of enjoyment. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but his aura had strengthened a little. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and thousands of strands of poisonous gas fell down. Like gangrene attached to the bones, it drilled into the bodies of those flying sand pythons. Hiss. At this moment, all the winged sand pythons howled in pain in the air. Their bodies were decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 5 breaths, only white bones were left and fell down. This sand python king was scared silly. Monkey King, Eagle King, and Lion King were also trembling in fear. How could a human have such a terrible poison in his body? Whoosh! At this moment, Wolf King entered the poisonous gas boundary. He was now a 3-star battle saint. Naturally, his speed couldn't keep up with the 9-star battle saint Viper. Chapter 1150. This. Sorry, I killed too many on a whim. Viper smiled embarrassedly and said, but I will leave the sand python king to you. It is a big fish. Wolf King looked at the sand python king and laughed. It is indeed a big fish. The sand python king's eyes turned cold. Such a disdainful attitude was simply a naked humiliation to it. But Wolf King turned a blind eye to the sand python king's cold eyes and joked, how can you be so stupid? You want to compete with Viper in terms of poison, aren't you looking for trouble? Bastard. Go to hell. The sand python king flew into a rage out of humiliation. Compared to the other winged sand pythons, its body was very small, only about 1 meter long, and its body was covered with yellow scales. Whoosh! At this moment, its body was shining brightly like a bright arrow, carrying monstrous anger, shooting toward Wolf King. Wolf King smiled disdainfully. After all these years, the sand python king's cultivation had also broken through, and it was now a 1-star battle saint. But for Wolf King, a 3-star battle saint, it was naturally nothing in his eyes. It stood up like a human, and its body expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic wolf appeared out of nowhere, and its holy aura roared in all directions. What? This momentum has surpassed us. The Monkey King, Eagle King, and Lion King all changed their expressions. A firefly's light wants to compete with the sun and the moon. You are overestimating yourself. Wolf King smiled coldly. He slapped with his claws, and even the battle aura was not seen. Accompanied by a painful roar, the sand python king was sent flying on the spot. Its body was split into 4 or 5 pieces, and blood splashed in the sky. Dead? Theta Wong was dumbfounded. Although the sand python king and wolf king were 2 small realms apart, it should not be killed instantly, right? Run! The monkey king suddenly roared. For a moment, the herd of beasts was in chaos, and they rushed toward the poisonous gas barrier one after another. However, the poisonous gas barrier was as solid as a rock. No matter how hard it was hit, it did not shake at all. Instead, it was the ferocious beasts that died one after another under the poisonous gas. I'll deal with you the same way you dealt with little Qin Zi back then. Despair. Wolf King laughed madly as he slaughtered in all directions. With the poisonous gas barrier in place, the Monkey King and the other beasts had nowhere to run. They could only wait for death in despair. Dong Qing's face sank as she watched the man and wolf slaughtering their way through the crowd. She glared at Yen Wei and said, I admit, I've underestimated you. It's good that you know. Yen Wei sneered. But even if you kill them all, it won't affect our plan in the slightest. Plan? Yen Wei's heart trembled as he asked suspiciously, what plans do you have? When you go to hell, the king of hell will tell you. Dong Qing's arm trembled as the crimson sword in her hand shot out 10,000 rays of sword chi towards Yen Wei. I'm afraid you're the one who's going to hell today. Yen Wei's fighting spirit soared to the sky. He raised his rib and violently smashed it towards the sword chi. Boom! Crack! Suddenly, the void in this place twisted and the ground sank. A wave of destructive air rushed out in all directions like a raging wave in the ocean, destroying everything. Whether it was Wolf King's slaughter or Yen Wei's fierce battle, both had reached the climax. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The canyon was shrouded in a tragic atmosphere. Boom! At the same time, the sound of bombardment at the end of the passage was also incessant. The sound of bombardment came from a grotto. The grotto was about 100 feet long. A black crystal was suspended in the middle of the grotto, spewing out wisps of black mist. Around the crystal stood 4 ferocious beasts and a white-robed man. They were crazily bombarding the black crystal. The man in white looked exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. Obviously, he was the man who slaughtered the invincible Black Army in Iron Ox Town. During this period, his Sea of Qi had been repaired, and his cultivation had returned to its peak state. The 4 ferocious beasts were a monkey, a snow eagle, a fire dragon lion, and a winged sand python. Among them, the monkey was the strongest. Its whole body was filled with Emperor's aura. That's right. It was the holy monkey that Qin Feiyang had released. The other 3 fierce beasts were undoubtedly the holy lion, holy eagle, and holy python. Their auras were similar. They were all 6-star battle saints. The man in white said in a deep voice, "I can already sense Qin Feiyang's aura. He's rapidly approaching. Everyone, let's work harder. Why are we afraid of him? With my current strength, killing him is as easy as slaughtering a dog." The holy monkey sneered. The holy eagle, holy lion, and holy python were also full of disdain. Although their current cultivation levels had already fallen to that of a 6-star battle saint, at their peak, which one of them wasn't a false god that struck fear into the hearts of others. Therefore, they looked down on Qin Feiyang from the bottom of their hearts. Is that so? However, before they could finish their words, a cold voice sounded. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang brought Ren Duxing and descended into the grotto. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The holy monkey's eyes suddenly surged with a strong murderous intent. Qin Feiyang glanced at the holy monkey indifferently. Then, he glanced at the man in white and the other 3 holy beasts. Finally, he looked at the black crystal and asked, "Uncle Ren, is that the source of power?" "That's right." Ren Duxing nodded. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank slightly. The aura of the black crystal wasn't strong, but it gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He also discovered that the black crystal was exactly the same as the 5-colored crystal in both shape and size. The only difference was their colors. One was black and shiny, while the other was colorful. "Damned human, hand over your life." The holy monkey was already filled with murderous intent. Now that it saw Qin Feiyang ignoring it, it was instantly enraged. It roared and its aura exploded. It raised its millstone-sized fist and punched towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the holy monkey. This guy's cultivation had actually recovered to that of a 3-star combat emperor. Swish! He grabbed Ren Duxing and dodged to the other side. Boom! The holy monkey punched the stone wall of the grotto, causing the entire grotto to tremble violently. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. It was no exaggeration to say that the holy monkey's punch was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. However, the grotto only trembled for a moment before sinking. Moreover, the place that was hit by the holy monkey only dropped a little bit of dust. Could it be that this grotto was the same as the God's Island and the Dragon Island, and had been tempered by someone's divine power? The holy beast retracted its fist and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. It sneered, "The 2-star combat emperor beside you should be held back by Dong Qing." "So what?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The holy monkey said, "Without the protection of the 2-star combat emperor, you still dare to come in. Aren't you courting death?" "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "You, a 3-star combat emperor, may not be able to threaten me." Arrogant. The holy monkey was furious. Its emperor's might was like a waterfall as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. "I'm serious. I heard from Uncle Ren that you have recovered to the combat emperor's strength. Actually, I was quite looking forward to it. However, I didn't expect that you would only be a 3-star combat emperor." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Dan Wangkai appeared. Boom! Dan Wangkai immediately waved his hand. His Emperor's Might roared out and collided with the Holy Monkey's Emperor's Might. With a loud bang, Dan Wangkai's body trembled and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After all, Dan Wangkai was only a one-star combat emperor. In terms of Emperor's Might, he was definitely not a match for the Holy Monkey. There's actually a combat emperor hiding beside you. The white-clothed man's pupils contracted. My foundation is not something you can imagine. Qin Feiyang coldly glanced at him. He then looked at Dan Wangkai and said, "Can you do it?" Dan Wangkai grinned. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "If I can't even deal with a 3-star combat emperor, am I still worthy of being one of the Azure Sea's 10 heroes?" Qin Feiyang laughed. Dan Wangkai looked at the Holy Monkey with disdain and said, "Little monkey, I heard that you're very powerful. If you have the guts, come out and play with me. Do we still need to go out? One punch, just one punch is enough to kill you." The Holy Monkey took a step forward with a ferocious might. His fist, which looked as if it was cast from divine iron, contained the power to destroy the world as it punched towards Dan Wangkai. "I'm afraid this little bit of power is not enough." Dan Wangkai shook his head and laughed. Boom! Suddenly, a golden domain appeared around his body. When this domain appeared, his aura crazily rose. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the shackles of a 1-star combat emperor and stepped into the 2-star combat emperor realm. However, it was not over yet. His aura was still rising. Boom! Finally, his cultivation forcefully broke through to the 3-star combat emperor realm. What's going on? The white-clothed man, the holy lion, the holy eagle, and the holy python all had a look of disbelief on their faces. Qin Feiyang was also extremely shocked. He asked in bewilderment, "This wouldn't be your forbidden technique, right?" "Yes. This is my forbidden technique, the Holy Light Domain. It can increase one's cultivation by 2 small realms," Dan Wangkai said. After saying that, his eyes became dazed. He raised his arm and sent a palm strike towards the Holy Monkey. Boom! The palm and the fist collided in an instant. The Holy Monkey was sent flying and crashed into the stone wall behind him. He immediately felt dizzy and saw stars. Strong. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. "You still dare to say that you can kill me in an instant?" Dan Wangkai looked coldly at the Holy Monkey. He waved his hand and forcefully pulled the Holy Monkey into the passage. "Human, you have completely angered me." The Holy Monkey roared angrily. The battle between a human and a beast unfolded in the passage. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the white-clothed man and the other 3 sacred beasts. He said with a smile, "It's our turn now. You are all 6-star battle saints. You won't disappoint me, right?" "We definitely won't disappoint you." The white-clothed man and the 3 sacred beasts looked at each other and laughed sinisterly at the same time. After saying that, the white-clothed man and the 3 sacred beasts unleashed their sacred aura and charged towards Qin Feiyang. "Uncle Ren, don't move." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. His battle aura appeared and formed a barrier to protect Ren Duxing. Immediately after, he took a step forward and activated the Soaring Dragon Art. His cultivation instantly soared to the 6-star Battle Saint realm. How is this possible? The white-clothed man was stunned. "Nothing is impossible when it comes to me." Qin Feiyang landed in front of the white-clothed man and sent out a palm strike. His battle aura surged and the palm strike was like thunder. "So what if you have the cultivation of a 6-star battle saint? You should know that we have 4 6-star battle saints here." The 3 sacred beasts were at the false god realm at their peak. The white-clothed man roared and furiously attacked Qin Feiyang. Chapter 1151. The 3 sacred beasts came at him from 3 different directions. Qin Feiyang had nowhere to run. But Qin Feiyang had no intention of dodging. He stood firmly in the air and glanced at the 3 sacred beasts. Crimson sword energy surged and 3 sword shadows appeared. They slashed at the three sacred beasts with an apocalyptic sharpness. Naive. The three sacred beasts sneered. Not only did they not dodge, but they also charged at the sword shadows. Clang. The three sword silhouettes slashed at the three beasts in succession. However, what happened next made Qin Feiyang flabbergasted. The sword shadows were invincible. However, when they slashed at the three sacred beasts, they did not cause any damage. They only cut off some of their hair. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and were filled with disbelief. At the same time, the three sacred beasts attacked Qin Feiyang with their various abilities. Pfft! Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood. He crashed to the bottom of the cave like a meteorite. His body was in unbearable pain. Although we are only 6-star battle saints, our physical bodies are still in peak condition. With your cultivation, even if you use a perfect battle art, you won't be able to hurt us at all. The sacred lion sneered. That's right. In front of an ant like you, we are like gods. We have immortal bodies. The sacred eagle laughed. Its pair of snow-white sharp claws were like deadly bone claws. They swiped at Qin Feiyang's head. Peak physical body, Qin Feiyang muttered. He stood up abruptly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Chang Shui appeared and slashed at the sacred eagle. Ah! The sacred eagle let out an anguished wail as its pair of sharp claws fell down. How is this possible? He can actually cut off the sacred eagle's claws? The white-robed man, the sacred lion, and the sacred python looked at the howling sacred eagle in the air. Their hearts were in turmoil. That's all there is to it. Qin Feiyang laughed. With the Chang Shui in his hand, he charged at the sacred eagle like a human-shaped dragon. I'll end your life first. Chang Shui was as white as jade and exquisite beyond compare. It was like a masterpiece from the heavens, but its sharpness was bone-piercing. A trace of panic appeared in the holy eagle's eyes. Don't even think about it. At this moment, the white-robed man, the holy python, and the holy lion roared at the same time and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Humph. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted and threw out 3 palms. Golden light burst out from his palms. Return formula. 1 man and 2 beasts were sent flying on the spot. The sacred python and sacred lion were better off. After all, their physical bodies were strong. However, the white-robed man's face turned pale as blood gushed out of his mouth. Qin Feiyang, is this all you've got? He stood awkwardly in the void, staring coldly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's nothing to be surprised about. After saying that, he took a step forward and continued to attack the sacred eagle. Huh, the man in white raised his head and laughed maniacally. Suddenly, he lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and laughed sinisterly, I'm sorry, but what you see of me is just the tip of the iceberg. Qin Feiyang frowned, stopped in his tracks, and lowered his head to look at the white-robed man. It's time to let you know my true cultivation. The white-robed man licked his lips, and his aura soared. 7-star battle saint. 8-star battle saint. 9-star battle saint. In the end, his cultivation had actually forcefully broken through to 1-star battle emperor. What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. Qin Feiyang, wake up. The white-robed man's long hair fluttered in the wind. Like a demon god, he instantly rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and slapped his palm on Qin Feiyang's chest. Puff! Qin Feiyang flew out horizontally and slammed into the stone wall. His entire body immediately emitted a heart-wrenching pain. He lowered his head to look at his chest. His chest had already caved in, and his flesh and blood were a mess. Even his heart had been split open. If he had not activated the battle formula, this attack would have killed him. Did you see that? This is true strength. Your cultivation is nothing. The white-robed man laughed as he stepped on Qin Feiyang's face with an arrogant expression. Powerful. Really powerful. I didn't expect there to be so many hidden powerhouses in the spiritual state. I was really ignorant in the past. However, Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, and a mighty dragon's aura roared out from his body. If you want to kill me with just this little bit of cultivation, then you are gravely mistaken. Emperor Prison. Qin Feiyang roared, and the purple gold dragon's soul roared out. Immediately, the entire stone cave turned into a prison. The holy eagle, holy lion, and holy python were all imprisoned here. The white-robed man was also shocked and quickly retreated. He raised his head to look at the purple gold dragon's soul, and his eyes were filled with shock. Qin Feiyang slowly stood up, and dragon blood splattered and stained the ground. He swallowed a heart protection pill and coldly stared at the white-robed man. Is a one-star combat emperor very strong? I will kill you all the same. It doesn't matter. The white-robed man shrugged. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. Looking at the white-robed man's calm expression, an inexplicable sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Because we have been planning for so long, and we have been waiting for this moment. The white-robed man chuckled. With a wave of his hand, a wave of battle aura appeared. However, this battle aura was not directed at Qin Feiyang, but at the purple gold dragon blood under Qin Feiyang's feet. Qin Feiyang looked down in surprise and saw the battle aura sweep up the purple gold dragon blood on the ground and immediately rush toward the black crystal. When the purple gold dragon blood sprinkled on the black crystal instantly emitted a black light. A terrifying aura burst out with a roar. In the end, the purple gold dragon blood was completely absorbed by the black crystal. In between the black light, there was a dazzling purple gold divine light. What's going on? Qin Feiyang's face was full of shock and confusion. The next moment, he saw something that made Qin Feiyang even more shocked. Clang! Whoosh! The black fog spewed out by the black crystal turned into a black iron chain that cut through the void like lightning and wrapped around the head of the purple gold dragon soul. Then, the iron chain quickly shrank and pulled the purple gold dragon's soul toward the black crystal. What's going on? Qin Feiyang looked at the black crystal and then looked at the purple gold dragon's soul. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He wanted to disperse the purple gold dragon's soul. However, he was shocked to find that he could not control the purple gold dragon's soul. Immediately, his body and mind trembled. Could this black crystal be the same as Wolf King's innate divine ability, which could deprive living creatures of their fighting souls? No, he shook his head crazily. The purple gold dragon's soul was his greatest reliance. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed fiercely. He grabbed Chang Shui and rushed toward the black crystal. He wanted to destroy this strange thing. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the man in white stood in front of Qin Feiyang and pushed with both hands. The battle chi rolled out like a torrent and blasted toward Qin Feiyang. Get lost! Qin Feiyang shouted. The return formula appeared again. The golden light was dazzling and collided with the battle chi. Boom! Qin Feiyang was blasted away on the spot and blood spurted out of his mouth. The skin on his arm was torn and the flesh was exposed. The man in white also retreated a few steps and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Feiyang. You're really powerful. If it's one-on-one, even if I'm a one-star combat emperor, I'm definitely not your opponent. But now. Speaking of this, he turned his head and looked at the black crystal. His eyes shone brightly. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly looked up and saw the purple gold dragon's soul being dragged into the black crystal by the iron chain. Damn it, Qin Feiyang roared. The purple gold dragon's soul disappeared and was swallowed by the black crystal. The man in white looked back at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Don't worry, your purple gold dragon's soul has not been taken away. Qin Feiyang was surprised and hurriedly looked inside his sea of qi. Sure enough, The purple gold dragon's soul that had disappeared reappeared in his sea of chi. He let out a long breath and looked up at the man in white. What exactly do you want to do? What do I want to do? The man in white murmured and then chuckled. The sacred eagle, sacred lion, and sacred python also laughed. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a purple gold light shield above the black crystal. But at this moment, the purple gold light shield was broken. And the moment the purple gold light shield was broken, the black crystal seemed to have gained freedom and kept spinning in the air. At the same time, a murderous and bloody aura surged out from the black crystal. Under this aura, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the man in white, or the three sacred beasts, there was an indescribable fear in their hearts. Feeling. It was like a demon was awakening. What exactly is it? Qin Feiyang whispered. The man in white looked at the black crystal and said, actually, it's not a source of power. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The man in white said without turning his head, it's called demon crystal. It's a demon comparable to a divine artifact. What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. It was not a source of power, but a demon, and it was comparable to a divine artifact? You're surprised, right? The man in white turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, actually, we brought you to the ruins not to kill you, but to let you unlock the seal on this demon crystal. Seal? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. You saw the purple gold light shield that appeared outside the demon crystal just now. That's the seal. The man in white said. Qin Feiyang said, what's going on? Why do I need to unlock the seal? The man in white said, because in today's world, only you can unlock it. Only me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. But that's not right. In this world, there are two people who can unlock this seal. The first is you, and the second is your ancestor. The man in white said. Say it clearly at once. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. It actually involved his ancestor. This matter was definitely not simple. Well, I'll say it directly. The seal on this demon crystal was set by your ancestor. And to unlock this seal, there are two necessary factors. The first is the purple gold dragon blood, and the second is the purple gold dragon soul. As long as one of these two is missing, the seal cannot be unlocked. Chapter 1152. Purple gold dragon blood, purple gold dragon soul, that's why you fought with me. On one hand, you made me bleed, and on the other hand, you forced me to activate the purple gold dragon soul, Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The white-robed man nodded. So, this is a trap. Qin Feiyang felt bitter in his heart. He looked up at the white-robed man and said, but I don't understand. Why do you want to break the seal of the demon crystal? Because we want the demon crystal. You've seen the power of the storm and gravity, right? They were born because of the demon crystal. It's no exaggeration to say that the demon crystal has enough power to destroy the world. As long as you get it, the destruction of the great Qin Empire will be just around the corner. The white-robed man laughed. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. You're Mu Tianyang's lackey. He should have known that the white-robed man was with the four sacred beasts and must be related to Mu Tianyang. The white-robed man chuckled. Don't make it sound so bad. I'm his subordinate. What's the difference between a subordinate and a lackey? Qin Feiyang sneered. Whatever you say. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the demon crystal is in our hands now. The white-robed man said. In our hands? Qin Feiyang sneered and said sarcastically, you're too naive. The demon crystal is already under Uncle Ren's control. Before Qin Feiyang finished, the white-robed man said, the naive one is not me, it's you. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The white-robed man said, yes, the demon crystal is indeed under Ren Duxing's control, but he's one of us. The three sacred beasts didn't hide the ridicule in their eyes. What? Qin Feiyang's body quivered. He turned around and looked at Ren Duxing, who was standing inside the battle chi barrier, as he asked, Uncle Ren, tell me, is this true? Ren Duxing looked at Qin Feiyang without saying a word. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, the battle aura barrier shattered. Then, he took a step forward and landed in front of the magic crystal. He raised his arm and spread out his 5 fingers. The magic crystal automatically fell into his palm. He stared at the magic crystal. At this moment, it was as if he had changed into a different person. The benevolence on his face had disappeared and was replaced by greed. Congratulations, my lord. The white-robed man and the 3 saint beasts exchanged glances before prostrating themselves in the air and worshipping Ren Duxing. Their expressions were incomparably respectful. My lord. Qin Feiyang trembled both physically and mentally. Could it be that what the man in white said was true? Ren Duxing was with them? No. Uncle Ren was definitely not that kind of person. He gazed at Ren Duxing's back, his heart filled with apprehension and a trace of anticipation. He was nervous. He was nervous that Ren Duxing would tell him that it was true. At the same time, he longed for it. He longed for Ren Duxing to tell him that everything the white-clothed man said was false. For a moment, the cave fell into a dead silence. It was unknown how much time had passed. Ren Duxing suddenly waved his hand and the magic crystal disappeared. Then, he slowly turned around and lowered his head to look at the white-clothed man and the 3 saint beasts. It's been hard on you all these years. Get up. Whether it was his tone or his expression, they were no longer as gentle as before. They were filled with indifference. Yes. The white-clothed man and the 3 saint beasts got up and stood respectfully behind Ren Duxing. Ren Duxing looked at Qin Feiyang. As for Qin Feiyang, the moment Ren Duxing spoke, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck his mind. All of this was true. Why? He slowly shook his head as if he had lost his soul. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Ren Duxing and did not have many interactions, Ren Duxing's kindness and righteousness had deeply touched him. Therefore, he had always regarded Ren Duxing as a great hero. In addition to his relationship with Ren Wuxuang, he also regarded Ren Duxing as a respected elder. Moreover, his character was also deeply influenced by Ren Duxing. In the past, when he was expelled from the capital, he hated the emperor, hated the great Qin Empire, and hated everything. This hatred was almost distorting his humanity. Until he met Ren Duxing. Watching Ren Duxing sacrifice his life for the sake of protecting all living beings in the world, he was incomparably touched. The hatred in his heart also gradually changed. He still hated the emperor as always. But he had gradually let go of everything else. Therefore, although he did not have much contact with Ren Duxing had a great influence on him. However, he did not expect that all of this was fake. The Ren Duxing he once saw was just a carefully concealed hypocritical face. It was not hard to imagine how big of a blow this was to him. Ren Duxing suddenly said, "Actually, I already knew that you are the son of the emperor." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, looked at Ren Duxing gloomily, and asked, "How did you know?" Ren Duxing said, "I can sense the power of your bloodline." Qin Feiyang said, "So you have been lying to me, using me?" Ren Duxing said indifferently, "You are very smart. If I don't do this, you definitely won't be fooled." "Why, what did my great Qin Empire do to let you become Mu Tianyang's lackey?" Qin Feiyang roared. Ren Duxing shook his head. "You are still too naive. Do you really think that I am Ren Duxing?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ren Duxing said, "This body is indeed Ren Duxing's, but the soul has changed." "What? Could it be that you are?" Qin Feiyang's face changed, and a terrifying thought crawled up in his mind. "Yes. I am Mu Tianyang," Ren Duxing said. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Back then, your ancestor could have destroyed both my soul and body. However, due to his so-called benevolence, he spared me. He sealed a wisp of my divine sense in the demon crystal and used the power of the demon crystal to suppress all the 4 divine beasts under my command here. Ren Duxing said. No, now it should be Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang shouted, the ancestor is very benevolent, you should be grateful and not continue to do evil. Grateful? Mu Tianyang seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world as he raised his head and laughed. He destroyed my Tianyang empire, killed my subordinates, and almost killed me. You still want me to be grateful to him? Even when he sealed me, he directly told me how to break the seal. Tell me, why did he do that? He's just humiliating me. Do you understand? Haha, let me tell you, I can't wait to destroy his bones and scatter his ashes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists. Suddenly, Mu Tianyang stopped laughing, lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang, and continued, he sealed me in the demon crystal, thinking that I couldn't escape, but he underestimated me too much. Although I only have a wisp of divine sense left, I am still a war god after all. After several thousand years, I finally tore open a crack in the seal. Although the crack is only as thin as a strand of hair, it is enough for me to escape. Mu Tianyang laughed proudly. Qin Feiyang mocked, after thousands of years, you only managed to tear a hair-thin crack. What's there to be proud of? Mu Tianyang was not angry at all, and continued, after escaping, I originally wanted to wake up my former subordinates and leave. But in the end, I found that the power of the demon crystal had actually sealed off the entire canyon. In other words, if I wanted to leave this place, I had to first control the demon crystal. However, although I managed to tear a crack in the seal on the demon crystal, with my current ability, I wouldn't be able to destroy the entire seal without hundreds of thousands of years. I began to despair. Because only your ancestor has the purple gold dragon blood and purple gold dragon soul. Until one day, Ren Duxing broke into the canyon. A trace of reminiscence appeared in Mu Tianyang's eyes. With Ren Duxing's ability, it was impossible for him to pass through the storm and gravity and come to this canyon alive. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. That's right. At that time, I also found it strange. He could actually survive the storm and gravity? Out of curiosity, I secretly observed him and found that there was a red battle sword hidden in his body. It was this battle sword that was protecting him. Mu Tianyang said. Red battle sword? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, is it the battle sword in Dong Qing's hand? Yes. When I learned that the battle sword could protect him, I knew that the opportunity had come. I showed up and asked him for help. But he was too stubborn. No matter how I tempted him, he just wouldn't help me. He even threatened to destroy this wisp of my divine sense. Of course I was very angry, so I found an opportunity to enter his sea of consciousness, erase his soul, and replace it. This is the so-called possession. As for that battle sword, it naturally belongs to me. Mu Tianyang laughed as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. But Qin Feiyang's eyes turned blood red, and his hands clenched tightly together, full of anger. It turned out Ren Duxing was indeed a good person. Mu Tianyang joked, now, do you want to kill me very much to avenge Ren Duxing? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and asked, that battle sword, where did Ren Duxing get it? Mu Tianyang said, according to his memory, he got it in a place called the Magic Dragon Mountain Range in Yi Province. Magic Dragon Mountain Range? Qin Feiyang frowned. He had never heard of this place before, and said, then since you have already taken over, why didn't you leave? I left. But when I went out, I asked around and found that your ancestor had actually disappeared. And after 10,000 years, the great Qin Empire has become stronger. With my current strength, I don't have the ability to destroy it. So I came back here. On one hand, I kept a low profile, and on the other hand, I continued to think of ways to break the seal. Not only does the magic crystal have the power to destroy the world, but more importantly, it is your ancestors. If I can get it, I will feel a little better. Mu Tianyang laughed. What? The magic crystal is my ancestors? Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. Yes. But now, it belongs to me. Mu Tianyang nodded and smiled. Chapter 1153. Later, I used Renduxing's blood to seep into the demonic crystal from that crack and dripped it to recognize me as its master. Originally, I thought that after successfully recognizing me as its master, I could take the demonic crystal away. But I was still too naive. If your ancestor's seal was not removed, there was no way to take it away. Just then, you appeared. At first, I didn't have much hope, but I didn't expect that you would actually awaken the purple gold dragon's soul in the mermaid clan's holy land. When I saw the purple gold dragon's soul, I expected that your bloodline power would awaken sooner or later. So when you entered the land of ruins, I used the identity of Renduxing to gain your trust. And you were really stupid. You actually didn't suspect me at all. Mu Tianyang shook his head and laughed. Yes, I was really stupid. Even my own father was not worthy of my trust, and I actually foolishly ran to trust a stranger. I really reaped what I sowed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed at himself. But suddenly, his eyes trembled. Dripping blood to recognize him as its master? Since the demonic crystal was his ancestor's, then there should be a blood contract with his ancestor. How could Mu Tianyang succeed in recognizing him as its master? Could it be that his ancestor had already passed away? No. His ancestor's strength was exceedingly high. No one could kill him, but how could he explain the blood contract? However, just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he realized a very serious problem. That was the mermaid clan's holy land. He looked at Mu Tianyang in surprise and said, "How did you know that my purple gold dragon's soul was awakened in the mermaid clan's holy land?" Mu Tianyang smiled and said, "Do you still remember the valley in the Death Desert?" Valley? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Is it the valley that suddenly disappeared?" Yes. Mu Tianyang nodded. Qin Feiyang's heart sank and said, "So, the skeleton at the bottom of the lake was really your skeleton?" Wrong. It's not a skeleton, it's a god skeleton. Mu Tianyang smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Whatever you say, I just want to know the truth." "All right, I'll tell you the truth. At that time, you looked at my divine bone and tried everything to take it away. In the end, you accidentally cut your finger and some blood flowed out. Your blood has been absorbed by my godly bones. It was at that time that I learned that you were a descendant of Qin Batian. Because I am too familiar with the power of his bloodline." Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "You were already awake at that time?" "That's right. At that time, I had already successfully possessed the body. When I sensed the bloodline power coming from the divine bone, I immediately left this place and headed to the desert of death. Originally, when I saw you take away the pill scripture and my 6 ribs, I was quite angry. However, after thinking about it, you actually had the ability to sever my divine bones. You must be extraordinary. Then, I followed you in the dark and observed you. So, whether you went to the Merfolk clan or what happened there, I know all about it. Including that little girlfriend of yours." Mu Tianyang laughed. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly and asked, "Then why didn't you take back your ribs and the pill scripture?" "First, you need to grow, and these things can help you grow faster. Second, your tragic background. When I learned about your background and situation, I felt that we could work together. Actually, I was training you." Mu Tianyang said. "Training?" Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Do you think there is a possibility of us working together?" "Of course there is. My goal is revenge, and so is yours. And the target of our revenge is the great Qin Empire. Why can't we work together? I also believe that as long as the two of us work together, with your ability and my foundation, we will be able to kill our enemies and wash away the shame in less than 10 years. Mu Tianyang said, his eyes full of killing intent. Qin Feiyang frowned. He didn't expect Mu Tianyang to have such a plan. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't speak for a long time, the the man in white smiled and said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." You are a smart person. You should know what to choose without us saying more. Qin Feiyang looked at the man in white and said, "Who are you?" The man in white smiled and took a facial restoration pill. His appearance immediately began to change. Soon, a familiar face appeared in Qin Feiyang's sight. "It's you." Qin Feiyang's eyes widened as he looked at him in disbelief. The person in front of him was actually Zhang Jin. He was extremely clear about Zhang Jin's talent and cultivation, but he had already stepped into the War King. Are you surprised? A once mediocre and unknown piece of trash has actually surpassed a peerless monster like you? All of this was bestowed upon me by the Lord. Zhang Jin looked at Mu Tianyang with eyes full of worship. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Now that you have followed him, you have indeed been reborn. But aren't you afraid of being infamy for 10,000 years? As long as I can destroy the great Qin Empire, I don't care even if I am infamy for 10,000 years." Zhang Jin laughed out loud, his eyes filled with hatred. Sigh. I saw Zhang Ren's death with my own eyes. I admit that the sacred temple has let you down. It's understandable that you hate all of this. However, you shouldn't have forced this hatred onto those innocent people. You must know that to destroy the great Qin Empire, it's not enough to just kill the emperor. It will also implicate countless living beings. At that time, it will definitely be a disaster and blood will flow like a river. Qin Feiyang sighed. Zhang Jin said, "Then I would like to ask you, don't you hate it?" Qin Feiyang nodded, "I hate it, but I will not be Mu Tianyang's lackey and help him do those evil things. I will use my own ability to wash away the shame. You have talent and potential. No matter where you go, there will be people helping you. Of course, you dare to say such things. But me? I have nothing, so I can only choose this path. I won't regret it. An empire without fairness, justice, and justice should be destroyed." Zhang Jin said. "Is there fairness, justice, and justice in the Heavenly Sun Empire? If there is, my ancestor wouldn't have overthrown the Heavenly Sun Empire." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Zhang Jin shook his head. "I don't know what the Heavenly Sun Empire is like. I only know what I should do now." "You're being stubborn." Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. "You are the one who is stubborn. Look at you. You were originally a genius, but what happened in the end? Your cultivation was crippled, you were expelled from the imperial capital, and you even implicated your mother. Yet, you still continue to protect the great Qin Empire. Are you a fool?" Zhang Jin sneered. Qin Feiyang fell silent. After a long time, he said, "One cannot forget one's roots." Chapter 1154. Lord, let's get rid of him. This kid's potential is too terrifying. If we don't get rid of him soon, he will become our biggest obstacle in the future. Yes, let's take this opportunity to kill him in the cradle. The Holy Eagle, Holy Lion, and Holy Python didn't hide their killing intent towards Qin Feiyang. Mu Tianyang glanced at Zhang Jin and the three holy beasts before looking at Qin Feiyang. "Are you really unwilling to cooperate?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Seeing Qin Feiyang shake his head, Zhang Jin and the three holy beasts immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang with killing intent surging in their eyes. Mu Tianyang waved his hand at them and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of time in the future. I believe you will figure it out sooner or later." Lord. Zhang Jin and the three holy beasts were anxious. If they didn't get rid of Qin Feiyang now, it would be the same as letting a tiger return to the mountain. Mu Tianyang's face turned cold as he said expressionlessly, "Say no more. I have already made up my mind. In addition, no one is allowed to harm him without my orders." Zhang Jin and the three holy beasts looked at each other and could only lower their heads helplessly. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang with a gloomy expression. Now that the Devil Crystal seal was broken, Mu Tianyang was free, and he had lost his value. So why didn't Mu Tianyang kill him? Do you really not understand what I mean? Mu Tianyang asked. Qin Feiyang frowned. But suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said in a low voice, I understand. To you, destroying the great Qin Empire no longer brings you much joy. What you need to do is to let me help you destroy the great Qin Empire. Yes. If I do it myself, first, I don't have the ability to do so. After all, my cultivation hasn't recovered to its peak. Second, it's too boring. The great Qin Empire is Qin Baishan's blood, sweat, and tears. If I were to destroy it, I would only feel happy because we are enemies. But you are different. You are his descendant. Think about it. If he were to find out that the great Qin Empire that he personally founded was destroyed by his own descendants in the end, how would he react? He'll probably jump out of his coffin in anger. Mu Tianyang teased. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said word by word, this kind of thing will never happen. I also believe that the ancestor is still alive and will come back sooner or later. Don't speak so soon. Mu Tianyang shook his head with a smile and said, all right, I still have things to do, so I won't play with you anymore. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and flashed towards the passageway. Zhang Jin and the three holy beasts glanced at Qin Feiyang and followed after him. Wait! Qin Feiyang shouted. Is there anything else? Mu Tianyang stopped and asked. Qin Feiyang said, since you have already escaped, why didn't your consciousness return to your body and still occupy Ren Duxing's body? Because I want to become stronger. Mu Tianyang whispered, his eyes shining brightly, and then he left without looking back. Qin Feiyang didn't stop him. Because he couldn't stop it. Dongqing and Zhang Jin both hid their cultivation, so the cultivation of Mu Tianyang and the three holy beasts was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Moreover, just a wisp of Mu Tianyang's consciousness was not something he could match. A god was a god after all. It was not something a mortal like him could shake. But he was confident that sooner or later, he would also take that step. Not good. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's face changed, he used phantom steps and rushed towards the passageway. Now, Yan Wei, Wolf King, Viper, and Dan Wangkai were still fighting outside. Mu Tianyang would let him go, but he might not let Yan Wei and the others go. So, he had to rush to the rescue as soon as possible. Bastard. The moment Qin Feiyang rushed out of the passageway, his face suddenly turned pale. Dongqing and the holy monkey were gone. Mu Tianyang and the others also disappeared. The storm above the canyon was also gone. Only corpses and blood were left on the ground. Wolf King, Yan Wei, Viper, and Dan Wangkai were also lying in a pool of blood, revealing little life fluctuations. Qin Feiyang hurriedly flew over and checked them one by one. Whether it was Wolf King, Yan Wei, or the other two, their qi was destroyed, and there was a bloody hole in their lower abdomen, blood spurting out like a column. Moreover, their sea of consciousness was also broken. If he had come a little later, he would have died. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took them into the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Lu Hong and the others immediately rushed up, their faces full of concern. Help me take care of them. Putting down Yan Wei and the others, Qin Feiyang said to Lu Hong and the others in a low voice, then walked to the alchemy furnace and opened it to refine pills. The qi and sea of consciousness of Yan Wei and the others were too seriously injured, so serious that even the spirit sea pill and essence soul pill with 5 elixir veins may not be able to repair them. So, he wanted to refine the spirit sea pill and essence soul pill with 7 elixir veins. After a while, for spirit sea pills and essence soul pills came out. Lu Hong immediately took the pills and gave them to Yan Wei and the others one by one. Their situation gradually stabilized. Qin Feiyang refined 4 healing pills with 7 elixir veins and gave them to them. Seeing that their injuries had not only stabilized, but were also slowly improving, Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Hong wiped the sweat on her forehead, got up and looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Mu Tianyang didn't kill them, but only seriously injured them, which shows that he cares about you. Qin Feiyang sneered, that's because I'm valuable. If I wasn't, I'm afraid I would have been smashed to pieces. Then what are you going to do next? Mu Tianyang is now really out of trouble, and he has the magic crystal in his hand. This is not a small matter. Should we inform the people in the capital? Lu Hong's face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, do you think they will believe me? Whether they believe it or not is their business. We just have to have a clear conscience. Besides, we are not doing this for them, but for the billions of people in the great Qin Empire. Are you able to watch as they die miserably at Mu Tianyang's hands? Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang looked at her and nodded, okay, I'll listen to you. Whoosh. After that, he left the castle alone and stood above the canyon, scanning the sea of corpses below. The Blackstone Ape, Fire Dragon, Lion, Winged Sand Python, and Snow Eagle were all killed by the Wolf King and Viper. The corpses of the Monkey King and the other Beast Kings were also there. It was like a scene from hell, making one's scalp tingle. I can't accept it. Qin Feiyang whispered. He had suffered a lot in the past, but it was the first time he suffered such a big loss. What he was most unwilling to accept was that from the beginning to the end, he had been living in someone else's scheme. Although the storm in the ruins had disappeared, the dark clouds had not dispersed, and Qin Feiyang's mood was very heavy at the moment. Whoosh! He flew into the sky and directly flew out of the canyon, standing above the iron chain bridge and looking in all directions. Gravity had also disappeared. However, this place was already devoid of life. It had become a true land of death. Where will he go? At this moment, Qin Feiyang had no clue. Before leaving, Mu Tianyang said that he had business to do, and this so-called business was definitely not a small matter. But Mu Tianyang was too unpredictable, and he really couldn't figure it out. I'll go to the capital first. Chapter 1156. Butterfly Valley. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as soon as he appeared. There was a huge crater in the sea of flowers below. At the bottom of the crater, a muscular man in golden armor was lying, covered in blood. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and landed beside the muscular man in golden armor. He bent down and reached out to feel the man's pulse. The muscular man in golden armor was dead. Judging from the wounds on his body, he died not long ago. Who did this? Qin Feiyang murmured as he stood up and looked at the muscular man in golden armor. He was very familiar with the armor on the muscular man in golden armor. It was the uniform of the commander of the Invincible Black Army. This meant that this man should be the new commander of the Invincible Black Army. But how did he die here? As the commander of the Invincible Black Army, he should be quite powerful. Who in the spiritual state had the ability to kill him? Could it be, suddenly? Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something. His eyes trembled slightly, and he quickly turned into a stream of light and flew toward a forest. The entrance to the secret chamber was here. Qin Feiyang was familiar with the place and quickly entered the secret chamber. There was no one in the secret chamber. He stood in front of the altar, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and his battle aura gushed out and flowed into the teleportation altar. Buzz! A moment later, the teleportation altar was activated and emitted a bright bloody light. Qin Feiyang stepped into the portal. The next moment, he appeared above an ice lake. That's right. He came to the Forgotten Continent again. He suspected that the person who killed the muscular man in golden armor was Mu Tianyang. He originally wanted to go to the imperial capital, but he was worried that Mu Tianyang would come to the Forgotten Continent. Mu Tianyang admitted that he couldn't shake the great Qin Empire with his current strength. Therefore, he thought that Mu Tianyang wouldn't enter the imperial capital rashly. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang dove down, and with a cracking sound, the ice on the lake broke, and he plunged into the lake. At the same time, at the peak of a giant mountain in the central divine kingdom, a purple-clothed youth sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes glowing with a hazy luster. Suddenly, In his bright eyes, a glacier and snowy land appeared. A young man in a white robe was entering an ice lake below. This white-clothed youth was none other than Qin Feiyang. The scene in the purple-clothed young man's eyes froze at this moment. "You're finally back." The moment the image froze, the purple-clothed young man suddenly stood up, a bone-piercing cold light shooting out from his eyes. Immediately after, he opened a teleportation gate and walked in. Ice Lake. A huge snow python was lying at the bottom of the lake, taking a nap with its eyes closed. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing in front of the snow python's head. With respect in his eyes, he cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, senior." The snow python slowly opened its eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. It asked suspiciously, "Why are you here again?" Qin Feiyang said, "Junior came to ask, before Junior came, did anyone else enter the Forgotten Continent?" "No." The snow python shook its head and asked in confusion, "Why do you ask?" "No." Qin Feiyang frowned. From the snow python's attitude towards him before, the snow python shouldn't lie to him. But other than the Forgotten Continent, where would Mu Tianyang go? Could it be that he really went to the imperial capital? Or could it be that he had guessed wrongly from the beginning? The person who killed the golden-armored man wasn't Mu Tianyang at all? The snow python looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, "Did you encounter some trouble?" Qin Feiyang said, "I wonder if Senior has heard of Mu Tianyang?" Mu Tianyang. The snow python's pupils constricted, and it nodded, "The emperor of the Tianyang Empire, of course I know. He's back." Qin Feiyang said word by word. "What?" The snow python's expression suddenly changed. "Qin Feiyang, I know you're down there, get out quickly." At this moment, an angry shout sounded from above. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the snow python. "Senior, I'm sorry, I'm going to meet an old friend." The snow python nodded absent-mindedly, as if it was thinking about something. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang broke through the waves and flew out of the ice lake. He saw a familiar figure standing in the void above. Who else could it be but Mu Qing? When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, Mu Qing clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. He couldn't wait to tear out Qin Feiyang's tendons, peel off his skin, and crush his bones into ashes. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and then looked around. Mu Qing said, "Don't look around, I haven't had time to inform father and the others." "You dare to come to me alone?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Why not? I don't believe that you dare to kill me." Mu Qing retorted sarcastically. Before his voice died away, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of Mu Qing in an instant. He grabbed Mu Qing's neck and sneered, "Who gave you the confidence?" However, Mu Qing was not afraid. Instead, he asked with a mocking expression, "Mu Tianyang is back, right?" "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Mu Qing said, "Although I'm not in the great Qin Empire, I can sense everything about Mu Tianyang." "You can sense it?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing said, "Haven't you always wanted to know the origin of the Mu family? Now I'll tell you, the Mu family is the descendant of Mu Tianyang." Sure enough. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He had thought of this a long time ago. However, he did not dare to make a conclusion because he could not find any conclusive evidence. "I know where my ancestor is now and what he's going to do next. If you kill me now, no one will tell you this. At that time, you'll be like a headless fly, running around the world without any harvest. Don't think of using the slave seal to control me. I'm not Yen Wei and the rest. Threats and promises won't work on me at all." Mu Qing sneered. Qin Feiyang's face was as dark as water. Indeed. If it was someone else, he had many ways to make the other party speak the truth. However, he was not confident about Mu Qing. Qin Feiyang said, "What do you want?" "Divine crystals. And the space-time gate." Mu Qing said in a deep voice. "Space-time gate?" Qin Feiyang frowned. What did he mean? Wasn't the space-time gate in the hands of the Mu family? Why did he ask him for it now? Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, the anger in Mu Qing's heart could not be suppressed. He shouted, "Don't play dumb with me." Qin Feiyang said, "Why should I play dumb? Tell me clearly." Mu Qing said in a deep voice, "Do you remember that day when you escaped from the inland sea and wanted to return to the great Qin Empire? My ancestor chased you here." "I remember." Qin Feiyang nodded. "It was at that time that the space-time gate in my ancestors' hands was snatched away by the damned snow python under the ice lake. You were there at that time, and you still say that you don't know?" Mu Qing roared through voice transmission. Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was such a thing? This did exist, but because it happened after he left, he only knew about it now. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is it the real space-time gate?" "What do you think?" Mu Qing said angrily. If it was just the fake space-time gate, he would not be so anxious. Qin Feiyang laughed. This was really something to be happy about. Seeing Qin Feiyang laughing at his misfortune, Mu Qing's face became more and more ugly. "Don't think about the space-time gate, because I don't have the ability to get it back from her. As for the divine crystal, it's not in my hands now. If you have the ability, go and ask the mysterious madam for it." Qin Feiyang said lightly. Mu Qing shouted, "All of this happened because of you. Shouldn't you be responsible?" "Responsible? Are you kidding me?" Qin Feiyang's face turned red. Wasn't this too funny? Such a smart and capable person actually said such a childish thing at this moment? It could also be seen how helpless Mu Qing was now. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Did you just come from the Central Divine Kingdom?" Mu Qing nodded instinctively. But as soon as he nodded, a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. He looked at Qin Feiyang warily and said, "What do you want to do?" The space-time gate was stolen. Everyone in the Mu family must be very sad, right? So, the fake space-time gate on you can't be kept. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Qing's eyelids twitched, and he said in a deep voice, "Why? Haven't you heard of the saying that seeing an object hurts the feelings? Seeing the fake space-time gate, you will definitely remember the real space-time gate. So, why don't you give it to me? I promise you that I will cherish it." Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly and snatched Mu Qing's chinquan bag. Taking advantage of people's difficulties. Shameless, despicable, despicable. Mu Qing cursed angrily. "I'm doing this for your own good. Why can't you understand?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Then, he sank his mind into the chinquan bag, but he didn't find the space-time gate inside. He frowned and looked at Mu Qing's lower abdomen. Although the fake space-time gate was only a divine artifact, in terms of practicality, it was not inferior to some divine artifacts. Such an important thing should be in Mu Qing's sea of qi. Looking at Qin Feiyang's fiery eyes, Mu Qing panicked. Puff! But Qin Feiyang didn't show any mercy. His big hand was like a blade, directly tearing the flesh on Mu Qing's lower abdomen. He reached into his sea of qi and grabbed the fake space-time gate. "I won't let you have your way even if I die." Mu Qing was desperate and wanted to destroy the space-time gate. But would Qin Feiyang give him the chance? Obviously not. Battle chi surged in his palm, instantly erasing the blood contract in the space-time gate. Then, he quickly dripped his blood to make it recognize him as its master. After successfully recognizing him as its master, Qin Feiyang sized up the space-time gate. Then, he looked at Mu Qing and said with a smile, "You sent me a treasure from afar. How do you think I should thank you?" These words were too sarcastic and infuriating. Mu Qing spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. "Don't be like this. I'll definitely repay you well." Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Mu Qing to the ancient castle. He was worried that he couldn't find a bargaining chip to fight against the Mu family. He didn't expect Mu Qing to deliver himself to his doorstep. In the past, he didn't do anything to Mu Qing because he had a lot of concerns, so he had to think twice before he acted. But now, he had done what he promised the mysterious madam. The main tower had completely fallen out with her. What else did he have to worry about? Nothing. Chapter 1157. After putting away the spacetime gate, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. Buzz. After a while, a familiar face appeared. It was Wang Zicheng. Yes, Wang Zicheng was about to bow. Qin Feiyang reached out and stopped him. Seeing this, Wang Zicheng looked suspicious. Wait a minute. After saying this, Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal and entered the ancient castle. Immediately, he saw Mu Qing lying on the ground, wailing in agony. Her entire body was stained with blood. Fatso was wantonly torturing him. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Mu Qing immediately roared, "Qin Feiyang, you let them do this to me. Aren't you afraid that after I escape, I will find someone to kill all of you? If you really had the ability, we wouldn't have escaped from the inland sea. Besides, now that you have fallen into our hands, do you still want to escape? Are you dreaming?" Fatso said disdainfully. Mu Qing roared, "That's because you are lucky. Good luck won't follow you all your life." Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said lightly, "Okay, knock him out." "Okay." Fatso nodded and slapped Mu Qing on the back of his head. Mu Qing fainted on the spot. Qin Feiyang sent a message to Wang Zicheng again. So far, except for the mysterious lady and the other two, no one knew about his relationship with the 10 heroes of Qinghai. So now he couldn't let Mu Qing hear his conversation with Wang Zicheng. Because it was related to the lives of Wang Zicheng and others. If Mu Qing really escaped, he would definitely find ways to take revenge on him. Then Wang Zicheng and others would be doomed. "Greetings, young master." After Wang Zicheng's virtual image appeared, he glanced at Fatso and others, and then reluctantly bowed to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't care. He asked with a smile, "How are you recently?" "It's all right." Wang Zicheng nodded and asked, "What about you?" "It's all right." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Wang Zicheng continued, "Right, there's something that the black monkey and I can't decide on, so we need to ask for your opinion. Speak." Qin Feiyang said. Wang Zicheng said, "Some time ago, Gong Sunbei came to Qinghai to find us." Before Wang Zicheng could finish, Fatso frowned and asked, "Why is he looking for you?" Wang Zicheng said, "He wants us to join the main pagoda and become its disciples." What? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. What the main tower values is nothing more than our talent and potential. They want to recruit us for their own use. To be precise, he wants to nurture us so that we can fight against you. After all, in the younger generation of the Forgotten Continent, there is no one who can compete with you. Wang Zicheng looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked, "Then what do you think? Aren't you the one who calls the shots now? What else do we dare to think?" Wang Zicheng pouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then lowered his head and pondered. After a while, his eyes flashed, and he looked up at Wang Zicheng and said, "I agree that you all should join the main tower." What? Fatso and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "They want to help me nurture talents. Of course I'm happy to do so." Understood. The Qinghai 10 heroes are all our people. The main tower nurtures them, which is the same as helping us nurture them. "Boss, you're really treacherous," Fatso said with a sinister smile. Treacherous indeed. Wang Zicheng also had a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at Wang Zicheng, saying, "Since we're going to put on a show, let's go all the way. From now on, you have to treat me as an enemy." "Got it." Wang Zicheng nodded. "Also, about Dan Wangkai and Viper, if Gong Sunbei asks about them, just say that they're missing," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." Wang Zicheng nodded and asked, is there anything else? No, you all have to be careful. Qin Feiyang exhorted and then turned off the image crystal. Fatso looked at Yen Wei and the others lying on the side and said in a deep voice, Boss, we can't be so passive anymore. Never again. Mu Tianyang, the Mu family, the main tower, the great Qin Empire, this is a game. And from this moment on, I'm no longer a chess piece. I'm going to become a chess player in this game. Although I don't have the ability to compete with them now, sooner or later, I'll make them all surrender at my feet and tremble in fear. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and his eyes emitted an aggressive light. Fatso and the others looked at each other and remained silent. However, those incomparably resolute gazes represented their undying hearts. Qin Feiyang looked at Yen Wei and the others and Wolf King, and said to Lu Hong, take care of them. When they wake up, inform me immediately. Lu Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, I must know Mu Tianyang's next plan, so no matter what method you use, you have to make Mu Qing speak for me. Understood. Fatso smiled coldly. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang flashed and left the castle. He found the snow python again and said, Senior, how much do you know about Mu Tianyang? More or less, I know a little about it. But regarding his matters, don't look for me. Because, as long as he doesn't enter the Forgotten Continent, I won't ask. The snow python said lightly. Understood, Junior will take his leave. Qin Feiyang bowed and saluted. Then, he opened the secret door. The snow python frowned and said, You're leaving just like that? Huh? Qin Feiyang looked at her puzzled. The snow python said, Leave the Mu family's boy here. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. The snow python said, Last time when I wasn't paying attention, you took away Yen Wei, and I didn't pursue it. Now you want to take away the Mu family's boy, do you think I'm really easy to talk to? No, no. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and again. Let me tell you, this time there is no discussion. If you don't hand him over, don't think about going back. The snow python released its aura, shook off Qin Feiyang, and then closed the secret door with a bang, and then used its huge body to block the door. This time Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at the snow python's attitude, he really didn't know what to do. Senior, this Mu Qing is very useful to Junior, can you be merciful and make an exception? After thinking for a while, he could only think of this method, coaxing and pestering. No. The snow python shook its head. Qin Feiyang helplessly said, Then what do you want me to do? The snow python angrily said, You still want to bribe me, don't you understand my words? Qin Feiyang smiled. The snow python frowned, Look at you, today you must take him away? In front of you, Junior doesn't dare to say this. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and said with a smile, looking silly. Okay, okay. Don't put on an act. You can take him away, but leave your purple gold dragon blood. The snow python impatiently said. Purple gold dragon blood? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said happily, No problem, it's a small matter. Then he waved his hand, and a battle chi boundary appeared, separating the lake water, and then he cut his finger. The snow python playfully said, I want more than one drop. You can have as much as you want. Qin Feiyang waved his hand indifferently. He had a forthright look on his face. Anyway, he had plenty of purple gold dragon blood in his body. Don't regret it. The snow python laughed, and a light flashed in front of it, and a crystal-clear jade appeared. The jade was about the size of a bucket, and there was no flaw on it, as if it was made by nature. Seeing this jade, Qin Feiyang's eyes almost popped out. The snow python said, Fill it up. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded and stammered, Senior, are you sure you're not joking? The snow python said, Do I look like I'm joking? But it's too big. Even if I drain all my blood, it won't be enough. Qin Feiyang put on a long face, feeling extremely wronged. The snow python said with a smile, It's okay, take your time. Anyway, I have plenty of time. Qin Feiyang cried. However, he had to take Mu Qing away. After all, the snow python in front of him was an existence that could even suppress a fake god. He gritted his teeth, took out the Chang Shui, and cut his wrist. The purple gold dragon blood immediately surged out. But in less than a tenth of it, he began to feel dizzy. He had no choice but to heal the wound on his wrist and enter the castle to refine the blood coagulation pill. Like the life blood pill, the blood coagulation pill could quickly restore the lost blood. And the effect of the blood coagulation pill was better than that of the life blood pill. In addition, it had 7 elixir veins. In less than an hour, Qin Feiyang's lost blood was restored. Time flew. When it was dark, the jadeware in front of him was finally full. Qin Feiyang healed his wound and looked at the big bucket full of purple gold dragon blood. He couldn't help but feel pained. Then he looked up at the snow python and said, "Is this enough?" "Yes, let's go." The snow python didn't make things difficult for Qin Feiyang anymore. It simply let Qin Feiyang go. Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and said, "Can I ask, what do you want my blood for?" The snow python frowned. Qin Feiyang shrank his neck and left sensibly. After a while, Qin Feiyang once again arrived in the sky above the Butterfly Valley. He took a blood coagulation pill and looked around. Night fell and cold air filled the air. This place was quiet. Looking at the dim mountains and rivers, Qin Feiyang's eyes were confused. Buzz. After an unknown period of time, the image crystal in his arms rang. When Qin Feiyang took it out, Lu Hong's shadow appeared and said, "Awake." Qin Feiyang was refreshed and entered the castle. Yan Wei, Wolf King, Viper, and Dan Wangkai had all woken up. At this moment, they were leaning against the wall weakly. Qin Feiyang asked, "When Mu Tianyang left, did he say anything to you?" Yan Wei shook his head. Mu Qing, who was beaten black and blue by Fatso, sneered, "If I don't say it, you'll never guess." "Shut up." Fatso slapped Mu Qing, and another bloody palm print appeared on her face. Qin Feiyang turned to Mu Qing and raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Fatso and asked, "He still won't say it?" "Fat Lord has tried everything, but this guy just won't say anything." Fat Lord is almost at his wit's end. Chapter 1158. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold, his hands forming a seal in front of his chest, and an enslavement seal quickly appeared. Whoosh! Following closely, the enslavement seal entered Mu Qing's sea of consciousness. The intense pain caused Mu Qing to howl miserably. When the pain disappeared, Mu Qing's face was slightly sinister, and he looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly, saying, "I've already told you, this is useless to me. I don't expect you to tell me now." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, and then left the ancient castle with Wolf King, appearing beside the golden armored man's corpse. Qin Feiyang said, "Smell it, do you have the aura of Mu Tianyang and the others?" Wolf King lowered his head and sniffed carefully. A moment later, its eyes lit up as it looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Although a long time has passed and the smell has almost dissipated, I can still smell the smell of that damn monkey." Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and said, "So, they really did it. What do we do now?" Wolf King asked. Qin Feiyang said, "They didn't go to the Forgotten Continent, so they should have gone to the imperial capital." "Impossible. The Spirit Pagoda is overseen by Old Man Qin. With Mu Tianyang's current strength, running there is simply courting death." Wolf King said. "But don't forget, Mu Tianyang used to be a war god who could contend against the ancestor. Even if his cultivation is not as good as before, his methods are still not something we can imagine." Qin Feiyang said. "So?" Wolf King asked. "I know what you're worried about. If we go to the imperial capital, it's equivalent to walking into a trap. But if they really went to the imperial capital, then the imperial capital must be in chaos now." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Wolf King pondered for a moment, and nodded, "That makes sense. Then let's go to the imperial capital to take a look. Before we go, we still have to make some preparations. Qin Feiyang glanced at the golden armored man in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up, bringing Yan Wei out of the ancient castle. What's the matter? Yan Wei looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, disguise yourself as him. Yan Wei glanced at him, and instantly understood Qin Feiyang's goal. This is very simple, but there is a problem. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Before we came here, he was already dead. We don't even know his cultivation level. But the people in the Emperor Palace would definitely know. What if my cultivation doesn't match his? Wouldn't I be exposed? Yan Wei said. Qin Feiyang nodded and muttered, the Black Iron Army is not as good as the Kirin Army, so whether it's the commander or the deputy commander, their cultivation is not very high. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, looked at Qin Feiyang, Yan Wei, and Wolf King, and said, you guys wait for me here, I'm going to find someone. Who? One man and one wolf were suspicious. Wang Hong. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he opened the portal and walked in. Whether it was the prefecture city or the mansion master's mansion, Qin Feiyang was very familiar with them. He also guessed where Wang Hong might live. Night. The waning moon hung in the sky, and the cold stars flickered. A loft was located beside a pond, and there was no one around. Only a weak candlelight came from a window, making it look very cold and lonely. Through the window, one could vaguely see a figure sitting inside. This was the old man's former residence. And now, the old man had resigned and gone to the imperial capital, so it naturally belonged to Wang Hong. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang landed in front of the loft, looked around, and raised his head to look at the figure in the window. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. He took a step forward and walked to the window. When he opened the window, a familiar figure immediately entered his sight. Who else could it be but Wang Hong? He saw Wang Hong sitting in front of the coffee table, rubbing his forehead with a worried and distressed expression. Hearing the sound of the window opening, Wang Hong also looked up suspiciously. When he saw that it was actually Qin Feiyang, his expression changed drastically. Qin Feiyang flashed and entered the room. Wang Hong immediately got up and stood in front of the window, looking outside vigilantly. Then, he closed the window and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, asking, did anyone notice that you're here? Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's good. Wang Hong heaved a sigh of relief, pointed to the coffee table next to him, and said with a smile, sit down. Qin Feiyang nodded, walked to the coffee table, and sat opposite Wang Hong. Wang Hong asked with concern, where have you been all this time? Qin Feiyang said, Iron Bowl Town. Wang Hong suddenly understood and said with a smile, compared to the imperial capital, Iron Bowl Town gave you a sense of belonging, right? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Hong asked, then why did you come to me now? Qin Feiyang said, I came to ask you if you know the cultivation of the muscular man in golden armor. The muscular man in golden armor? Wang Hong was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, the new commander of the invincible Black Army. Oh, him. Wang Hong nodded and said in a deep voice, he's very powerful. I heard from a few soldiers of the invincible Black Army that he's a 2-star combat emperor. A 2-star combat emperor? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Isn't he the same as Yan Wei? This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Why are you asking about this? Are you going to attack him? Wang Hong was surprised. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I don't need to do anything. He's already dead. What? Wang Hong suddenly stood up and said in shock, who did it? A very terrifying person. Qin Feiyang didn't say it clearly. Because the news of Mu Tianyang's return was too shocking. Once it was spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion. Wang Hong's pupils contracted. Although Qin Feiyang didn't say it clearly, he knew Qin Feiyang very well. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter Qin Feiyang's eyes. Therefore, if Qin Feiyang said the word terrifying, then the person must be extraordinarily terrifying. Of course. He could also see that Qin Feiyang was deliberately hiding it from him. Therefore, he didn't ask too much and didn't ask about Qin Feiyang's future plans. He only reminded Qin Feiyang to be careful. As for Wang Hong's concern for him, Qin Feiyang also remembered it in his heart. After he stood up and bowed, he prepared to leave. Crack. Right at this moment, accompanied by a loud noise, the window was instantly destroyed. Two black figures appeared in front of the window. Qin Feiyang and Wang Hong were shocked. They immediately looked at the two figures and their expressions changed. The two figures were wearing the armor of the invincible Black Army. They had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Their bodies were burly and their eyes were extremely sharp. Their bodies emitted an extremely terrifying aura. What's going on? Qin Feiyang thought to himself. I don't know either. Wang Hong shook his head. His eyes were filled with confusion. The two burly men glanced at Wang Hong and then looked at Qin Feiyang. Boom! Without saying a word, their aura exploded and they slammed their palms in the air. Two waves of battle chi rolled out and turned into a huge wave that rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the attic was torn apart and dust filled the air. 5-star battle saints. Qin Feiyang's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. He pushed Wang Hong away with his palm and met the attack head-on. The two of them must have heard the conversation between him and Wang Hong. He had to kill them to silence them. Boom! As they neared, Qin Feiyang's body trembled and his aura suddenly soared. That's right. He had activated the Soaring Dragon incantation. In Iron Ox Town, his cultivation had already broken through to a 6-star battle saint. With the help of the Soaring Dragon incantation, he was now a 6-star battle saint. In front of a 6-star battle saint, 2 5-star battle saints would be able to crush him. His eyes were like torches. He punched out and a terrifying force roared in all directions. He wanted to kill them with a single blow and not give them any chance to escape. At this moment, the void shook and the earth trembled. The surging battle chi vanished in an instant. Puff! The two burly men spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their faces were filled with horror. None of them expected that in such a short period of time, Qin Feiyang's strength had already reached such a level. Roar! Clang! The two of them activated their fighting souls without hesitation. One of their fighting souls was a huge black panther. Its body was covered in black flames and it exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The other person's fighting soul was a huge axe. It was dozens of feet long and looked as if it was cast from lava. Its entire body was covered in flames and its sharpness was shocking. Feiyang, we can't continue fighting here. The city will be destroyed. Wang Hong's face turned pale. This was the first time he had witnessed a battle between battle saints. What was even more unexpected was that the young and inexperienced fellow from back then had already become so strong.